over this hillside, looking to try and take a bit of a fight up against Norkis, but do they know he's going to be solo? Clearly not, and it's Entropic putting in the work. Don't forget, by the way, Heroic also going down in 14th position.
Powell was trying to grab all this time. Now they have a free side chance. Now they can start taking aggressions onto teams like BBL, grab angles from the west, get aggressive, and just choke out everyone else in the circle.
And that is exactly what they're doing as well. Iroh helping them out, softening up BBL to a certain extent, but it's going to be a tricky one as the man wants to swing round behind. They have to remember Schiller, but you won't forget Fendalos when he lands nades like that, BBL.
Because you get shocked in so easily.
Oh, saw them. It nearly happened. Voldemort throws in the nade, and it does a hell of a lot of damage. Second player going to be going and taking some, unfortunately, eliminated out of it. The rest of Sarvan moving down, don't actually realize there's a player down the hill from them, and they're going to regret it. Kazu with the spray does a lot of damage, shuts things down. They're a little bit more posted. The flashbangs, however, connect on both sides. Hakatori throws out a nade. It looks close to Mad, but it's a little bit short. Ruin eliminates Rinlock, and it's all down to Hakatori as the spray comes through. Not going to land, but that zone is closing in. He's going to be forced to make a move in just a matter of seconds.
It's a big knock that they get on Hakatori. If they don't get that knock, they would be dead already. It's RFI now, ironically, coming in on south this. They're looking to punish Expendables for all the pain they've inflicted. No. That nade is perfect onto double. That's a double kill on double and Dargy. It couldn't be.
Man, if he can go and get the revive. Beanie, though, as the solo tries to peek up, able to get himself an opening knock. Only one player to come up against now. It's going to be double, but he has the rock for cover. The flashbangs are still there as... Never mind, he gets the flush anyway. That's 7 kills on the board for Code Marco, by the way, but 8 for Heroic, and they needed a game like this. Beanie, 13 bullets left in the clip. Through the smoke, finds a hell of a lot of damage, but ultimately can't convert it over. Now it's just a game of ring around the rosies. Who's going to peek first? Who is playing chicken? This time it's not Beanie as he lands the spray.
Trying to overlook, he's doing his best Batulin's impression, sitting in the blue on a mountain to try and help his team as much as he can. Maybe he can connect a few bullets into Hakatori, maybe get a knock onto Zabila. That would be massive, and this is exactly what you need. He's done the damage. Enough to force Zabila back, enough for Scream to get a knock, but look at that, they're falling by the wayside. Pink Pony is just a little bit too clean right now. The fate we've seen Iroh suffer tons and tons of time in the group stage has been hampering their performances, just getting picked out of vehicles, but this is exactly what Heroic need. This is a shooting gallery, it's a shooting range. Weston has something to say about this. They've got the numbers advantage with WAF as well, looking on in from the north. They have a chance to clean this up. It's another headshot, it's another individual battle that goes their way. And now Killsteal is looking to clean up the pieces.
Shots come through. Down goes Killsteal, followed by a second, nearly a third, but no, Pink Venom, they fall.
One final day of the elimination stage here for PCS7 Europe as we continue things on. We have a few teams that have almost guaranteed themselves a spot into that grand final. However, some that need to do a little bit more work. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris, your host here for the next 2 days. And joining me to my left-hand side, actually, I've been watching for 2 days and everybody's been saying the man that I'm about to introduce looks like me. It's insane. Froz, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm all good, man. I'm glad that people finally realizing we look alike. You could have been my twin brother, Who knows? You
could have been.
We might be, actually.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We've known each other for quite a long time now. Same age. It's kind of crazy. Saga, how about you? How's it going, my fellow ginger friend?
Yeah, I'm just sad that my cosmic twin Sam is gone. I feel a little lonely out here in the middle, but I'm surrounded by multiple Kalarises. So Kalari, I think is the plural. So I really couldn't have a much better company to come in for the final day of group stages, where we've got so much left to decide.
Yes, we do. All right, let's talk shop here, because we have got quite the performances across the groups coming on up here, but we have 6 games to determine which of our 6 teams are going to be joining the already 8 qualified into that grand final. We'll have 3 Erangels and we'll have 3 Miramars. And I would be remiss, Froz, if I did not start off by talking about Win or Die as well as Howl. I think these 2 teams across the last 2 days, you've been here, you've been watching these 2 teams perform absolutely out of the park. And I mean, at this point, they're almost guaranteed to be moving on through.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'd say 100% these 2 teams are going to go through.
Yeah.
And of course, as you mentioned, like, yeah, you expect these 2 teams to play pretty well. They are not bad teams at all, but not playing to the level that they've been showing us so far. But that has only been 1 day, right? And I hope that they can keep that up and making sure this is not just a fluke that they had 1 good day. I want to see this train kind of continue for both of the teams. I want to see them grow even better. And I want to see them in the finals, being up against the best teams here in Europe and playing to the same kind of performance there as well.
By the same token, Saga, BBL and Entropic sweating bullets a little bit about potentially falling down to that last chance stage where only 2 teams are going to advance.
I think Entropic have pretty much resigned to that fate by this point. Their margin is just way too slim, with so many points within, what, 20 points of them, all the way down to Foot Esports in 14th place, less than 20 away. So Entropic, unless an absolute disaster happens for literally everyone in the lobby apart from a couple of teams, they will be making an appearance in the last chance qualifiers, which is nuts. But for BBL, maybe they're sitting there actually looking at Win or Die, saying, please have a repeat of your day 1 performance. Claim as many points away from everyone else who wants them, because there is a lot of very, very strong competition that could very well close that gap onto BBL and push them down into 7th place.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, 86 points is not too much to scoff at, not too bad, but there is still the potential for an upset in terms of them being knocked down. For Entropic, you know, I saw on social media they're apparently in high spirits. They were saying more PUBG is good PUBG, right? I guess that's one way to look at it, boys. But yeah, it will be difficult to retain those top 6 spots. Beyond that, Froz, as we take a look further down, there's a lot of teams here kind of on the edge of reaching into that top 6 are teams that we know can pop out big performances and will be looking to take those top spots.
Definitely, you have teams like Bystanders, Heroic, Fellas, Polish Power, Foot Esports, a few teams that has been playing phenomenal in the first day, but it hasn't been enough to put themselves into the top yet. Of course, we have a few teams that have played all 12 games. Of course, there's going to be some teams above them, but I'm expecting a little bit more from all of these teams that I just mentioned. We know that all of these teams could potentially qualify, and this is the big thing, right? If all of these teams are going to be performing, that means that all of them are going to be averaging a good amount of points. That would be the saving grace of BBL, and that they would be able to keep a spot up there with only 86 points, because there's so many good teams that could be sharing all of the points here tonight.
Yeah, and I think overall, huge danger for teams like Digital Athletics, as well as room for improvement, right? Saga, who teeter on the edge of being knocked down to that 23rd and 24th spot, which, if you are there, you're not even going to that last chance stage.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about a scary position for BBL, but the other MEA team, the one who actually performed the best in the group stages last week, Digital Athletics, was a single point clear of room for improvement as the bottom 2 from Group A. All of their games are played. They can only sit and watch, as there is about 6 or 7 teams below them in the standings that will need about, again, a 20-point gap, which is a very realistic thing to do to close that in a 6-game series. And if they are overtaken by the majority of the teams below them, we might not be seeing them again at all in PCS7.
Yeah, that's a terrifying prospect. We got 1 minute on the board here, Froz. Before we get into our game, who are your eyes on?
I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on Bystander, seeing them how they had their first day on Erangel and how well they play there. I'm expecting the same thing from Bystanders here today. I think that's going to be needed. If they want to have a good day, they need to have that kind of momentum going straight away, especially here in the last day with this high competition that they have against them in this lobby right now. It is so crucial for them. But also, of course, howl and win or die. I want to see what they're going to do with the kind of competitors they have in the lobby right now.
I'd love to see them come out and have more blinders of days. That was fantastic to watch in the first two. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Now time to head over to our commentator team for the grassy pastures. And Chunks and Kovo will take it away.
We will take it away, and I could not be more excited to jump into the last day of the elimination stage. We've had so much guesswork yesterday. We've had so many ups and downs, not really knowing what was going to happen today. But we're going to answer all of the open questions tonight, Chunks. And oh man, I can't wait to get us started.
Neither can I, man. Neither can I. Over here on Erangel once again, going back to where it all began. And for a lot of these teams, kind of a fresh start to the day. Some struggling yesterday, some struggling the day before, but now the opportunity to really face off against each other and prove what they're worth. Because we spoke a couple of times about how a couple of the teams were sponging up so many points. Now, a good chunk of those squads at the top end of things will be at least out of the game, so a very high chance that we could see an upset.
We could, and I just want to very quickly touch on something that the desk has talked about is Bystanders and Howl, and it's Bystanders actually leaving Yasnaya. These are two teams that both loot Yasnaya generally, and I spoke to Keanu earlier. He said, well, Howl had such a good day yesterday. If they start off with a banger game and we start off poorly, they might just hunt us for the rest of the night. So Bystanders trying to play it very safe here, trying to just make sure they can play their own game without too much messing of the Turkish squad that popped off yesterday, and that sends them into a new loot spot here, shelter prison area for them by the looks of things, but at least Circle 1 is not going to punish them all too much.
It'll work well for them, but Melee Island's still a possibility here as Phase 1 pops, and I think a lot of teams are going to be put into a pretty awkward position when it comes to actually deciding which way they want to go here, because obviously Melee is going to be a bit of a risk there. It's not going to be as likely that it lands, but at the same time, if you're the first team to get down there, you can set up and potentially sponge so many points out of it, but that is all in the future. And on the topic of bystanders that you touched on, Kovo, I do wonder, look, when a team is forced off a loot spot, no matter what the reason is, will that potentially have a knock-on effect to their game? Do they have those strategies prepared going into today? Have they had enough time to really practice and get them down? That could be really tricky for them going into a new loot spot, having to slightly adjust those rotations and then potentially not having the same research, the same info on what teams you should be expecting and what paths they usually take.
I think it heavily depends on what kind of team you are. There is some teams, which we talked about like yesterday, that like to play exact same style every single time. There's teams that are way more flexible, way more edge and information based, and should have a little bit of an easy approach. But regardless, as we get a little bit of face cam action with Frenchie, regardless of what kind of team you are, it's much better to go into a day saying, well, we'll dodge this. We have a free spot on the map here. We'll play from here. Be prepared and be mentally prepared as well. Instead of maybe hot dropping Yaz, losing out in the first game, suddenly being on a bad spot on the leaderboard and having to just adjust on the fly. So props for bystanders to do their homework, realize, okay, we can just play out of this shelter area and to just avoid all of the awkwardness that comes with a Yasnaya hot drop altogether.
And I think pretty smart bystanders considering how precarious their position currently is. There is the potential that they do get hunted down, as you mentioned, by a squad like Howl. Another squad that we maybe spoke about quite a bit so far has to be Fellas. They were very aggressive in the early game when we saw them play the day before yesterday. And I'm wondering whether that's going to carry on, because it was very all or nothing, it seemed like. Oh dear, Jester is in a pretty tricky position here, surrounded. He's just going to get in the vehicle, try to back away, but it's easier said than done when SRM are just sending it down the hill and both players hear the movement.
Yeah, MTB in a really tricky spot here. They're taking 4 different compounds. They're in the middle of the circle, so obviously lots of teams interested in taking their positions away from them. And they haven't disengaged just in time. Now just they're caught fully on the open global army. Oh, the spray is not quite good enough. An SLR headshot would do the trick, but it's not quite there just in time. It's damage done. It's a scare for Jester, but is going to be all she wrote, and MTB, they get away with that, but you can't help but feeling that if they don't group up in the next 30 seconds, minute or so, the same thing is going to happen to Katurkan on the north and possibly even Junsi on the west.
Yeah, it could be very tricky. They need to try and consolidate up in a circle like this, I think, and that's not something that I'd usually recommend. I think a lot of teams in Phase 1 often prefer to go with a bit of a 2-2 split, try and bank a couple positions, but because of the water inside this circle and because teams don't really want to be going half down to Millie, half back up to Main Island, I would maybe suspect that most of these teams are actually going to group up fairly early on.
Yeah, you've sort of got the three choices, right? One of them being gambling on Millie base, which is a very high chance shift, but pays off massively if you get it, and then you can stay on the north, or you could try and be ready for both.
You know what helps you with those rotations, though, Kobo?
Oh, yes, tell me
what helps you with those rotations. It's the McLaren skin, available in-game now. Head over to the Customize tab if you want to equip it, because that thing is fast. And it goes on the Coupe, which is already a pretty fast car, but when you get those bridge rotations, you want to be able to send it off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you want to be quick, and we've seen a lot of woes for teams trying to cross bridges yesterday, and well, in circles like this, where you're not really sure where it's going to go, and there's a slim chance it goes to Millie base, it's going to be even harder, because then suddenly you'll have 15 teams in the lobby trying to cross through bridges. That tends to go into an absolute spiral of chaos. Right now, Pink Venom pulling up on the dirt road, trying to get close to MTB. MTB actually taking damage from the other side of things. Makes things a little bit easier as Exalt come in on the southwest. They're trying to split themselves over the hillsides a little bit, get a little bit more information, get a little bit more ground for themselves, and on grind, have to back off.
MTB doing what they can to hold out and defend this compound, but it's going to be tricky, obviously, with so many teams moving around. Frenchie's pulled up the hill thinking he was going to be safe, but it's going to be Pink Venom already prepared, the vehicle ready to blow. Caught from both sides. That's the end of Frenchie, and OG losing a player early on. MTB following suit, though, as Jester tries to get back up and into it. Ward gets the revive out. Varys throws up a Molotov. It's pretty far away, but you got to think if one of these players just goes over the top, they are going to be running head on into each other any second. Molotov there holding the off angle for a little bit of cover and actually finds a bit of damage to go with it. Varys just waiting, hoping almost that MTB are going to jump over this rock and expose themselves to him. Orde and Jester moving away now, but Varys could potentially spot them if they don't play so passively. But you can't blame them, honestly. When you're a solo on this rock, you don't want to be pushing over there without a teammate.
Especially in a 2v4 situation. Exalt is quick to group, and MTB has no choice but to run away. They're gonna be happy that they got away from this, Johnson. It's a bit of a question mark for me. We thought this might happen a minute ago, and they were still extremely split. If you look at the map right now, _map in chat if you want to see where the map stream is, they have two different positions in the zone that are completely separated from each other and are not going to be easy to group upon, and they might just stay isolated. And I think they've already taken 3 knocks in this game. Water now is the next one to get found, and their first game is falling to pieces before it has really even started.
Certainly is, and this is going to be very tricky. I expected at least a couple of teams to go down to Millie Island, but it looks like even FaZe have left it now, so everyone clustered together around this kind of farm south coast area. Not really anyone wanting to play the edge, which I guess is kind of understandable in a zone like this, where, what, are you really going to rotate down Lumberyard Hill when the zone pops over to Pachinki? That is not something that is very appetizing to these teams, especially with a zone like this. Polish Power, they're making their rotate past Heroic. 2 squads, notoriously aggressive, but both teams that have failed to really find that consistency I think everyone in the top 6 is looking for.
Heroic making a good comeback in the last 3 games. Gets them in a position now where they should be okay, but they still have to play a good day of games, and we've talked plenty about the leaderboard. We've talked about the positions that these teams have put themselves in, but now they actually need to make them work and actually use the points they gathered yesterday. Howl is a team that we talked about. They were also fairly inconsistent, getting massive amount of points in the first 3 games, not really as clean, as impressive on the last 3, but I've had a bit of a look at their games, and it's fair to say that in game 1, for example, their first fight they had to take was in phase 9, and that is just a massive sort of advantage. In the other games, they were managing to get into sides of the zone where they would have to fight in phase 4 or 5. So really good early game rotations, but also a bit maybe a fortune on the side of where other teams were going and where they were going. So it's hard to expect them being as dominant as they were yesterday, Chunks.
I think when we're talking about teams that, make it to the late game, Fellas is certainly one of them that are almost the opposite strategy. They take those fights super early on and they want to get aggressive. The same being said for Hal this time, though, as Schofield takes a couple shots down at bystanders. Circle 2 pops, and I didn't want to say it, but I had a feeling this would happen. FaZe, come on, it's your game to lose at this point, right?
Oh, it's also just an opportunity to really get a whole lot of points. I'm not quite sure if they're going to leave this
camping it already
and just go for a position, but I don't think so. FaZe have practiced these bridge camps. They're ready for it. They've been ready for it, but Fellas is no team that doesn't know this. The Fellas are going to be well aware that this is a possibility. So the question is, what do they get out of this? And as we see crashes and clashes all across the map, it's going to get heated. TE is flying on in. Faris with the jump finds Cobra. Trade almost there, and it's a trade for Scream. It's not good for Exalt because they're so split, but the damage has been done.
Fights kicking off all over the place as well, as Flamey going to be going down to the Mad. Arctic's doing what he can to try and land those shots onto the Team Elite player. It's going to be Scream, tries to pop up, but in the end, ultimately falls to a nade. Molodok now playing point on the wall, tries to move in, but Bad Boy is holding tight. A lot of people may not be too familiar with this player, but we have sang his praises all day. And can you blame us with shots like that? Takes down Theoris. Arctic's going to be moving in. They have a read on his position, but as the solo, the question becomes how much can he really do? Flashbang was prepared, going for the reload, almost peeks out. An unfortunate time as now popping that boost to remain in it. The other side of things, Ulseng from Sartham getting a couple of shots off of his own, as it is just going to be mayhem here, Kobo.
It is absolute mayhem on that northwestern side, but the craziest thing to me is it's not only these 3 teams at the Yellow Houses. Win or Die had already crossed the bridge, Chunks, and they came back to the north because they realized what was going on here. It's a complete bloodbath between these 3 teams. Heroic is trying to dip on out, and they're sailing right into Win or Die. He's there with the revolver drive-by, and somehow they get 2 players through. But you can tell Win or Die is hunting for kills, and X10 puts another one on the board for himself. The man's been fragging yesterday, and he's looking to follow suit today. Win or Die are coming to fight. They're not coming to survive into the later games.
Look, I know our observers are amazing, but in a circle like this, I would recommend everybody opens that map stream, because what we failed to see there were like 5 teams crossing over that western bridge at the same time. Most of them have made it across, as now Bad Boy going to be getting caught from behind. It's Miracu to actually find those initial shots. It looks like Bad Boy was spotted by Exalt, though, as Arctic's going to be looking out for the movement, yet to find it. Circle starting to creep its way in. Only 2 teams holding that western bridge, but only 1 squad eliminated, surprisingly, in a zone like this. Every other team has kind of been forced to make those botations instead and swing around to the east. Bad Boy, though, he almost gets taken out, but remaining in it narrowly, now getting naded apart.
He's posing such a big issue for Exalt here. Not only are they busy fighting this, not only have they lost a member earlier, they are also losing tons and tons of time. Imagine what they could grab if they were already on the melee base side of things, if they were already posted up. Instead, they're using a whole lot of util, and even once they take out Bad Boy, he's not going to have any util left for him. He's used it all. He's tried to do his best with the throwable, with his M4. Now he's trying to find a timing onto Arctics. He knows the vault's not easy. He knows that the crouch jump is expected. But it's tough times for Exalts, and it's tough times for anyone that's still around that western bridge, still around that northeastern side of things. So many teams are in the blue right now, and the next zone's already popping in.
Oh, and that nade is close to Bad Boy. That might just be the end of things, but he gets a little bit of distance and only ends up taking the damage now, just watching, maybe prepared, expecting the push to come out from Exalt. Only 1 Team Elite member remaining, 1 point on the board so far. It's going to be made so much trickier with that zone, though. I wasn't even paying attention to it, but yeah, it's going to be over very quickly, this game. If we make it past, like, the 27-minute mark, I'll be quite surprised.
This is mad. There's just so much water in play in phase 3. This is not going to be pretty for anyone involved. The fellas on the south have found a good spot as Exalt is still scrapping with Bad Boy, now up to 5 HP. They're about to sweep, and he's about to be in a first aid. No audio for him. No chance once you've naded. And no chance for Team Elite to get into the placement points. But don't even speak about placement points just yet. Fellas have lost 2 on the approach. Howl have held their ground, and well, Polish Power, they're trying to do some fishing on their own. MTB are doing the same swim that Polish Power did 30 seconds or a minute ago, but that means they're now in position to punish, and MTB is in position to either die in the water or to try and make a landfall that's extremely hard to get.
And I thought we were casting EU, not APAC. I did not expect so many players to be down so early on, because that is ultimately the difference that I talk about so much when I go between the regions. Is I say EU is always very disciplined. It's a lot less mayhem, but that's just being proven completely wrong right now, because the circles will force these teams into the worst positions. Heroic, Beamy in a pretty rough position, but able to get that first aid kit off just in time. Throws a smoke far. Now, this could be a really smart bait, and we saw something like this in day number 1. Throwing the smoke further away will then make Win or Die think that he's a bit further back. The same is happening with OG right now. You can see them focusing that smoke behind, and Beanie is just left here trying to spot anything. It's going to be Uno in the end who does spot him out, and Heavy's now going to move around the side and should be able to finish off the job. It's Heroic out in 13th, but honestly, Kobo, I don't think we can read too much into this game, except for the teams that succeed, because it's a write-off for so many squads.
Yeah. It's a complete write-off right now. It might be a write-off for Exalt, but they're spreading out very quickly, making sure they dodge the nades coming out of Howl. Howl completely has decided to sweep out of their buildings. 4-man just running at the coastline, trying to catch these players come out of the boat. So far, no damage has been done, though, into Exalt, and they've reconsolidated a little bit, and Howl instantly realized they want to pull back from this. They don't want to extend too much into the open. Ruin has to be careful he doesn't get caught on the angle. And oh boy, this could have been massive. Howl got any of these nades to stick, but now they've got 2 players stuck in a 3v2, and the other 2, they can't really help.
Fate is there just watching the cross, really, so leaving those 2 Howl players stranded. It's going to be Schofield in the end who goes down first. I'm not sure how likely they are to actually find the revive onto that, but as the player is going to be spotted, it looks like that's all but denied. Howl are centered up in their position as the zone pulls down to the southwest. I don't think there was really anywhere else it could go, trying to eliminate as much water as possible. We should point out as well, FaZe Clan moved as soon as that circle popped. They were posted up, and no teams have really threatened them since. I think everyone now well aware that that Eastern Bridge is not something to be challenged.
No, teams know at this point that that's not a prospect you wanna investigate in now. Pink Venom still on the northern side. Sarvim still on the northern side. Sheesh making their way in from the west. Everyone else has made the cross, has at least gotten into our zone 3. Getting into zone 4 is going to be a little bit harder, especially on that southeast and eastern ridge where you saw FaZe and Foot Esports posting up. Not a ton of space there, but once you get in, it's very fightable terrain. So a lot of these teams are just hoping to get just 1 foot in the door, and from there on, they should be all right. But this is a mad circle to start us off for game 1, and
Freekill doesn't realize. I don't think he knows, otherwise surely his teammates would have picked him up. He's completely out of gases. Oh, FaZe, they're just stepping on the gas. 2 knocks converted into 1 kill. Bystanders now ready to take the fight as well.
That is classic FaZe, and that's exactly why they're still sticking around there. At some point, someone's going to be forced to cross that bridge, if they like it or not. The bystanders as well, they need to make the cross at some point. They are very patient with it, very careful. AC still finds an angle with the SLR. And now getting that res through, we might see FaZe just post up in front of them and try to choke them out of the zone. There is certainly a possibility for that to go through. There's also a chance for bystanders to just get a standing, though, and take that fight to FaZe. So they have a decision to make. Not like any other teams that really just have to run straight to zone because they're running out of meds. Free kill, 0 first aids for him. He's hoping that OG don't look west at the wrong time.
Oh, that was
and
close.
His team is trying to peek for him. Sheesh are making it in, but 1 shift away from them, and suddenly they're looking for a really, really rough transition to Zone 5.
We should talk about Sarvim here, because they have been in the blue for so long. I think they were looking for a boat, and it just never ended up coming. The question now becomes, are they going to expect a team like Bystanders to be posted up here, which seemingly the answer for now is yes. All saying Global Army healing up, potentially going to hop into 2 separate vehicles for a little bit of extra safety. Bystanders will hear this, and it could potentially put them in a tricky position. They've got a tough decision to make. Do they try and hold out this bridge rotation, or do they focus on FaZe? It looks like Herc is going to be the player trying to eliminate Sarvim, but unfortunately not able to land the shots. 80 still waiting, opting not to engage himself. Needs to be careful though, as Foot Esports also in the compound just down the road. It's a messy area of the zone. I am shocked that Ulseng and Global Army have managed to make it in.
Look at you saw 80 though. You saw him not shooting there, and you saw him instantly making the blue flank. This is no chance for Sarvin, but this is FaZe making the play, and now 80, the one blue flanking, is the last one up. He lines up multiple players, finds one with a barrel, but he's so damaged already. He's got to hit the first aid, and now he's just in a 1v3 versus the bystanders. No chance to make it in. He doesn't even get the med off. FaZe Clan eliminated as 12th, and the bystanders who had to cross the bridge, Chunks, they stay true here. And look at who's knocking on the door. It's Foot Esports already flying on in.
I am shocked right there that he didn't manage to pop that first aid in time, but it's a game of seconds. Oh, that's unfortunate, shooting at the dead body. But in the end, Herc does fall. Gino going to be able to get the trade. In return, 3 kills on the board now for bystanders. Keanu just going to try and play point, but Iroh's doing everything he can with that util. Takes down one. He's looking to follow it up with more bystanders. 3 kills on the board. Can they get another knock? No, it's Iroh again, popping off to take down another. Hjort has been somehow spared in this fight, but the question is for how long? Evidently not much. 3 kills for Iroh right there. He's back, baby.
Iroh's back. He's still dangerous with the util. They won't have a whole lot of idea about KT on the lower ground here, I don't think, but if they can reconsolidate, if they can shift back a little bit to the south to safer terrain, they should be all good. Foot Esports with a whole lot of points there. Very important points as well, because not only do they grab the kills on bystanders, they also clear their eastern edge and now have a super playable spot to make it in from. Polish Power making the aggression towards the coast of Exalt, and that's the team that we've been talking so much on day one here. It's win or die, shifting in on the southern edge, being quiet for the entirety of this game, but they'll soon bump heads with Foot Esports, and I'm fancying their chances, if I'm being honest.
Exalt, though, going to be taking an engagement against Polish Power. This could potentially bait Foot into pinching or even getting Howl involved here. It looks like Polish Power going to be able to find the opening damage as On Grind eliminated out in Night. We're into the placement, but Fate will narrowly get eliminated afterwards. Marslick looking with the SLR to find the damage onto Artix as he is just going to be jiggle peeking up. It doesn't quite work out. Foot Esports realizing now that they are potentially getting pushed from behind, so they've had to switch up their attention. Gedrox down to 1 HP as Polish Power. Oh no.
I hate to see it, but this is the fight we've been watching. Foot has to try and make a stand. I said they were clearing their edge, but as soon as they did, the new contender came knocking. Win or die, have to be a little bit careful. They don't want to overextend too much, but they want to take this fight, at least push away Foot Esports. The longer they take, the more of a chance of a third party on the southern side, but with all the information that we have, Chunks, we know that there isn't a whole lot of teams left on that southern side. It's a solo and a duo, so not the biggest amount of competition for this part of the circle. Now Weston, he's got the 3 gear, he's got the M4 ready. He needs to pop some heads though quickly. He's out positioned by the circle. He's got to make a move, and just like that, caught in the open, deals a whole lot of damage, doesn't get a single knock, and it's looking rough for Foot Esports.
Certainly is. Iroh trying to find an opening of his own, trying to just get that off angle, as now it's his teammate really just anchoring to try and cause a bit of a distraction, pushing up slowly but surely in that solo position. He is relying on this point on the rest of his squad, trying to bait, and that's what they're really having success with. Win or die are completely open, and this is the chance that Iroh was looking for. Eliminates one, carries it over to a second as his teammate will fall. A lot of damage comes through, and that's a second knock. Extend is falling. Sheesh, though, behind. Look to try and get involved as Iroh, the Util King, throws out a flash, and, well, that's going to deny a little bit more. Maybe the movement was spotted, but I don't think Iroh has the meds to work with. It'll just take 1 bullet. That's all that needed. Foot Esports out in 7th, but I'll tell you what, if the first aid had come through, you had to fancy his chances.
The man's an absolute bastion for Foot Esports in the last 2 days. He wasn't looking great in the group stages, but he got shot out of cars, I think, in 4 out of the 12 games, so you can't really blame him in that sense. Now, win or die, it was looking shaky, it was looking risky, but they get all 4 players back up. They have to contend with Molotov, or Molodoct, excuse me. He doesn't shoot the first player. He's surely shooting this. He lines them up, but he doesn't find the second, and look at the speed on that turn on Leosh. Instantly deals 80 damage. Slows Exalt in their tracks. But once again, I said if win or die wait too long, there's a third-party opportunity that is now becoming a reality, and they have to force this fight on one side or the other.
Holodoc able to find another knock as Dedrix is just there to pick things apart. Exalt out in 6th as Win or Die try to remain in it. They are going to switch up their position again. Polish Power also going to have to make a move now. They are in a slightly better position, I'd argue, than Howl in terms of the rotation, but the amount of open terrain ahead of them is really tricky to deal with. Win or Die do fall, but they are solid in 1st place for now. I don't think there's any chance of anyone catching up with them for the rest of this game. Howl, though, certainly going to do their best to try and close that gap, but not easy, as I mentioned, with that much open terrain ahead of them.
It's not easy. It's not easy if you're fellas either. 2 men alive. They're sitting in the center of the circle, but they know that once they have to move out, things are going to get tough. That's a spicy headshot by Michael, but they're just going to sit pretty and hope for the best at this point. Polish Power, similar things. They realize Howl has shifted away from them, so they will just sit on the terrain that they have right now, build the angles, and figure out a way to cross to the southern side of the zone when it comes around. It's going to be mostly interesting to see what Howl does with this, because they have possibly the worst spot in the zone right now. They've got some playable terrain, but not really a whole lot of space when you consider where Marsalek can peek, how far he can see into Howl, and what Sheesh can see from the other side. So a bit of a challenge ahead of them, especially with the zone kicking on in. We have a few seconds to tell the circle, or for the circle to tell us where we're going, and that is fantastic news for Howl, and it's a heartbreak for Sheesh.
I was about to say, like, Howl's position could be very powerful. I think the real thing that's causing them a problem here is the lack of vehicles. If they just had a UAZ or something, it would be that extra bit of cover that would really change this position to be so powerful. But the use of smokes and using this ridgeline to try and really suppress Polish Power before they focus any other fights might just be the way to go about it. Grendis is going to try and backfill onto Fellas potentially, but they don't have to move out of this compound. It's really going to be a case of, okay, let's try and hug the wall and not get spotted, but it's not going to be easy. 20 seconds until that zone starts to make a move, Kovo, and it seems like nobody wants to be the first squad to actually do it.
No, sheesh, they're trying to find the timing, but the more time they waste here, the more Howl is going to be trying to establish themselves on this eastern side. The more Fellas is going to be able to pin down the positions because the less space is available for Sheesh on the hillsides. They will probably just end up in the open arms of Fellas here, Sheesh, but 6 kills in a 4th place is not a bad game no matter how this ends up. Tixu's going to be happy if he can pick up 2 kills. But who knows? A DMR headshot can do a whole lot of damage in this stage of the game. It maybe not if you're Michael, but if you're Tixu with a level 2 helmet, surely there is a chance for Sheesh, but you can see this already. They know the angles, they know where the players can be, and they're just doing so much damage on the approach. This is the more interesting one. This is the game-deciding fight. Polish Power versus Howl. It's got to kick off at some point, but Marsalek has to be really careful not to overstep. The angle of ruin is pretty impactful.
Everybody here is just anchoring that smoke for Howl. I think that they know there's going to be a player behind it. It looks like a second potentially about to follow up as well. There's that little bit of a buffer between the two squads, but as Laser opens up, this could be the cue for either of these teams start making a move. Obviously, Polish Power did have a man advantage. That's just been taken away from them. As the Mad wants to swing down low, he's going to be looking for Cappy. Gets caught with a flashbang, though, so needs to be a little bit careful about it. Sheesh on the southern side still working their way in, throwing down the smokes and potentially drawing the attention of Michael. It's Grendis, however, who goes down first, as Dedrix potentially about to deny the points. Instead, though, gets spotted out, and it's Tixu who steals them away. 2 on the board as they flushed out both players, and now Polish Power also able to get the revive.
Much needed points for the Fellas, and I feel like a bit of a missed opportunity for Polish Power. The position wasn't that amazing for Howl until they got 2 players into this lower ground. Now it becomes extremely hard for Polish Power to peek over this ridge line, because as soon as they peek with their DMRs out, they know they have 2 players close with ARs ready to push onto them, and it limits their options by a great deal. It's still a 3v4 on the northern side, but very good positions for Howl now, and unless some really, really good shots come out onto Ruin, or he gets caught on some sort of approach, this will be a tough push to make for Polish Power.
Howl looking for that opening, but in the end, it's Michael who's able to return things. Mad gets a knock of his own, but Howl now as a 2-man need to be very careful about how they take this. Nork is going for that high ground position, looking down towards Mad, but still not able to find it. This has allowed Tixu to start moving in from the back as Michael just takes shots on the rooftop, doing everything he can to find that damage. Tixu, oh, if he'd thrown that nade, it could have been a very concise ending to the game, I think it's fair to say.
It's good stuff from the fellas here. Michael has the guts to get onto the Wizard Tower on the roof. That's how he finds Ruin there. Makes a big move for Polish Power, but Tixu's instantly there to try and pounce on the back of this. As Mad gets another knock here, which is certainly possible. Doesn't get it. Laza has to do with the M4. He's last one up for Howl. But there's Tixu with the nades now. He's coming on in. He finds the person. He finds so much damage on the backlines of Polish Power. Look at this. Krunio 1 HP. Masterleg. He's just trying to find anything he can, but it's Michael who takes it away on the one side. Tixu on the other. It's a 2v3, 2v2. This is super possible for fellas.
Doing everything they can to keep it alive, but it's going to be tricky as this zone moves in. Cappy is going to be able to get that heal off the nade, though, kind of change things, and you have to think now the tide has completely swung around. Fellas get a chicken dinner, 8 kills on the board, and honestly, Kovo, for a team that in the past days didn't really make it to the late game that often, that was a real switch in playstyle from a very early aggressive playstyle to a bit more reserved, get in position, then make it count.
That's a wild endgame played out of these players. That is Michael and Tixu just stepping up massively for fellas. They lose 2 players super early. That's why they play like this. They're a 2-man with 15 teams alive. And then they close out that late game just like that. It's a massive MK knock from Michael, and then Tixu has the guts as well to just get really aggressive on Polish Power, realize they're bunched up on that ridge line, and that they don't really have anywhere to go. That is wild. That is not a game they should have won. That is 18 points. That could have easily been 0. That's got to feel mighty good if you're fellas.
Yeah, it was a tricky one. It was a messy one. Maybe we can find a little bit of method to all that madness on the desk. Let's throw it back to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you, boys. Holy moly, fellas! Get themselves the win for the start of the day. And likewise, I didn't expect that either. Joining me, Saga, as well as Froz here for this one. And Saga, where do we even begin? I mean, they had this compound for a while, but, you know, I didn't expect them to be able to take out Polish Power and Howl, considering the positions and strength they had in numbers, I suppose.
Yeah, I think what we should... you say, where should we begin? I think we begin at phase 2, because that circle was disgusting. That ruined a lot of teams' games that looked to have good positioning, but the hard south shift onto the military island made it so difficult for so many teams. Like, if you weren't taking a boat, you're kind of just going to die, because Win or Die were lurking on the west bridge, FaZe on the east, but fellas got the timing on the rotate so perfect. They were on the northern side of the east bridge. They crossed over before FaZe set up their bridge camp, just unfortunately got a little bit too close to Howl to lose 2 players early on, but held their position and then played the late game so incredibly well, even with the numbers disadvantage, with Michael up on top of the Harry Potter, the Wizard Tower, just getting the angle with that MK, dealing disgusting damage.
Yeah, proper patient plays from the 2 remaining. I think that is fair to say here, as they get themselves 18 points on the board. Polish Power, 12 points. Froz, you know, I'm a happy boy because I get to pick either fellas or Polish Power getting the win. Either way, I'm happy with the result.
Hey, I think they are happy too, right? Both of the teams are getting a lot of points on the board. Both of the teams were needing a lot of points on the board. So this is a great start for them. What's not great for a lot of the other teams is that Win or Die and Howl is still gathering a lot of the points as well. These points is needed by a lot of the other teams who didn't get that much. Teams like FaZe Clan, sure, FaZe Clan is maybe a little bit more secured up there, but you have teams like Heroic, Pink Pony, Bystanders that could have used those kind of points. But yeah, it was a messy circle, messy start, of course, and yeah, it was just rough for a lot of the teams. Let's be honest. This kind of circle, ping pong back and forth like this, going all the way down to south and stuff like that. It is a rough one. Both the bridges being camped, and I mean, Polish Power made maybe one of the best decisions when it came to that crossing. They actually went for a cliffside and just swam across while all the teams were basically busy taking either the eastern or western bridge and just like fighting each other over there.
Not a common play, the swim, but it worked out for Polish Power, who kind of sat along what is effectively that kind of woods next to the beach, and were able to do things for quite a while there, Saga. But beyond that, I mean, we had crazy scenarios here, there, and everywhere. Morlock from Exalt manages to get himself up here on the board. They crashed into the position of Howl, which I thought Howl was going to hold them out a bit stronger than that, but Exalt continued on their campaign to get a little bit on the board here.
Howl yesterday, we pointed out so many times, was so good at doing exactly that, holding out their backline, making sure no one could get across and encroach on their territory. But the position of Polish Power, the fact that they jumped off the cliff and made the swim so early on before a lot of teams even had the chance to find a boat to get across, was really hampering their chances. They couldn't get as aggressive as they wanted to on that hold, and that just left Exalt lurking on the side. They'd already picked up a fair few kills back over the other side of the bridge, but it really meant that Howl wasn't able to push out and take as much control as they wanted, but they still managed to get to the end game and get another top 3 on the board regardless.
I feel like they edited out the PNC logo on his jersey.
Yeah.
What happened? But anyway, regardless, there's Michael, our currently PNC world champion, alongside them. So great to see fellas getting quite the points on the board here, Froz. But we can actually check in with one of our teams to see what they were communicating like in the game.
Blue tree. He's knocking blue tree. One's a bit more west now.
Just go peek the last cow guys, dueling them as well. Nice.
Build
One
Howl.
more
Same place, Ollie.
It's like
I'm from
maybe
Norway.
last guy.
I'm going now.
Maybe last guy.
I've got 4 nades. Is it just one?
Maybe last guy. Don't know if they
Mid.
rest. Just on the double trees, yeah, there.
On my flasher.
Is he on the close tree or no?
Knocks out there, yeah.
Go together. Flashing it twice.
It's on the further two. Right there.
Nice boys. Let's go.
Well, compared to some team comms from the past 2 days, that was quite calm and civil. I'm kind of surprised, Froz.
I'm not too surprised, I'd say. They're very disciplined players, but what I really like was you could hear Rastama relaying a lot of the information, right? He was not still alive, but he was watching both of their POV, make sure that he's watching, for example, Tixu, relaying the information to Michael, exactly where the players are. Sometimes that will help out because then Tixu can focus on his own game and he can help Michael to locate where the enemies are, where to put the nades, where to aim, where to be prepared that a potential enemy player might pop out.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. Even if you are down in the game, you're still of valuable use when it comes to those comms and information coming in. But anyway, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, more Erangel on the way for PCS7. Yeah, how will you make the play? For me, for my money, all of those vehicles were a little bit too slow. You know what isn't slow, Froz? It's the McLaren that you could probably get in game right now. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I want to ask you, like I've been doing for the past couple of days, how many coupes have you been turning into McLarens and then just racing off to turn another one into a McLaren?
Too many. I can't count.
Yeah,
it's way too many. Way too many.
Well, you've got the one with the butterfly doors. I don't have that yet.
Yes.
I've got the other one, but I like mine anyway. Saga, are you getting rocked up with the McLaren? You getting good to go?
Listen, I'm just a default skin pleb out here. I do not own it yet. The adverts, I need a few more before I'm convinced. So hopefully Chunks and Co will have us covered.
Don't worry, we'll hook you up.
Yeah. We're apparently the dealership now all of a sudden. Anyway, moving on quickly. Erangel's on the cards. So far, so good for fellas as well as Polish Power. They get themselves the lion's share of the points coming in. However, up towards the top, not too much movement in the top 3 per se, but fellas now moves up to 4th place here, Saga. Big for them.
It really is. There was a huge game, jumped up 7 points overall in the standings. They were one of the teams who was sort of lurking on the edge of breaking into the top 6. And now that they've broken their way into it, it just becomes a matter of consistency, keeping themselves head above the water. Maybe for BBL, they're looking at this and going, okay, a little bit more of the same, not too bad, because some of the other teams that are threatening their spot on 86 points, which we know is a little shaky, Heroic, FaZe Clan, Pink Pony, Bystanders, none of them got more than 3 points in that game. And for BBL, they're going to need 5 teams to overtake them on points. So they're okay with this, how things are going currently. But we know how all of those teams can have a very quick comeback. Heroic proved it yesterday. Terrible first start of the game, but at the end, they came absolutely on fire.
probably a feel-good moment for some of the teams that got themselves points off this game, Froz, because this circle, I mean, as Saga mentioned, even Circle 2 alone is an absolute carnage setter. I mean, East Bridge, that bridge count was going on for what felt like 15 minutes during that. After that, it was rough for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, for a lot of teams, it's probably like, all right, let's never mind that game. Let's play like it's a best of 5 instead. But unless your name is Win or Die or Howl right now, there is no way you're hitting the brakes yet. It doesn't matter if you won the game, if you got a second place, you got still so much to play for. You have so many good teams that is just behind you right now, that is on your back, and they are chasing you. So there is high potential here that we'll see a lot of teams end up towards the top and fighting each other. And as soon as they start figuring out, oh, this is a team that is a big threat for us, they might just try to go there, try to third party eliminate that team before they even try to get into the zone or something like that. It might potentially happen, something like that.
Well, I asked Froz who his eyes were on going into Erangel. Saga, I'll ask you the same. And also, what was that device? Was that your notes that you were...
It may have been. You caught me. I wanted to say Howl at the start of today because we saw in the group stages where them and bystanders were actually sharing Yasnaya. Looks like that might not be the case, but that is where they get a lot of their points. At the start of yesterday in particular was Howl just holding on to the compounds around that area. But now, after a bit of a slow game one, we're looking at the likes of FaZe Clan, of bystanders as well, and Pink Pony as well as 3 teams that are right on the edge of that top 6, but they need a little bit more to go their way to actually solidify it.
Fair play, fair play. All right, well, Erangel on the way once again. After this, we only have one more Erangel, and then it's all the way through Miramar to see who can rack up those points. So far, so good for Fellas and Polish Power, who are able to get themselves plenty of points on the previous Erangel. That was a lot of P's. But now we head over to the Mic Slingers themselves, Chunks and Kovo, for Erangel 2.
That is right, boys. Apologies about that. Forgot to unmute my mic. And we are back here on Erangel for game number 2 of the evening. Man, it feels like every PCS I do, there's always one moment where I forget to do that.
It's unfortunate. It does happen every now and then. At least it's at the start of the game. It's not in the middle of a clutch. It's not in the middle of a team fight. So we've missed you talking for 5 seconds while the plane was starting its trajectory over Erangel. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of everything, as so far, no one's even landed yet, Chunks. Don't worry too much about it.
Phew. That's a relief. Kicking things off, as I mentioned, I forgot where I unmuted, but a lot more of a friendly playing path, it feels like now. Everyone should be able to get to the drop spots they wanted. And also, we should probably note bystanders now going for Lipovka instead of Shelter. I don't think they really actually wanted that drop spot. Either that or they're aware of Polish Power. And that could actually be an early game engagement here, as it looks like Flamey and Marcelik want to go for the same vehicle. Polish Power backing off of it this time.
Polish Power is a team that's shifted towards this as one of their drops, I think, especially with Win or Die in the lobby. We've seen them yesterday as well. We've also seen the bystanders shifting around quite a bit. And another team that you have to touch on when you talk about drop spots is FUT Esports here. They like their multi-power drop, but they have absolutely been swatted by Entropic in the hot drop when they first started landing there. So they had to leave it. And now that Entropic's not in this lobby, they can grab it back and get themselves a really nice Circle 1 right on their loot spot.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? The Circle 1 is so wet. I think that's the best way to put it. So much water inside of it and very little land. Now, when we've seen this circle, was it yesterday or the day before, man? They've been so exciting. They've all kind of merged into one at this point. When we've seen circles like that, they've been messy very early on. I think that Phase 2 is probably going to decide it, though, because this is one that I think most teams are fairly familiar with. Honestly, I don't think there should be too many problems. I just noticed this, and I think I can see you waving on the side, Kovo. What's going on here with Exalt? Did one of their players crash or something, or did they just jump too early? I'm so confused.
Big shout out to the observers for showing us this. That's not that easy to show off. They show us the minimap of the other 3 Exalt players, and they show us what Fade's doing there. I am almost certain that he crashed. There's obviously, we always give credit to the possibility that he was, you know, going for a bit of a toilet break or something. He's certainly jumped way too late out of the plane. Exalt is a very pure team and not really trying to mess with any of that mansion forest area, but I'm a little bit happy to see him disengage that compound as well. Seeing Yort die there to a player that is there because he maybe was AFK or crashed in the plane would have been an absolute tilter for the bystanders. And as one of the teams who has a lot to lose in this elimination stage, that would have certainly not been really what they want for their mental going forward.
Really not the best way to start as Heroic now. Be looting up towards Hospital. It's going to be a pretty tricky rotation, I think, for them. Pink Venom, though, things are getting pretty tricky very early on as Nex almost got taken out of that vehicle then. That could have been a very unfortunate start to the game. Pink Venom going to be working their way through as she's not too successful in finding the shots, but at the end of the day, it's one headshot short of everything falling apart for.
There's some wild rotations going on. Pink Venom, they got to get around Sheesh, but we also have MTB going through the middle of Team Elite around this sort of farm area. Again, MTB not in a bad spot in Circle 1, but an extremely split approach into the first zone. Junzi is the furthest north. They have players already deeper into the zone with Jester and Katurkin, and then they have one somewhere in between. This is going to get, this might get really crazy once again, Chunks. We haven't really had quiet early games a lot, not in any of these days. And this is feeling like a potential crash coming out for MTB. And well, there it is. Bad Boy finds a good bit of damage. Ward has to be careful. Has to try and dodge and weave with his UAS. Are they just re-crashing on this solo?
It looks like it. Bad Boy's doing what he can to try and survive, but it looks like he's going to try and back out of this one in the end. The M4 clearly out of ammo and unfortunately almost out of health. Oh, the spray comes through with the AK and it works out. Bad Boy going down early. That is a real casualty here for Team Elite, a player that we spoke so much about and with good reason. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of chances for them to try and close this up as they are one of the first teams in the circle. So I mean, at least they've got something to work out of, but we saw yesterday what happened in this very same position that they're holding. When Foot Esports moved their way through, it became such a mess so quick.
You hate to see it. It's always rough when you get crashed zone 1 and you can't really just take the fight. MTP is going for round 2 onto Pink Venom as well. As we see a few knocks happening in the kill feed. It's just, he makes the right play there, I think, by disengaging. It's just a little bit too little too late. He's too slow with the Dacia to turn it around. No chance to get out of there. Feels bad for Team Elite. Feels bad to die in Circle 1 while a team is just full flying into you. As we see Exalt in a similar location we saw them last game, hoping to group up with Fate, but they have a long travel ahead of them, Chunks.
Certainly do, but they are at least making it into the zone here, Exalt, as they just find that entrance about. I'm interested to see which teams end up fighting early here, whether we are going to see those big compound crashes that we've seen a lot in the past, because with the zone like this, there are so few playable positions, but at the same time, we often see squads that do make these late rotations. Look at Heroic, Pink Pony, Fellas, Win or Die. They often play a little bit slower and they prefer to sweep that edge. So even though this circle looks very messy, if you're a team that can find order in that mess, then you're going to be in a very strong position going forward, even if it is just a case of not going for late game and just trying to clear out your edge.
I think edge is a good talking point here, because I think it's a little bit underrated to just not send for this super concentrated area we see between Polish Power, FaZe, Bystanders, that area around the road that allows you to play into the southern circles and into the lumber mill circles a little bit, is super popular, gets super stacked. You'll see teams 4-man crashing a compound in Circle 1. You see, for example, Foot Esports or Bystanders super concentrated around that area. There is really a lot to be said for playing it like Howl did, and they will do again here on the shelter or prison side of things, or like an Entropic like to do on the very far south of it. Just getting so much more space and getting the opportunity that once the circle comes to you, you have tons of information, you have tons of angles already built up, and if you're not quite sure why that's so good, I think you should go back and watch how Howl won that Milta Power game, because they were in the same position that they are in right now, Chunks, on the very far northwest edge, and the game ended in the absolute center where Foot Esports is playing, and Howl still won it just because of how slow and how calculated they played it. So I think there's tons to be said for playing a little bit further edge than a lot of teams give themselves credit to.
I like it when you see a team actually bust out the coordinated shots. It's not something you see too often, as you saw in the replay there. By a second bullet, he'd already found the knock. It's an underrated strategy, it feels like, in the early game. Sure, it's a little sweaty at times, it can feel like, and it does take a lot of coordination. But look, if you've got a teammate nearby, you may as well work together. And you know what? If you want to support some of these teams, you should probably get hold of those PCS7 skins. Remember, 30% of the revenue does go to the prize pool and to helping out the team. So if you want to help boost that prize pool and give them all the more to play for, make sure that you go and purchase some of those skins and rock them in game.
Rocking them game. Show people what you support. I think every time I see someone running around with the new happy skins, similar things, right? You're maybe just supporting one team, but it's still something about esports. There's a little bit of added respect that you give to that player, because you know he watches PUBG Esports, and if you're watching PUBG Esports, you're an absolute Chad. This is not a Chad moment for Paige, though. Hits the F key at an unfortunate timing, maybe a little bit scared by Deadrix getting the shots there, and just like that, Heroic down to 3.
50 seconds until that phase 2 makes a pop, and Heroic are really not showing much sign of stopping. T-Bone does pull into the farm compound, but it looks like Beamy instead wants to just go off on his own, play the hillside. Not sure exactly what the logic is there, but I'm sure that they will soon demonstrate exactly why they are pulling that one off. Maybe it is just going for a 2-2 split, trying to bank on something a little bit further inside zone, but I mean, looking at the map, Beamy is just driving round in circles right now. Maybe to bait out shots, that's the only thing I can think. Pink Pony, well, they've just achieved that as win or die. Going to take some shots down in their direction. Jira will be able to get out of here as Hakatori returns that fire, and it's Gedrox the first to fall.
Hakatori is someone we haven't really spoken about yet today, but his performance on day 1 or day 2 is certainly something to talk about. He's absolutely massive. Absolutely massive for Pink Pony, but hold that thought. Look at this zone. There's 30% maybe of landmass in this circle chunks. We don't even see half of it because it's so far east. It's an absolute abomination of a phase 2 shift, and we're about to see, I think we're about to see about 60 players in vehicles right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be another one of those games, and I feel so sorry for Groups B and C right now, because it feels like today we're not going to get a game at this rate. We're not going to get a full game that everyone is able to make something out of. But at the same time, the thing that we love about PUBG is the fact that it does have that randomness, that we can get circles like this. And ultimately, in my opinion, and honestly, a lot of other people may disagree, having these wacky circles, the teams that come out on top are the ones that I believe are truly the best, the ones who can consistently perform when all the odds are against them. Fellas, well, they're trying to find that consistency. After game 1, it's certainly on the right track, but those rotation shots, nothing landed.
Nothing landing just yet. Lazar's got a bit of a mishap, but Mad is there to just punish Fate. Never able to group up with the rest of his squad. Unfortunately, that's a story that's not going to work out for Exalt, as the Wild Sends are continuing towards the Milta power area. FaZe Clan already set up to punish. Werbitum comes in with 1 HP. He's got to be extremely careful. I don't know if AT has the angle. Yes, he does. He's got a barrel, though. He's got to fit the bullet through a fence. It's not pretty. There's still a chance that Exalt is able to pick something up on the more eastern side of things. Exalt, he needs 1 bullet. Molodok, yes, he does find it. Not as clean as he would want it to be. He takes a lot of time, and he actually gets taken out for it. The suppressor not really doing him a whole lot of favors. Uno is about to clean this up, and Exalt, just like that, in a fantastic position, but with 2 members strong.
Exalt in real trouble now. Is going to be Diggory, the first player to take one from FaZe, as Artix is pretty much eliminated, likely to be flushed out unless his teammate can find that revive very quickly. As Eris throws down the smokes, it looks like he should be able to. He'll die, though. This is rough, going straight through the center of Howl. Currently the only team that's really threatening that gap. Ruin goes for the spray onto Gusiera, but unfortunately is not going to find any success with it. Instead, only finds Grendis' bullets straight to the body. Win or die, following the same rotation path. Maybe fellas can correct the mistakes they made on the Polish power push. They pop a tire, they pop ahead, but nothing else coming just yet. Maybe Tiksu can thread the needle onto one of these vehicles, but Gedrox is really out on his own. Gonna have to try and run up a cliff face with Polish power just laying in wait.
Laying in wait. Marsalek is trying to line up the knock. Now Extens does a big slip up. sitting still in a position like this is not going to pay off. But oh, I'm not sure if Marshak actually dropped that nade. He's going to be able to crawl around the tree and should be fine even if he did. But instantly traded on win or die. They are so scary to shoot at. And even though the fellas do a whole lot of damage, they have Polish power, not going to be able to pounce on that. Going to have to get that res back up. Sheesh on the other side, still fighting off Worster's Howl. Not a pretty fight, not an easy one. This is where Howl sort of crumbles, Chunks. When they have control, when they have good circles, when they're able to build up their shifts, they looked fantastic. When they had early conflicts, they were losing members quite consistently. And this is another one of those games, and it's another chance for teams like Fellas and FaZe to put them in a better spot on the leaderboard.
Is this the most Eastern Circle that we can get? It certainly feels like it's close, doesn't it? With how that thing just popped, the majority of the zone now being water, we are guaranteed a Milta Power ending at least, which I guess that's a positive if you like the action. Heroic going to be first to kind of lead the charge, but it's going to be Foot Esports landing some shots onto them. Orde also going to be going down. T-Bone eliminated on the rotation. A tire is actually popped, but in the end, the kill is stolen away, and the point going the way of Pink Venom instead. Heroic, I thought they were just going to play the dip around this location. It looks like they want to move all the way up top, and Fairest is waiting for it. The nade is perfectly ahead, maybe just a little bit undercooked. It's now Beamy caught with the headshot. Exalt really causing a problem even as a solo.
It's a respectable play, I think, for Heroic. They're not trying to go for a mediocre position that they can easily get. They're trying to go for something big because they know they're a duo. They need a fantastic position. They need something that's completely uninhabited, and they need something that gets them into late game for free. Now she's finally clean up the rest of Howl. Free kill on the drive by the Groza is going to close things out, but a lot of time invested for Sheesh, a lot of time for other teams to close out the gaps and close out the edge of the circle. As we see right now for Savim, they're having a hard time getting into this. Pink Venom's ready. Kasu might have the angle. I think he spotted Baron Peak on that jump. Now he certainly has. Lines it up. Knocks it down. Another kill for Pink Venom. And it's another tough game for Savim Esports. And the rest of them as well. It's just flying on in next to multiple teams.
Savim doing what they can, but there's only open space, really, as 80 tries to do what he can, lands a couple of bullets. One more would probably finish the job, but instead, it's going to be OG who are now set to defend. Savim looking to take the other building here, so I guess they can remain in it together if they so choose. Keanu takes down Juenzi as... well, he's going to be flushed out as well. I thought the smoke would be enough, and Marcelik, well, those shots are enough to find another kill on the board for Polish Power on grind with only Uno. He's going to spot out Cappy, lands a few, but ultimately down to 1 HP, and unable to make the cross. It is messy, Kovo, as 14 teams remain, and well, if Pink Pony land one more nade, it's going to be down to 13.
I can't believe I said last game that we haven't really had a quiet early game yet, and this is what we get in game 2. Now, Paris steps up. That was looking scary for a second. He lined up a nice first kill. He's not able to get any more. The Bystander still fragging. The Bystander still putting DMR damage in, but look at his breach. FaZe is cleaning up Pink Venom just like that. That's 4 kills at a heartbeat. That's a point injection if I've ever seen one. And now Katurkin, he's cruising on into the dip. He's looking for Yanni. Does he know he's at the rock? Now they've heard the information. He's jumping over. Yanni doesn't know. He's coming around the side. What? How do you turn that around?
I have no idea how he just pulled that off. I think it was maybe Foot Esports that went for the third parties. They took down Yanni in the end, but that was I don't know. That was either insane reactions or a third party. I think we're going to need a slow-mo replay of that later on because I need to know what just happened there. Polish Power, though, still remain 4 men strong, steadfast in Milta Power as no other team outside the circle right now. It becomes a little bit of a TDM for the next 30 seconds till Phase 4 makes its move. Remember that the water should have been cut out in this zone as well, so it's anyone's guess where it goes in Phase 5.
Polish Power finally lose 1. Kruni is a little bit too far ahead, looking to get some information on the northern side of things. Would I die punished quickly? Remember, Polish Power as well, they were on those rocks earlier, shifted deeper into Milta Power because they realized someone was going there. We've got FaZe on the south, and we've got Pink Pony on the hillsides, and then Foot Esports still sitting in small power, still pretty and still in the zone with a lot of possibilities now to make the move on out. And as we still have 10 teams, we only have 30 players left. Not a lot of teams are 4 alive right now, Chunks, especially when you look at Heroic, you look at Savim, solo and a duo. And this is going to slow down quite considerably from the craziness we had in phase 1 to 4. We're going to slow things down a little bit until we see where the next zone goes.
It's just a waiting game for now, isn't it? Just teams popping shots. Win or die Pink Pony are really the only ones that have an option here where they could theoretically try and take an early game fight. I guess you could say the same for FUT Esports, but they can hold on to this compound, and I wouldn't blame them for doing so. Maybe want to wait, because that next shift, if it does go to the west, will push a lot of those Milta Power teams down to the west and potentially in towards phase. So then when that fight kicks off, it will give them a lot of respite in terms of that rotation they want to make through, and hopefully not as much pressure. So I think that would maybe be why we're not seeing FUT moving just yet in this zone. But as they do send players into the vehicles, it might be them trying to get a little bit expeditious and open things up a little bit more. Dead barely remains in it after catching those shots from Leosh. But Team Elite right now seem pretty. Iroh, risky play, but I like the fact he's going about getting an off angle.
Yeah, I think he's also just trying to get some information, figuring out how playable the dips are, if you can spot any snakes, because this is one of the potential moves for FUT Esports. The other one is closer to the fence or pulling up into the bystanders ridge and trying to nade out that wizard tower, but that's obviously a much more aggressive approach than just trying to shift into the dips. 8C pops ahead onto Rastamar. That's an easy res to get. It's still, again, a first aid taken, some armor damaged. That's about to be it for fellas. The circle goes northwest. Almost everyone's sitting pretty. Corexi will be going for a little bit of a sneak play. Pink Pony is the one that has to make a big move. And then FUT Esports, like we said, maybe going into bystanders, maybe going into that fence area. They're all mounting up. They're getting ready to go. And there is still a ridge west of bystanders as well that they can just pull up and try to start making plays out from there.
30 seconds until that phase 5 moves, and it's FUT Esports that really start to get proactive in this zone. They've got themselves a couple of nice dips to work with, and I really like the proactivity coming out here from this squad to get in there early. Bystanders facing a little bit of trouble on their rotate, though, as Herc tries to reposition, maybe not realizing he's just opened himself up now to FUT Esports. Zone starts to make its move in just a second. The majority of teams still yet to make a move, by the way, including Win or Die and Pink Pony, who now will get in the vehicles, and losing Zabila, it's going to make it tricky.
That's big. That's big for FUT Esports. That means a whole lot less pressure coming in from the east. That means Pink Pony not being able to flex out nearly as aggressively as they would have maybe wanted to. Once again, it's the same sort of ridge that FUT Esports could have competed for if they wanted to, but they have decided to shift more north. Regardless, there will become a time where they have to move further in, and so will Pink Pony, and that sort of fence line around Milta Power is going to become a focus point, Chunks. And taking out teams that can wrap around you, stab you in the back when you're making the play deeper into the zone is massive for FUT Esports. And unless FUT doesn't have a vehicle to get Western out of there, they should be in for a decent zone 5 and usually get phase 6 as well.
Western, the final to make that move to group up with the rest of his team as they start to prepare for that end game. And I think realizing majority of teams are going to have to make a move out of Milta sooner or later. They still need to be aware, though, that this is not necessarily their end game position. There's probably going to be more movement yet to make. Norkis, with a couple of shots there, does have a bit of success, but can't convert it. He's getting to that point in the game now, though, Kovo, where everybody's vests and helmets are kind of shot. So it's worth taking those shots, because 1 or 2 mini bullets might be a whole lot different to what they would have been in the early game. It's always worth finding that little bit of damage, burning that util on the other side of things, and then just softening up those knocks when they finally do come around.
Armor especially is such a big topic in the late game, and it's why we see players pop off so much more towards the end, where the armor is weakened and you can just get kills a lot quicker. Cobra with another good bit of damage over the top. It's gonna sting for Team Elite that they don't have Bad Boy on the server right now, because they will have to take a fight into this phase 6 no matter where they go. It's not going to be on them, and there it is. There is that fence separating the unplayable part of the circle with the playable part. The bystanders and FUT Esports have the 2 positions on the west that are really in and playable, and then everyone else has to just compete for that fence line. It's going to go absolutely crazy inside Milta Power, and it's going to go absolutely crazy on the northern side as well.
Hakatori was spotted out by FaZe. So Pink Pony facing a little bit of difficulty on this rotation. I think everybody in Milta Power really will now, as the amount of space just becomes more and more limited. Polish Power, Norkis getting ready to open things up with a Molotov. It actually lands very close to go Global Army, but it's not going to be enough to actually set the player on fire. Dead. Moving back. Team Elite in it till the late game. They were pretty settled inside their compound, but now they have to start changing things up pretty quickly. Phase 6 about to make its move, and you have to think it's just a matter of seconds till everything happens at once. Here come the nades, and surely this is the push from Polish Power.
This will be a push from Polish Power. This will be a push from Pink Pony. We already saw Dead outside marking trees for his teammates to see if they were in the zone, putting the quick marker down. Now he finds X10s, and after X10s, we've seen him sit still earlier and getting punished by Marsalek. Now, similar opportunity for Dead. He has to not get too close. He needs to land the 2-tap, and it's a headshot and a body shot, but it's not a knock. That's massive. X10s can peek on over and help out Leosh here massively, but that's a nade coming in. That's enough damage to at least get the knock before he gets traded. And that nade is actually flushing things out. Dead is making the entry for TE. The rest of the squad is not there to trade just yet, as Polish Power have demolished Savim Esports and Milta Power.
Put Esports also going to be working their way across, as FaZe have kept themselves up to 8 kills. They were able to completely eliminate Pink Pony just a second ago while we were on this fight, so really impressive to see from them coming alive. It shows that just because you're playing a position kind of passive, it doesn't mean that you can't stack up those kills when they count. Team Elite, though, they're playing a little bit more passive after losing another player, especially up against a team like Win or Die. You've got to be careful. Keanu does go down to the Molotov, though, as Foot Esports going to be making their push through. Iroh is the first player on that squad to be eliminated. More mollies coming through, and that should be the end of Hjor as it spreads. He will likely just be trapped in the back, but no, actually remaining in it just about, and even looking like he might be able to get his teammate up.
It's going to be a bombardment. If they have more nades, they're coming into the top floor, and they'll realize at some point that they have to clear this. There is a chance for him to get that res, but he doesn't know if there's another nade coming, and there it is. You see that from his POV. There is no counterplay. He doesn't know when it's coming. It's well cooked, and Foot Esports make the approach into the Wizard Tower. That's the downside to that position. It's so hard to hold, especially when you don't have the bridge on the west. And that's what we see at Bystanders fall to. FaZe, on the other hand, they've just been biding their time on the south for a few circles, and now they're completely alive. Chunks, 10 kills already, 5 on AC4 and Gustav. They're looking to make that more into Polish Power, and they're not going to stop there. They're looking to take a fight to the fellas as well.
Marsalek tried to make a bit of a peek, but as the final player from Polish Power, it's not going to be easy. He wants to work his way through, but fellas are just doing everything they can to deny it. They're also making their entrance into zone now, so it could be his opportunity to sneak up from behind. FaZe Clan really just waiting for their moment to strike. They've already got a plenty of kills on the board. They just want to finish off the job. Here is the replay, though, on what happened with Win or Die, as Cobra was just laying there prone. He waited, and, well, the trigger discipline worked out in the end. Decent kills to keep Team Elite in it and ultimately get them 3+ points on the board.
Super important points as well. They want to stay clear of that bottom 2. They're making a big step towards that. They're not going to be competing for a top 6. They're not going to be competing for finals now. They're making sure that they get into last chance. We've talked about that plenty yesterday. We'll have the desk discuss it when it's time. For now, Marsalek is trying to get more points on the board for Polish Power. He's not only got the fellas looking at them, though, and there's Teekstu. It's ringing around the smokes. He knows where the circle has gone. He knows where the blue must have pushed Marsalek into, and that's all that they need to put that pick kill on his tally. Gets the placement point as well. Michael over the top might find Vex here. The spray's not clean. It's a little bit of damage. It's a warning shot. But the more time passes here, Chunks, the more fellas are going to be locked into this warehouse. And it's not going to be easy to leave with FaZe just staring you down from the south.
Cobra doing what he can to stay up, but as Rustamar is just trained onto that smoke, it's not a question of if, more so when. As soon as Rustamar lands those shots, the rest of fellas will likely turn their heads in the same direction. I say that, but as FaZe start to get involved as well, it might just be enough of a distraction for Cobra to sneak his way through. The shots do land as Cobra tries to return some of his own. He falls to zone to denying those points, and now it is fellas versus FaZe. 8Z goes down as Vex tries to trade it out. 11 kills on the board for FaZe, and it looks like a med as well, as Vex picking up 8C and getting him over to some form of safety before going for that revive. Tiksu does fall to range as Foot Esports also going for a bit of a third party. Rustamar with the spray, but it's just not enough. FaZe are setting up an absolute firing line right now, and Fella's just really not able to get through it. Miracu now down to the final player for that squad, but as he gets peppered, there's only the wall for cover. He cannot play proactively anymore.
No, and it was always going to be hard to get out of that warehouse, but FaZe showing good discipline there, making sure that they're covering the angle even while getting the res, making sure they're not getting third party all too much, but there's that third party, and even though they have a good idea of where Miracle might be, they've now lost a player. 80 has no vest. If he oversteps just a tiny bit, it's an instant knock, and any knock that Miracle gets could get instantly flushed out by Foot Esports as well. So FaZe have to be extremely careful if they want to have any chance of winning this game. Now the scoop is there, the lineup there, the spray is good. Oh, Miracle looking for a bit of a win or die moment. It's not going to be meant to be. It's another res for FaZe. Gustav is this one that gets picked up. But even then, Chunks, they have to get the smokes out. They have to make a move. And they're running completely into the open, into a Foot Esports that's been set up. But look at this from Vex. That's the only reason they have any chance in this game. If they completely outmaneuver and out-aim Foot Esports.
Look, keep landing shots like that. They're not going to have a problem winning this game, but it's easier said than done. Vex not going to be opening this time. It's Gustav who finds the damage. Boosts coming out all around. No real surprise, as I think the mini 14 battles kind of tend to lend to that. So the mini shots almost land onto Diggory. He's just trying to maybe bait out, get a bit of an angle onto where they are, but now the headshot being returned, and if you're a helmet, you've got to be a little bit worried in this match. Smokes come through from FaZe to try and dissipate those lines of sight. There's more coming through kind of defensively from Foot Esports. It looks like they want to start gaining some ground as well, as I think they've accepted FaZe are likely to do the same. Iron with the spray, 2x Groza, not quite enough to convert to a point, but as Foot Esports just anchor, it's a waiting game, and they've spotted out one. But still not enough, Kovo. It feels like every time FaZe should lose a player, they make it out by the skin of their teeth, and that just happened again. Vex with the headshot before being traded out, but it still leaves FaZe at a man advantage. Gustav makes it 2, as it's all onto Western for Foot Esports, and you got to think his chances are slim. It's a 1 versus 2, but 8C is spotted out in the open. He returns the fire himself. The Western's down low, and importantly, he's onto his last first aid. That vest is cracked, a couple to the chest, and it is over for him. Going for the repeat, spots out Gustav, confirms the point. Unlikely to do the same on Vex, as Diggory anchors that crate. Well, it's all over. FaZe Clan, 17 kills and a chicken dinner. What a way to do it, solidifying a spot up there on the leaderboard, because honestly, they were not in the best position in terms of guaranteed qualification. Now, it's looking a lot better for them.
That is 2 really, really big games for our winners as well. And you could see it right there. I mean, FaZe Clan were not in the position to win that game. Sure, 4v3, but you saw the runs they had to make. You saw Vex winning that out versus Automavizi. He had no right to get a knock there. And the same for Gustav. Massive peaks coming on out. I think Western made it a little bit close towards the end there, knocking down 8C and getting into a good fight, or knocking out Gustav, excuse me. But oh man, that is a statement from FaZe. That is beautifully played out of Milk Power. That is tons and tons of kills, and that puts them on a really good spot on the leaderboard. Once the desk discusses it, we'll see how it exactly looks.
Ah, yes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm just going to get it out of the way. Saga and Frost joining me here. Frost, what do you think? Do you think footballers should have won that game?
Look, I think Foot Esports should have won that game. I'm just saying they should have won that one. But yeah, it didn't go their way. Let's put it that way. That's as simple as we can put it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. But, I mean, on the flip side of that, Saga, let's be real. Good job by FaZe to be able to get themselves, well, was not only a load of kills over in this ridiculous circle in Milta, but a lot of damage, and actually get the chicken dinner off of it.
It's what separates the top teams from teams that are we can optimistically say pushing to reach that level, but when it comes down to it, the pressure is on. You're in a disadvantaged situation. Just landing those shots, the composure is the difference. And we saw a little bit of maybe shaky nerves. We know that Foot Esports is a young team that has just been put together with that veteran presence of Iroh, who nobly sacrificed himself for the cause, and it all sort of just fell apart. You could see the shakiness in some of the shots towards the end, a couple of whiffs, but FaZe Clan, I don't even know how it's possible to get 17 kills in a zone like that. They sent it into the south side of Milta Power. They held crash after crash and still kept 4 alive when it came to pushing out at the end is just mind-boggling.
Well, it's quite poetic, really, I think, for FaZe to win a Milta Power circle. It has been so long since we've seen this be their mainstay for us, their home. It was even a different iteration of the roster completely back then, but they get a wow, jeez, Lyron, calm down. But they get this win off of the back of Milta Power, and it's good to see.
Yeah, good to see back to where it all began, basically, for them. But I really like how they took the southwestern side of Milta Power, of course, because that is the strong side. And it kind of tells the story with how they play that out, right? You can easily get out of there, but you can also easily hold people out. You have good buildings to have used as cover as well. Compared to the other sides, the southwestern side is by far the strongest one. FaZe Clan, of course, they recognize this. They're gonna take that straight away. They're super fast on that rotation, which is crucial because then they get to pick wherever they want to be playing from. And yeah, they just basically sweep the floor and just grab all the kills here. And they basically just focus one team at a time. They're not trying to force anything. Time after time, you can see how they're just pushing one team. All right, damage done. Let's go and push on the next team. And they keep on doing this until it's only Foot Esports left against them, and they just go for them.
It's looking great here for FaZe. And I mean, when you look at this finish here, Saga as a whole, this is a finish where it's effectively an urban ending. And they played this very well, knowing that all of these teams were eventually going to have to try and get to the edge of Milta Power. Ooh, as thunder rains down in the background. Crazy stuff.
We heard that.
That's the gods of FaZe coming in to give a shout out to AT. Once again, like, it's really telling. Look at the longest kill stat there. 6 kills on the board, 800 damage, all within 100 meters. Whereas on the opposite side of things, we saw Lyron in the head-to-head. Only 2 kills over 1,000 damage, with the longest kill being 300 meters away. That's because Footballists, they were holding on to mini power for a long time. They played the edge. They really had no one contesting that side of the zone after they wiped everyone out, and were taking the long range shots. A lot of third partying coming in as people were trying their best to maneuver around Milta Power, but FaZe did it the best out of everyone.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Well, I'm getting word actually that Thor wants me to head to a FaZe team speak moment. So let's hear from FaZe.
I'm just running in the middle.
I'm watching outside. Saga, I'm running as well.
I'm just running at the tower, by the way.
Yeah, go for it. Just 2 plays, guys, if we need to.
Right, guys, shoot me.
I can't fucking see him.
Knock power right.
Nice.
Have your left, Vex,
I'm
have
on the
your
wizard. Left. He's on a rock on the left of the wizard.
Hit once on the rock. Get an edit, Gustav.
Knocked, one up. I don't know where else.
Behind,
He's on the bridge behind the wizard. Green mark. Just play slow if you can.
He's low behind the wizard.
Yep.
I'm hitting.
Left side of wizard. He's 1 HP behind the wizard. Behind left side wizard, peeking you still. He's gonna go for a heal.
Just get to the crate in the middle, but
Get some cover. And you have zone on him. You can have zone on him if you get something. He's peeking left side wizard. Still peeking left.
Can you run to me? Flash. I can't rise.
He has no res, just get to the crate.
Nice.
And there you go, a FaZe win coming in here at PCS7 Europe. And I think what's cool about that, Saga, is a team as proficient as FaZe is going to be able to make that work, taking alternate angles, making it difficult for Foot Esports to focus on. Very good move through what is no cover whatsoever, really.
Like we said, composed and clean communications all the way through. But I think one of the standouts to me was at the very, very start of the clip, Fex just showed their confidence. Maybe even you could push it as far as to say a lack of respect for the opposition, just to say, you know what, guys, I'm just going to run through the middle and see what happens. And it works. They're 3 players up, all on different angles. He gets a knock before he goes down, and then Gustav does the same thing. And that is really the huge turning point. The fact that FaZe, while their position was really, really terrible, they had the extra man advantage, and they made it completely work against a Foot who was a little bit shaky on some of the shots.
All right, well, break time. When we return, one final Erangel here for our elimination stage. We'll see you in a few. right, welcome back. We've got one more Erangel.
Uh-oh. Thunderstorm hit,
Oh,
and
you got it.
we lost Kalaris, but I guess we'll just
It's okay, we've got a backup. Yeah, we've got a backup Kalaris right here. So after game number 2, I don't know what's going on. Circle number 2 is cursed today, but all of those teams that we maybe expected to be the ones to pick up the points have come out the best of it.
Yeah, they have for sure. And this is worrying if you're BBL right now. They must be sweating a lot looking at what's happening with these 2 games as well. It's some of the roughest circles we've seen so far already from Circle 2 in both of their previous games here. And that makes it so rough that BBL was probably pretty happy about that, because they were thinking like, all right, you know, with these kind of circles, anything could happen. And the teams that actually is gonna get a lot of points shouldn't be the ones who actually need it. But that hasn't been the case. It's actually the teams that BBL doesn't want to get the points who are getting them. And it's looking grim for them right now. But of course, we still have one more Erangel to go as well.
We absolutely do. And I mean, we were talking about it in the break of every single team that BBL needed to not get points, including Polish Power, which rest in peace to James's Polish Power. But all of them now, FaZe Clan Fellas, Foot Esports, Polish Power, 20 plus points for the day, and look how much the gap has already closed. FaZe have already surpassed BBL. Howl are extraordinarily close. Foot Esports, Polish Power, they could very easily do it, and that puts BBL very much in danger territory with 4 games still to play.
4 games still to play, but I think one of the biggest question would be like, what's going to happen with the last Erangel here? Because we have some teams like Bystanders, right, that is really good on Erangel itself, but they haven't been able to perform at all. And that is a little bit because of the circles. And now coming into just one more Erangel game, can he turn this around? Can he get enough points? Because they're going to need to perform on Miramar as well. And a lot of times, you know, we've seen them, yeah, they can do good stuff on Miramar as well. But usually they're only able to perform on one of the maps. So hopefully they can turn around on Miramar later on.
If we just take a little peek at the other end of the standings as well, teams like Pink Venom and Team Elite are closing the gap onto the other teams that are in the danger area. Not only BBL, like they're the exciting team that we're talking about, maybe having the chance to get to the finals, but the likes of DA, RFI, now within 10 points of a lot of the teams that are potentially going to push them into those elimination slots that might not get a chance in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I feel like some of the teams down towards the bottom there, right? They're struggling a lot. We see MTB with 1 placement point, OG with 7. It's time for them to maybe think of, all right, what if we only go for kills instead? What if we just go for the early fights? Just go for that. Try to put as many points as possible on the board for them, just to make sure they're not the bottom 2. Because as we mentioned earlier, the bottom 2 is not going to go to the last chance qualifier, which is going to take place tomorrow. And it is a best of 6 tomorrow, where we're going to have 2 more teams that will move on to the finals as well.
A best of 6 where the top 2 qualify, which is maybe worrying news for a couple of the teams. Heroic, if we look at their performance so far on Miramar, it's been huge, but Erangel has really been letting them down by a lot. Only 3 points gathered in the first 2 games today. They've had a bit of an unfortunate time on some of the rotations as well. Getting very close to win or die, who at this point are pretty safe, have nothing left to lose. So wouldn't be surprised to see them just completely run it down at anyone they come across early game.
Definitely so. And yeah, so we're going to head on to the last Erangel game. And with that said, you know what? We cut off some dead weight here on the desk. Who would you cut off on the mics over there?
Oh boy, that's a rough question, especially when we're now the ones talking. I don't think there's dead weight here. I think considering how well the boys managed without Kalaris, there's a proposition there to be made. But I'm not going to be the one going for anyone's job right now, Chunks. I'm happy to be sitting here. I'm happy to be getting treated to crazy circles and being able to talk about PUBG.
I mean, you want to know the good news is he's had a power cut, which means that we can say whatever we want about him and we don't have to worry about him hearing it.
Phones don't exist.
Oh, God, hopefully. I forgot about those. Okay, never mind. We love you, Claris. Hope you're back soon.
You're the best. Bye.
Anyway, game number 3 underway now. Northwest, kind of southeast playing path. Pretty central considering what we've got him, but I think that this could definitely lend to being another wacky circle, because why wouldn't it be, you know? And as I think it was Saga just mentioned then, Heroic kind of disappointed so far today on Erangel. It's really their last chance to make that move, and you'd hope that now they can kick things into gear and get that momentum started before we move maps.
Yeah, there is something to be said about resetting when the maps change, but realistically, I feel like that is just sort of wishful thinking. You can get going any game, and the earlier you do it, it is just better chances for the rest of the tournament. Captain Obvious here, but there's that sort of tendency for casters to say, oh, the right time to start is now, but I feel like the right time to start is now every single time. And a team like Howl, for example, that hasn't been all that great today, has now got another one of those circles around Yasnaya where they did fantastically yesterday. So maybe for them, this is the game where they can finally get things going.
But which approach do you take now? There's kind of two ways of going about things. You either consolidate in Yaz, you take a compound, or I guess you can go up Starber. I think that they're probably the three plays that they're going to be talking about. But the problem with the compounds in this area, I find, is that they are very crashable, and we do see those kind of four-man sends because they are hard to scout, and it's not necessarily they get crashed because they're easy to crash. It's more so they crash because, okay, we didn't know anyone was in there. So I think that's going to work out to be an interesting one as bystanders we focus on them. They're going to be just looting up through Lipovka, that newly adopted loot spot.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It so far has been working okay-ish. They've had scrappy games with a few points here and there that, well, are able to get them close to Entropic, are able to get them close to what maybe BBL has achieved if they continue like this. But with teams like the Fellas, teams like Foot Esports popping off so much, there's a lot of competition in this lobby. We spoke about it earlier. Group A, it's not really a factor on this leaderboard all that much. It's really you're competing versus B and C. You're competing for the teams in your lobby right now. So Bystander's not going to be happy that they kicked this off quickly, especially when you come into the later games. I think Saga made a point about there's going to be some teams that have nothing left to lose, and they can just decide to bully you out of this tournament or out of this elimination stage. So you really want to get the points on the board early. You really don't want to leave it up to the last two games or so.
This is something we kind of need to be careful when we bring up, and that's the leaderboard, because obviously with it being a group stage elimination stage, but it's group based, there is a lot that we can read into with it, and we need to try and avoid that here. But I think the important thing to note is the fact that BBL's still not going to be safe, and it's really Foot Esports, I think, that are going to be the main decider in that. You could say Polish Power as well, just because there is only a 1 point difference in that. But the fact is, look, Howl and Fellas are likely going to pass BBL at this point, just because of how many points they've been stacking up so far today. Howl, Fellas, they need a half-decent game. It's Foot Esports that are really going to be the question. Can they pass BBL? And then the same goes for Polish Power. So that's the important thing to remember. There's still a lot that can change there, but if you're BBL, they're the teams that you're really hoping go out early here, because that is your best chance of safety.
It feels slim. There is always a chance. There is always a chance as well that FaZe may completely go haywire and just win 3 games. And then suddenly it's not looking all that bad for BBL. But if all of these teams are so close, and don't forget that Pink Pony are also just a few points away from Polish Power, Bystanders just 2 points further behind, Heroic is still fully in reach. There's just so many teams that can have one pop-off performance and suddenly be up there with you. So I wouldn't like to be in the shoes of BBL right now, but they are well aware of how slim their chances are. I've already seen their coach announce their loot spot for the last chance qualifier, so they are they are certainly ready to play tomorrow, and they're not going to be awfully surprised either.
Look, as long as you're prepared, I think that's something that I tried to touch on yesterday is, okay, just because you're in a bad position and you're in Group A, as long as you have 2 Group A teams below you, don't have to worry. It just becomes now a case of today, watch every match, prepare, do your research, tomorrow, make it count, because it isn't the kind of thing where you can just come into it and think, okay, well, we've made it this far, we can definitely qualify. There's only 2 slots, and it's a best of 6 to try and make it happen. In Sarvum, trying to make something happen as Voldemort with the rotation shots. One of them actually lands right there, as it looks like not many more to follow. They need to be careful, though, as it is going to be a bit of a split from Sarvum, and it nearly goes horribly. Luckily, Voldemort there for the fire support keeps his teammate alive, but whoa, that was a risky one for Baron.
It's Yeah, questionable. I'm not quite sure what the rotation pathing there was, especially considering half of his team is already on the eastern side of the circle, and then Nex is cruising through a ton of teams right now trying to group one up. So a bit of a miscommunication maybe from PUE, maybe a little bit of a struggle trying to keep the cars close together. They are getting punished here for it now, at least. Already keeping 3 alive, but you can already see the effect of driving solo chunks. There's just one car to shoot at for all these teams. It means one car tanking up all this DMR fire, taking all the damage, and it's smoking so bad already, you don't want to make a second rotation with that. Being close together with 3 cars, maybe 3 very fast cars, orange, sexy cars, not going to be a bad shout.
That's it. If you want to get yourself on those sexy orange cars, or maybe even a different color, get that McLaren. Make sure to equip it in game, and it's guaranteed to go faster than Dacia. You know, I'm not going to say it's the fastest vehicle, but it's guaranteed to go faster than any other 4-wheeled vehicles in the game. As Phase 1 works its way through, really not too much happening in the grand scheme of things. I think the beauty of this zone, as sporadic as the compounds are, is also the kind of selling point of the fact that there are such wide open areas of terrain. You can grab a compound that might not be in a traditional circle very powerful and just be able to cover a huge amount of terrain and prevent rotations from coming in. So if you're able to get something like those yellows in the field and you lock it down early enough, then the likelihood of the zone coming to you sure isn't super high, but being dead center always helps with that one. We've spoken about FaZe though, haven't we, Kovo? And I think we should maybe talk about them a little bit more because, I mean, Fex put on such a performance in last game.
Yeah, it's also just beautiful listening to the comms and the confidence and the calmness where he just basically gives his life away to make a play for his team. Fantastic. The stats on the side of Diggory and good stuff were maybe a little bit more impressive, but stats don't really paint the whole picture. And I think comms do a really good job at just letting us know what's going on in game. And I think a lot of people have Fex down as the guy who just runs at enemies and tries to win a 1v1 and wins it 90% of the time. He's a whole lot more than that. He's fantastic at tracking the kill feed. He's fantastic at figuring out situations, what needs to be done at what time, and communicating that as well. I think just in that last game, you saw it from just that 1 minute of listening to the team, could get a good idea of the position he plays in the team, and it's good to see them come back here on the last day of the evening stage.
It's good to see confidence from Team Elite, though, as Scream opens things up. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to really capitalize off of it. Renalock able to third-party through, takes down Dead, and it looks like Katurkin has been able to spot out Scream as well. Oh no, Warday accidentally runs himself over, so that leaves MTB as just a duo now. It is going to be Bad Boy left up, though. See what he can do with his teammate alongside. Cobra, with the underhand nade, is going to attempt to open things up, but it's going to be the flashbangs that really do the damage. Bad Boy the first fall as Cobra tries his best to find that trade. As the peak comes through, he's able to take down one, but it's just not going to be enough, and that's Team Elite out in 16th position. That is looking precarious for them right now, because the only thing that separates them from going out is Pink Pony potentially eliminating MTB.
Oh, that's rough. You saw the confidence there. I think it was a good fight to take. It just doesn't work out as they try to breach the building. Now MTB getting punished a little bit by Pink Pony. There's a chance that they just close on in onto this, take the 4v3. They have now gotten the res almost through on Junzi. Gives them a chance to at least almost equalize the numbers, and Pink Pony not looking like they want to full breach this, not looking like they want to make a fast and aggressive approach on this. Just grabbing a free kill point, looking on in from the outsides, waiting for the circle to pop is a really good strategy here for Pink Pony as well. You don't want to commit for a fight like this if circle is perfect and you could get a free spot somewhere, or if the circle is really, really far away and you have to send it to the north.
I love a Starber Circle. I don't know about you, Kovo, but with the amount of open terrain down to the south and how it forces so many teams up to that northern hill, it really is one of those things where teams have to decide what their playstyle is. Are you an Erangel team or are you a Miramar team, it feels like? Because if you're a Miramar team, there's no reason not to play that Starber Hill because you're probably so used to that terrain, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. The Starboard terrain is pretty wild and it's pretty unpredictable. Teams tend to pop up behind you, above you. All sorts of surprises are possible, and it's one of the hardest circles I think to play and especially to call as an IGL. It's hard to figure out what the best position will be, what the best timings will be. It's a real test for a lot of our teams. There's a few interesting spots that you can almost always play out of comfortably, and playing your edge and having a lot of space there is it's probably the easiest way to handle it. But you know that once you're taking a lot of space, you're going to have to fight for it. And a lot of teams in this lobby love doing that. FaZe Clan are doing it on the south, win or die, trying to do it on the east. But right now, they've got to scramble a bit because they're under heavy fire. Got to reconsolidate, heal back up, and figure out what exactly they want to take on the eastern side of this map.
10 seconds until Phase 2 makes that move. Most teams already fairly posted up, but there is a significant lack of teams in Yasnaya. I'm not sure whether that's intentional or whether it's a counter-strat thing that we've touched on so many times where, you know, teams try and outplay each other expecting a compound to be fully congested, and then it ends up not a single team wants to play it. At the same time, though, it is so tricky to rotate out of that city. I can see why a lot of teams wouldn't find it appealing to go there.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there. I think you could still get away with playing the northern apps, have your cars safe, and have a really doable approach towards the fellas. You sort of pull up below them, you have some teammates holding from far, or you pull up while there's another fight happening. Certainly a possibility. But I think a lot of teams have just found better positions or have just completely disregarded the possibility of this going towards the southwest. Remember, Phase 3 can still go southwest. Phase 4 will not include that river. So it's going to go away from Yasna at some point, but it can still end up fairly close, somewhere between the fellas, Polish Power, and Yasna maybe. So there is still a chance. And as always, we talk about it so much. It's playing the odds. It's you got a circle that's not very likely to happen. It's got to have a really big payoff for you to still bank on that possibility.
It's a gamble, isn't it? If you go to Yaz and you make the bad call, it's probably going to go badly for you, I think it's fair to say. Sarvam, though, it's going a little bit better for them as they get themselves a crate gun. Not sure what it was, where they opted to even pick it up, but Global Army will be kitted and he'll be calling it out to Baron Peak. Is it an MK or an Orm? Because it feels like most of the time it's one of those when they drop it for a teammate. Nope, it's going to be a Groza, not wanting to switch up his ammo after spending this much time looting.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't want to mix. You don't want to mix ammo counts, or maybe someone's got a suppressor already, but certainly nice to pick it up. We've seen the Groza completely pop off in a few games already. We've also seen its downsides, where those long-range spray downs, the M4 can sometimes win out if you've got a 3x on it and you're really peeking ridge to ridge. Stalber also a circle, and well, that is a Stalber circle, a true one at that, is a circle with lots of mid-range engagements, lots of long-range DMR pop-ups, but also just fighting over ridge to ridge. So Groza is maybe a little bit more powerful in a city ending or an ending where you're in the Yasnaya forest, but this is a circle where guns, you want to be a bit more long range equipped. But first, I think we should maybe talk about the rotations that are going on, because there's about 7 teams just in this Yasnaya field chunks. Oh,
they're very tricky rotations to make as well. I think Exalt have to be a little bit excited about the fact that they have a ridge to work with to use as cover. Hakatori, though, he don't need no cover because he can hit his shots. Baron Peak gets taken down as well. That's 2 players falling to Pink Pony. Almost looked for a second like they wanted to turn around and fight it as they realized the revive is going to be coming through, with Polish Power actually stealing away one of those knocks. So unfortunate for Pink Pony there. Some really nice fire, but not enough to find any points out of it. And now potentially pulling up directly ahead of MTB as Katurkan plays point.
Once again, Hakatori doing what he does, nails 2 players out of the car. Polish Power is the one to benefit, and like you said, I mean, that is one of the worst teams to get the kill point. Look where Pink Pony is on the leaderboard. Look where Polish Power is. 3 points apart. Gifting a point to Polish Power is going to feel mighty bad. But now they've got bigger things in mind. They've got bigger things to take care of. That's good damage of Katurkan. It's just over the shoulder who does it. And they got to get some nades in this quickly. The angle is not pretty for MTB. They got to fall away from it. And look at that. The double bounce on the double kill. Oh, MTB, they're 1 up just like that. And, well, Pink Pony, this is where they sweep. This is where they will try and just confirm these kill points. Make sure that these don't get stolen away as well.
Jester trying to make that final stand, but completely pinned at this tree. On the other side of things, though, we should point out the Pink Pony down to extremely low health. They are going to need to try and get back into the swing of things very quickly. Win or die, trying to defend their compound as best as possible, but it's Foot Esports that are going to be making a rotate past. It looked for a second like Western was going to lead it, and that is a really smart bait there from the players making the long rotation. It doesn't work out too well, though, as Iroh does fall, and now Leosh completely completely open outside the compound. Nade comes through, but it's not going to connect, or maybe it will as Western nearly runs directly into it. Leos trying his best to return fire, but as he gets caught with some pretty nasty body shots, he's going to have to get that heal and try and move out of here.
Love the confidence from Lyron as well, just running up the stairs, running it down, taking that kill instantly, immediately. The man's been putting up numbers for Foot. Now Automavizi has to do the same thing. Extent is not ready for it at all. That's so much damage. He gets the chance to go for a repeat, but the barrel is strong. 8 bullets left for Automavizi. Is a flush on the cards. And win or die, they look so dominant on their first day in this. Today, they haven't really been able to get anything going. They don't need to. But how crazy they popped off on day one. But they're definitely showing some signs of weakness. The Giant can bleed, and now Foot Esports getting some much-needed kills, much-needed points on the board. In a 3v1 in the compound, it's doable for them. Say it that way.
Certainly is, especially with a flashbang like that. Beautifully bounced, and the timing on it as well. Sabum, though, they're trying to make something of their own happen here as Global Army takes down 2, confirms one of whom as the rotation seat swaps. Shots come out. Still nothing coming out of it, though. Neither player able to land what they ultimately needed to. In the end, Global Army finds a little bit, but he's switching over to that Mini 14. Miss aims in the wrong direction. And Renalock should be there to sponge it out. A lot of whiff shots in that fight. I think it's fair to say. I don't think any player will criticize, will be upset about me criticizing that one, because we all make those mistakes. Everybody panics sometimes.
Exactly. As long as we're not sitting here, oh, you gotta hit those, I think we're okay. Pink Pony have finally got some kills as well. Chunks, they started the game off with 4 knocks that all got stolen. Now they finally put some kills on the board. They finally cleared a little bit of the space around them with MTB going down. They have to still fight versus Polish Power here at least. Maybe even another team on the way, but look at Foot. They're not done fighting. They're flying into phase, and oh, they're getting knocks that they have no business getting. Diggory's going for the flush, just confirming his kill. FaZe is taking casualties here, and the entry is made for Foot.
Weston trying to avoid taking too much more damage, but as FaZe obviously have off angles, he's out on his own. You've got to think they're all trained onto him. Pink Venom are still inside of this compound, which is the only reason he hasn't got himself any safety. 80 is actually waiting on this. I think FaZe realized this is 2 separate squads, and it almost seems like they're waiting for them to deal with that solo before taking the engagement themselves. He sees the head, he's going to try and take it, finds it, followed by the body. Next goes down, and this should be the opening that FaZe were looking for, and potentially Foot Esports also.
This compound is always such a mess. It just opens itself up to get crashed from the north. It opens itself up to get pulled up from the east. And then on the south, you have ridge lines people can run up to and move on over. Now, I think Venom are the first ones to feel the pain. FaZe Clan about to suffer the same fate, though, because they don't really seem to be focused on Foot Esports all that much. FaZe, or Fex, excuse me, is ready for it, though. Peeks on over, maybe gets the spot and instantly disengages from it. They know that there is pressure from that eastern side as well. They know that they don't want to overstep, especially not get caught with the DMR in hand. That would be the worst case scenario, as they just put such a good game onto the leaderboard. And now another third party from the bystanders who've been mighty quiet today, but now they've been a factor in this fight. They're making things a little bit more awkward.
FaZe looking to finish up this pretty quickly, but as they lose Diggory, it's going to be made ever so slightly harder. 8C jumps up over the top with the hip fire, eliminates 1, but maybe thought that Katie was a prone player in the end. Flashbang connects, and well, Fex is there to shut things down, but now as the solo, it's going to be tricky to make it out of here. On the other side of things, Exalt trying to defend against Polish Power as Crunio finds 1, but is quickly traded out by Molodot. Further smokes to follow, as Fex also opening up on the other end of things. Unfortunately, it's not enough if FaZe get eliminated. Out in 10th position. It's only Arctic's left trying to remain in it. His teammate is nowhere to be found. And how? Well, they are just trained down onto the final Foot Esports player, realizing they can salvage a point out of this with barely any effort.
Also point onto a team that's chasing them in the standings, right? And then it's also a team that's on the MEA side of things, which is a direct competitor for a PGC slot. And, well, just as they deal with Foot, they take their eyes towards the bystanders, do damage there. It's a 4v4 that's already down to a 4v3 now. Rough times for the bystanders if they get caught here. This is the one team they don't want to lose a fight to. This is the one team that they've been scared will be hunting them down. Now Hurt gets a good nade over the top, maybe dealing some damage. And that's not just the damage, that's a knock. That's massive. That slows down the push so much for the bystanders. Look where Keanu is as well. Herc Snades are holding together the bystanders right now, but Flamey's got to be so careful. That's another banger of a nade, though. Oh, Ruin, 10 is all he's got left. That's a flush on the card for Herc, but there's a really such a messy fight once again. Oh, the bystanders, they were looking good there for a second, but now things are falling apart.
Still throwing everything that they can at this fight, literally and figuratively, is everything is on the line for them. Honestly, they are so close to being at the top end of things, but just at a bit of a disadvantage right now. Sheesh, though, able to take down Cappy from Polish Power. A little bit of trouble up on that front. Polish Power now down to just a solo in the form of Norcus, and he is being peppered out in the blue. Sheesh look to try and find that high ground to finish off the final player, as long as Artix isn't going to be able to do that first. We should also point out Sheesh have free kill all the way down this hillside, sneaking up, maybe thinking this is all one team and not in fact a solo and a duo.
Tricky situation on the western side of things. Got Exalt struggling earlier with Polish Power, now struggling with Sheesh on the other side of things. Definitely in trouble as they come over the ridgeline. I'll take last one up, and he's so close, but they know exactly where he is. That's clean from Danny. She's one of these teams that haven't really been able to get going in this elim stage. They're not really in a position to reward themselves with the top 6, but definitely showing some signs of life. The fellas want to benefit on this fight. They want a third party on it. So far, not able to get any damage into remainders of Sheesh. We have another circle coming on in as well, and oh, it goes perfectly onto them. I was about to say they might have to think about moving away from this, but they really don't, Junks. They got a circle to the southwestern side. They can stay here for as long as they can.
Tiksu takes down Dedrix, though, and it causes a bit of a problem as now that player who was kind of playing point and at times anchoring has been split off. We should also talk about Heroic. They're a team that we really wanted to focus on coming into tonight. They're all the way on the opposite end of the zone from where it shifted, and because of that, they lose Beamy to Rustamar. It's making things a little bit tricky, but still doing everything in their power to try and just find an opening knock and just sneak their way through. As of now, though, they're resided to a cliffside, taking cover and hoping bystanders and Hal deal with each other before they really have to take any shots, or more importantly, get shot at.
Man, it feels bad for the bystanders as well. They had such a good position to play out a good game from, and now just down to Flamey proning, seeing other teams in front of them pull away further and further. Heroic picks one up as well. That's a team that's closing in from behind onto the bystanders. Another team you don't want to give a kill over to, as we're down to 4 teams, down to 3 4-mans and a duo, with Howl and the fellas really putting up good performances today. That circle is not being kind to any teams on the southern ridgeline, especially considering that there's 8 players there. They have to fight for this room. They have to fight for it quickly. And maybe once they get out of that fight, Chunks, there'll be fellas just waiting for them.
T-Bone preps the nade uphill. It might just roll down and land perfectly onto Ruin if he's not too careful. Corexy tries to find a bit of an angle, but it's going to be the Mad who, in the end, is the one to find the knock. Mad still just anchoring the edge of the smokes as Page looks to do the same. Lands a headshot, followed by the body, but it's not enough to convert. The nades, though, are extremely close, and close enough, in fact, they're able to get a knock. Laser also getting eliminated, and it leaves Ruin as the final player, doing everything he can to try and salvage this, but it isn't looking too promising. Spokes up as the tree and the rock should provide a little bit of respite, as fellas look to try and get involved as well by the looks of things, as Heroic taking so much fire is like a ring in a dinner bell to a certain extent. Ruin, however, does return a little bit of fire, takes down T-Bone, but it's Beamy to shut things down. Now, Heroic push through further and further. 7 kills on the board. They were much needed, but fellas are coming in behind.
It's fellas and Sheesh from both sides. The 2 knocks are just too much to deal with. Oh, that nades a little bit far. The second one, it might just barely get Corexy down. It does a few licks of damage, but not enough. And, well, there's the follow-up DMR shots. Rustama and Tiksu get 2 down. Close out Heroic just like that. But what is that from Corexy? A good last stand, but no chance to get out of that southern edge. It's exactly what we talked about. The fellas just have the time to third-party this. They have the time to benefit. And they will reward themselves with a massive game here. Unless Sheesh does some miracles, it is a 2v4. And it is the fellas who love fighting, who love scrapping it out. And now given a very, very good chance to close out another win.
Oh, and Miracu, he might just be the one to do it if this nade lands. It's beautifully prepared, but unfortunately, it doesn't land close enough. He lands the headshot onto Grendis. Yanni all but out. The shots coming in from afar, and the nade to follow. That's the end of things. Fellas get themselves a second chicken dinner, this time with 7 kills. We mentioned on day 1 that they were a team that were getting a little bit too aggressive early, and that was potentially the reason they weren't getting the points. They've kind of changed that up, and it seems to be working. But before we go, Kovo, I have to mention, Michael must have been tilted by that shot, because when he was looking over at Heroic, he checked, he saw, okay, everybody down there is knocked, I can't see anyone. He looks away, and as soon as he turns away, Corexy just pops up, taps him in the head, and he is out. That is one of the most tilting ways to go.
It is. He'll forget about that pretty quickly, though, with how many points they were able to get that game. I think one thing that we weren't able to touch on that game as well is they were in that warehouse compound far off to the west, but they were holding a really interesting 3-1 split that entire game until the circle shifted a bit to the east. And just from that compound that they then rotate into, they're able to win out a consistent and convincing late game. So shout out to fellas, good macro games, and a game where they don't take a fight early. Is the game where they actually get away with the win. We'll let the desk talk about that and more, and we will see you for the next Miramar game.
That's right, I'm back. The thunderstorm has been kind to me. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Saga and Froz, and everything's also okay for the fellas. I mean, they get themselves a win off the back of this. Erangel once again. Admittedly, Froz, they had a brilliant spot to stage this victory on the side of Stalbert from.
Yeah, of course, and we heard Kovo mention about it in the end there, how they had that 3-1 split and managed to group up later on there. They knew that, all right, Justy or Miracu got the better compound to work from. It wasn't like the best compound, but it is the high ground as well, so you're going to get a lot of information from that alone. They chose to go there, and I mean, from there, they were just holding everybody off. They were shooting at everyone because they knew that, all right, we have full control over the circle, over the game now, and once again, they're able to close down the game, and I'm pretty sure this is going to solidify them a spot into the finals now.
Yeah. It's as if all the groups are kind of taking turns for having an absolute pop-off day. Of course, in day 1, we had Win or Die. Day 2, Howl. And now it's Fella's turn with a first, a third, and now another first here, Saga, to see them just constantly rocketing up the leaderboards.
Yeah, they really only picked up most of their kills at the late stages of the game. Like we said, it was a very solid position early, but that's always the downside when you have a zone like that on the side of the mountain, is that it's very hard to find positions, and when you get that powerful spot, that compound, you're pretty much clear for the couple of 100 meters around you, because everyone else is forced to play on the edge of the zone, which is what we saw from teams like Heroic, like Bystanders, who were favoring that style, playing a little more on the edge, controlling their side of the zone, and just trying to go for third parties when the opportunity arises. But in the end, that just led into more teams who were trying to do the same thing coming from the opposite side of the zone, like Howl and like Sheesh coming in and just clearing everything out towards the southern side of the zone, and Fellas just big chilling up on the top.
Yeah, definitely. Just having the whale of a time up there. But at the same time, some of these teams on the edge had to really fight things out here. Froz, Lazar being able to do plenty of damage on the south side of all of this proceedings. But so many of these teams on the edge had, I think, a rough time of it, trying to find themselves some sense of stability.
Yeah, where we were playing, I mean, it is so hard to play towards the center unless you have the compound where Fellas was in. It is just about the edge, and that's why it was so stacked on edge. And the whole north side was basically just Heroic territory for the end of the game as well. So basically, you had all of the teams just cramping around the edge on the south side of the circle, fighting each other out. And of course, we saw how once again being able to get a lot of points on the board with 8 kills and a 4th place. But, I mean, I think we got to talk a little bit about Sheesh as well. They had some phenomenal games here so far, putting up, I think it's like 20-something points. And same with Foot Esports. And Foot Esports is one of the teams who's actually chasing to get himself into the top 6, while Sheesh might be a little bit too far away from it. So there is still so many teams that is chasing. Heroic, for example, they got themselves a few points. I think it was 12 points in this game. That is something they really need, because they've had some really terrible games so far. And from the look of things, if it continues this way, if they don't rack up points like they did in the previous game here, they are going to be in the last chance stage.
Yeah, Froz, you bring up a good point here. And Saga, looking at this, because right now, BBL has got to be, they have resided themselves to the last chance position at this point, right?
It's very, very rough for them, considering that we said there's about 7 or 8 teams who were potentially in a position that if they had a good day, if they picked up 30 or so points, could try and threaten to push them out from that spot. And all of the teams, barring 1 or 2, maybe Heroic, but they had a good shot in the final game, sort of turned their fortunes around a little bit on a wrangle, picked up some points. Pink Pony not really showed up yet, so maybe they can do something on Miramar. But the rest of the teams that were in position to try and make that push and threaten BBL have picked up on average around 10 points per game, which is exactly what BBL wanted to see not happen at all. And a large part of it comes down to Win or Die is not able to have that same level of dominance that they had. Maybe it is a little bit more of a fast and loose playstyle because they know they've already qualified, but they're just not taking away as many points from those other top teams that we know were coming back into the mix today from Group B.
Also, I guess harder to have similar levels of dominance when the circles have been quite wild. I mean, 2 out of our 3 circles here for us have been proper crazy for these teams to try and react to, and Fellas, of course, of all teams, has actually reacted quite nicely to them.
Yeah, I guess in a way they've been a little bit lucky as well with the positioning, but it's of course calculated to a certain degree as well. They know that, all right, we want to be towards the center of the circle. This might not be like a primary position we want to be playing from, but for this circle, for this lobby, this is what's going to be working for them, and it is working out for them so far. And that's the thing, right? You have so many teams that is so hard to just trying to read and trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. Look at how many early fights we have on the kind of lower end of the leaderboard. A lot of the teams are taking those early fights, taking away a lot of those points and kills as well for a lot of the teams who is actually looking for them. Teams like Bystanders, teams like Pink Pony and Heroic right now, who desperately need those kills and points.
Yeah, there's still a lot of teams that are kind of like not in that top 6 that if they make it through to that last chance stage here, Saga, I mean, I'm fearful for some of these teams that have to go up against them. I mean, teams like Heroic, still not technically in that top 6. Bystanders is a team that can flick the switch and just absolutely have a blinder of a day themselves. So there's definitely going to be big teams, I think, in that last chance stage.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that Entropic has been pushed down to 11th place, so they are without a doubt going to be making an appearance there. It just goes to speak to how the lobbies have been working out, and you really can't blame the likes of MTB, of Sarvam, of Team Elite for having a bit of a tactical TDM at the start just to get points wherever they can get them from, because they really need to avoid that bottom 2 spot and make sure that they're coming back tomorrow to have one last chance.
All right, well, so far so good for half of the day. Let's hope the gods are okay for me for my electric bills as well and see how all that goes. But we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have Miramar on the other side of it. But before that, let's hear from the UK and Finn connection in Fellas and Tixu.
Hello everybody, Jorisar here, and I'm joined by Tiksu, the team captain for the fellas. Tiksu, first of all, well done so far. You guys had a respectable first day in the elimination stage, just shy of 50 points, but I'm sure with your team's caliber of player, you guys were hungry for more. Has anything changed from the first day to today?
I think the only thing has changed that we actually get the circles today. So it's both of the wins has been like free wins. We haven't done anything special.
Well, circle luck is of course a part of PUBG, but even with the circles going in your favor, are you surprised to have 2 wins and a 3rd place today, or do you feel that's par for the course for how you guys are treating the circles?
Well, I don't really know. It's hard to say. I don't think we get a lot of stuff for free, and I don't know why other teams are not taking like prio compounds inside the circles.
Right.
So I think people are just scared. Everything is free in the middle.
Taking advantage of what you know about how the other teams are playing, what are your hopes now going on to Miramar?
Well, give us circles that are actually playable and not just random like hardships all over. Just, I wish there would be like maybe north of Cruz de Val or something like that, like circles. Like those are my favorites. So I'm hoping circles like that.
Oh, fair enough. Well, we'll see if your circle luck has been used up on Erangel or if you're going to get a little bit more going on to Miramar. I'll let you get back to your games. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Miramar on the way here. 3 more games remaining for our elimination stage, and then we are moving, of course, into our last chance tomorrow, where it's for all the marbles. There's only 2 spots after that. Terrifying stuff, I think, to say the least. I have 6 teams that are going to be moving through here today. Saga and Frost joining me off of the back of this, and Saga, so far, so good for the 6 teams up towards the top. It's shaping up nicely for them, as I feel like a few of them, especially, are putting themselves in such an advantage so far in the lead.
They really are. First of all, thanks for joining us this time. For those teams up towards the top end of the standings, there's still so much movement that could still occur. And for BBL from this point on, unfortunately, that movement is only downwards, and it's looking very, very treacherous, because if Foot, if PP, if Heroic only need like 20 more points on Miramar, and bearing in mind, Heroic on Miramar yesterday absolutely dominated the final 2 games. They only need 1 or 2 more of these teams to overtake them before they're completely knocked out and down into the last chance qualifiers. And it looks as though all of the teams, all of the exact wrong teams that they needed to have bad days, are hitting their form today.
Yeah, I guess in an attempt to throw Froz under the bus, I'll ask him the question on everyone's mind, saying, Froz, why was Group A so rubbish?
I guess like during day 1, a lot of the teams were struggling a little bit. They were up against Group B, which is the most stacked one. And we saw, of course, Win and Die taking a lot of the points, sponging up so much points that Group A had a little bit of trouble coming into day 2. It was a little bit harder for them. It was a lot more pressure on them. Sure, we saw BBL actually getting a lot of points, and they were not playing too bad. Let's be honest, it was not too bad. But I think it was down to the last 2 games. We saw BBL actually choking. BBL, of course, the one outstanding team from Group A, they only got 1 point in the last 2 games yesterday, and that was not enough. You could see it on the expression of Code Marco yesterday when they died in the last one. You could see him pulling his hands onto his face, and it was just like, well, he knew this is not going to be enough. And we've been talking about it. The cutoff is going to be somewhere around 90 to 95 points. I think we're still realistically still going to have that as a cutoff.
Yeah, it seems that way. It's odd for BBL, considering that they got themselves wins, podium finishes, etc., and things like that. It's just that some of their lackluster games. We're so lackluster here, Saga, with 15th places, not really getting any kills alongside them as well. But we're expecting, I guess, decent things from them in the last chance. But I mean, how much more can we give them, I guess? Because there's only 2 spots in that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the way that they've been playing things out as well. All the way through the tournament, like BBL has been making weird maneuvers, but we haven't had any of that so far in the lobby today because, like we said, they're not playing. They can only sit and watch as everyone else stacks up those points. And Heroic, with a big send towards the end, making their way up 3 spots in the standings in the previous game as well. Not too far away, could very much do it. Pink Pony really haven't shown up today on the form that they found yesterday, but we know what they're capable of, and if they're able to turn it around on Miramar, that's another threat that could even push somebody else out of the top 6. So
yeah,
the competition is far from over.
And Miramar is the hot topic for us, especially I think for Heroic, who's not in the top 6 just yet, but yesterday their Miramar was fantastic. So do you think they can replicate that?
I hope that they can, because right now they're averaging 5 points per game on the Erangel games with 15 points on the board, and that is not going to be enough if they just keep on doing that on Miramar. So they need to turn it around, but that also goes to the team Saga just mentioned. You have Pink Pony that needs to do that as well. You have Bystander as well. But on the other hand as well, you have Win or Die, you have Howl, 2 teams that basically already qualified. Now, what can they do about it? Who do they not want in the lobby? They could potentially start stopping some of the teams that might be a threat for them in the finals itself. Because coming into tomorrow, a best of 6, it's so random who the 2 top teams are going to be, basically, that they could right now stop their biggest opponents.
Yeah, a fine line to walk, though. You don't want to be making enemies when it comes to PUBG, that's for sure. But it is a good point. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we now head to Miramar. 3 more games remaining for our elimination stage. Chunks and Kovo bringing in the action.
3 more games. Maybe this is the time where you want to be making enemies, because there isn't a whole lot of time left, and there is a whole lot of PCS7 prize money and PGC points on the line for a lot of our teams. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared for Heroic, the Bystanders, Pink Pony. But like we said before, BBL is only on the way down. These teams are on the way up. We'll see what they can achieve here, Chunks. Some interesting comebacks yesterday on Miramar. We'll have to wait and see if we see the same thing again.
There's a few teams we've mentioned, haven't we, that really do tend to shine on Miramar and shy away on Erangel, but maybe this could be the opportunity now for teams like Heroic to start really stacking up those points, because sure, they're in a good position. They moved up 3 positions last match. They're still not safe, though, and they're far from it, honestly. With 3 games remaining, there's a lot to play for, and you can't be dropping a single point here, especially if it's a map that you tend to thrive on. You to step it up early, and we say it all the time, don't we? Now is the time to step it up. Now is the time to step it up. It really is do or die time for a lot of these teams, especially those at the bottom of the leaderboard who haven't been able to close the gap. Dedrix, though, closes advantage down, eliminating X and taking that helmet out of the fight, getting themselves a weapon on board early. Circle pops and 4 teams in it.
Power Grid Circle. Interesting one for Exalt and FaZe as well. Interesting for Heroic, who will get themselves in onto the western side of things nicely and easily. It's interesting. It is just starting to become a bit of a mind game as well. I think, especially when you look at teams like Heroic, like the Bystanders, who very, very closely went out in the group stages, just couldn't come through at the end. Froz mentioned it there. BBL just choking at the end of group stages, from really good performances into no points in the last games. Mental side of PUBG is massive, and sometimes it can feel bad. You got the group with Win or Die getting 100 points on day 1, and then the other group, when they play against Win or Die gets 7 points in 3 games. So it doesn't always feel fair. It can be a bit of a hit at your mental. And you've got to stay strong throughout these last few games. You've got to bring your A game. Oh, observers are bringing their A game.
Ooh, that was a smooth shot right there. Look, you mentioned that, you know, it isn't over for all of these teams. We should remember that just because you don't make it in the top 6 doesn't mean that everything's out of the question, and tomorrow is going to be a clean scoreboard, and everything is really going to start anew. The problem becomes it's a best of 6, and there's always going to be a high element of RNG in there. So maybe if those circles were tomorrow, it would have been a bit more exciting, because then I would have really got to test the teams that I, kind of see as the best, the ones who are adaptable, that are able to thrive in those really messy circumstances. So I'm hoping that it continues tomorrow. Maybe we can take a break on the messy zones for now, though, and just give the teams a chance to get properly warmed up.
Close things out in a calm and collected fashion. That's what the teams want to do. That very often we'll see the viewers and the casters demand the crazy circles. This, for now, it's a pretty standard phase 1. Can often still throw us for a loop, go for some crazy shifts throughout the rest of the game. But while we look at Tiksu here, I think he made a really good point in that interview. I talked a little bit about the split they were trying to hold, and we barely talked about it in the first game. But FaZe basically gave up that melee side of things, right? They were sitting on the bridge trying to grab a few kill points. Fellas rotate past, get themselves a center spot, and even though they're only down to 2 members at the end, they're still able to close out that game. So they've been getting some gifts when it comes to positions, because maybe other teams are a little bit too scared, playing it a little bit too safe. As we see Polish Power playing it safe, grouping up, not getting crashed by a 3-man from Win or Die is Norkis, but looks like they're hunting him.
And this is horrible as well, because what he maybe doesn't realize is Gedrox is already posted down to the south. If he swings a little bit far wide here, he could actually find himself in a very tricky position. That's exactly what's going to happen. Gedrox is posted. He doesn't have an angle, and Norkis should be able to get away, but that was so precarious for Polish Power and Norkis. But I like seeing this from them. This is something that we maybe wouldn't have seen on day 1. They definitely went in, wanted to fight everything, showing a little bit more discipline this time around, or maybe just trying to take the fights as a 4-man instead of as a solo. That is also a very real possibility with a squad like this.
I wonder how targeted that was from Win or Die. I wonder how much they realized that this is Polish Power looting around Hacienda, that they like to have a player in that northern compound. Gedrox sneaking into Hacienda with the UMP and an Uzi as well, proning around there, hoping to catch someone off guard. It feels very targeted. It feels like Win or Die, like we said earlier, nothing to lose. Already qualified to the finals, and now trying to eliminate one of the teams that loots close to them. That's a massive factor. You want to get the teams out that are sharing similar areas, that make your rotations hard, and then maybe even have a play style like Polish Power, where they send it early very aggressively every now and then. You want those teams out of your lobby, and Win or Die maybe trying to do just that. It doesn't really work out in our game 4.
So kind of wait now for the circle to close its way through. The majority of teams seemingly settled up. Gustav being handed a drop onto his hillside, but hopping into a vehicle, so may decide to make a move. On the topic of FaZe, they're quite close to Exalt, going towards that compound that's so famously given the name after them. Eitzi and Diggory working together to try and find just a speck of movement, but unfortunately not able to. The shot rings through, though, and it seems like they've spotted something. However, as they go for the reposition, it looks like Exalt not going to try and overpeak.
Going to try and play it very safe in that 2-2 split that they got. If you want to play it safe and you want to make sure you don't look bad on your next party, on your next hot drop, PCS7 skins are going to be the way to go. 30% of the revenue will go to the players, so you're really doing a good thing. You're supporting the esports, you're supporting these players, increasing the price pool just by picking up some nice skins for yourself. And don't forget, you get the coupons for the pick'ems as well, which really does increase the fun a little bit. It's like gambling on the games, but in a better way, where you're picking some winners and you're making sure you're supporting the players on the way.
Yeah, I mean, getting those pick'em tickets in, getting that opportunity to get those even better skins, those EP points, it's a nice little game as well, isn't it, to take part in alongside your friends who has the best skins at the end of PCS. So now, Win or Die, they don't really care about the skins, they care more about remaining in it, as Bad Boy tries to catch OG on the rotation, but Frenchie is there to return the fire. Thankful, potentially, that he was posted up in such a position. Dead, though, finds a knock, as does Gusiera, and it's onto the bystanders. Things are not going the way they wanted.
They're really not having the day that they would have wanted, just like you said. Now they've got to deal with a team that, once again, nothing to lose at all. Gusiara tapping away at Flamey, not sure what's going on there. I think the car just didn't render the observer client there for a second. That was looking funky. But it is rough times for the Bystanders, a team they would never want to get close to in a situation like this. And it just comes back to the point where you're not getting the points early, you're not putting yourself in a comfortable position. This is the situations you can suffer under. Leos just popping off. He doesn't have a whole lot of ammo left to try and keep doing that. But still, the Bystanders, they've been stopped in their tracks. They've lost a player. And they've really got a long way to go into a good spot in the zone still. So certainly a lot of impact on their game here.
I like what Leos did then, and it may seem like such a small thing, but just putting a load of shots down range and making that noise can actually make such a big difference. I think that that's part of the reason Bystanders actually backed off of this. Really nice shots, though, with the 4x take Flamey out, and that will be the casualty on the front of Bystanders for now. Zone continues to close its way through, as not sure what exactly has happened there, but it looks like a player was downed and potentially wanted to deny a hell of a lot of loot from whoever knocked it.
Yeah, it's one of those strats. Trying to make sure you hide your loot. I have to actually give a lot of credit there to that M4 4x tapping. That's not something a lot of players still get away with, as it's not really something you do anymore. It's not really something you get a chance to do because you always got that DMR. But we'll have a quick look at fellas. They've been impressive today, Michael and the rest of the gang. Some of the PNC squads there, or PNC members, I should say, on that squad, showing up big time today, getting the points that they needed. They set themselves up well on their first day. They're closing things out on the second day by the looks of things. And unless they massively falter here in the next few games, they should be going for the finals, which for a squad that got put together so closely before PCS7 is a big achievement in my eyes.
I mean, sometimes things just fall into place, don't they? And it feels like Fellas is one of those teams where there is so much talent on that roster that it is just about connecting the dots, isn't it? And this is one of those teams that has so much potential to go forward, but it feels like small mistakes have been their downfall a lot of the time. The aggression is their selling point. It's the thing that we love most about them. But if you are getting over-aggressive and you're taking fights a little bit split, then that ultimately will be your downfall. The zone, though, shifts up towards them, leaving Pozo in. And I hazard a guess that they're probably going to play there rather than holding down towards FaZe, just because they have a bit more overview. They could potentially try and rock a 2-2 split.
Lots of possibilities for the Bystanders as well, who are coming in on that northern side. We talked about how much their games got hampered just by losing that player. Now they get a really good shift on a really empty side of the zone towards them. Maybe a possibility to call things back a little bit, get themselves into a good mindset, and then play the rest out of the game from a comfortable position. Lots of rotations on the fire right now. We have Sarvum Esports cruising on through. Saw TE in the blue zone deeply down in El Pozo, so a lot of teams very far away from the zone still, especially with that northwestern shift. They have long ways to go, as Sarvum just going to grab a dip, reset, figure out what's going on around them, and then maybe look for another move.
FaZe, though, still having a player up at the top of that hill. Sarvum are not going to be safe from that position just because of how high up he is. He has a complete overview. Heroic, well, this is a team that, unfortunately, their performance tonight has not quite been as heroic as we'd hoped, but they've got a couple of games with a lot of kills on the board, and it shows signs of promise. Iroh, though, oh, you've got to be so careful. He's moving up this hillside, thinks it's going to be free, but Sheesh already have Yanni up here, and he's going to be calling this out to the rest of the squad to potentially get a pincer movement going on.
We've seen this before. We've seen this go wrong as well for Sheesh. I think it was Batolins last time who turned it around on a duo from Sheesh on the same mountain. Now, a good pinch, good angles, especially if Foot overstep it a little bit, get a little bit too aggressive. Yanni has obviously called this out, but they still got to land the shots from range. They still got to make them count when they can, because a 1v3, even if you've got the high ground, even if you've got the jump on them, is not easy. There's a barrel in the hands of Iroh as well. That man's an absolute menace, and Danny's got to line them out quickly. And oh, that is so crisp. He catches the first one instantly, bouncing around for the second. The third party is there. The help is there. He just needs one more bullet. And just like that, the pinch is perfect. And Lyron's got 10 HP. He's running for a little bit of a dip. He's trying to get away from things. No chance. And she's just annihilate Foot Esports.
Sheesh. Sheesh. That, I mean, there's no other response to that, is there? That 3K was amazing. Opening it up onto Iroh and shutting him down instantly was a very important thing there. If he didn't get that opening knock right away, you've got to think it would have been a very different story for him. The Mad takes down Zabila as Shearer going to try and move up to get involved, but the nade looks to have connected long before that's going to happen. The Mad struggling a bit to finish it. Will eventually. 40 seconds on the clock as Howl look to try and back out of this one now. They've got themselves a point. The Mad wants to group up with the rest of the squad. I am interested to see how these top few teams end up falling, because you've got to think that at least one of them come the end of tonight is probably going to be kicked out of that top 6. It's just... things have been going too well for those squads. It's only a matter of time until something goes wrong, because consistency is not something that comes often in PUBG.
It's also Pink Pony really just not stepping up today as much as they were able to on their first day. They've had 7 points so far. They were looking fantastic when they first came into this lobby. Now not really been able to chain together good days. Might come back to haunt them. Just like we did talk about for the bystanders on a bad day today. Circle goes hard southwest. It goes into the FaZe compound, the FaZe hill. We're going to see some sends. We're going to see teams grouping up because not tons of playable area here. As we see Fellas picking up another kill point. There's tons of ridges on that hill line around Heroic and the Fellas. But the fields around Exalt and the fields north of FaZe are not something you want to take this early on into the game. So lots of crashes about to come on in chunks. And Howl is one of the first teams in Montenegro. That might be a big reward for them as lots of teams are headed their way.
Can't help but feel for these teams right now. I don't think there is actually a shift that could have been worse inside this zone in terms of the amount of cover you're able to get. It feels like everywhere, sure, it's hills, it's ridges, it's not the best, but at least you've got some hard cover to work with if you're able to get in there early enough. That in this circle just doesn't appear to be the question. Every compound is taken. It's going to be a lot of squads scrapping for the same hillside, the same open shacks, and it's going to be messy, especially here on the east. As you see Polish Power moving towards Sheesh, it's just going to become a pressure cooker, as so often happens with these shifts.
Yeah, and it's a play from Polish Power that feels very aggressive, feels a bit centered about the short term. They want to take a fight to Sheesh and get a few kill points that way, and then maybe shift on into the dips next to Starvin. But that's going to be a tough time once the circle inevitably goes away from those ridges. Pink Venom under a lot of fire. We see some knocks in the kill feeds. They're not the only ones. Losing members here as Howl pick up another point and hoping to make that more onto Kasu. Gustav finds one onto MTB. Once again, tons of tough rotations that are being made right now. Tons of teams not in a great spot to really be playing a nice game out from. The reses can come through for now. FaZe is not going to run out of that compound. They're not this crazy aggressive. But if you're a team like Pink Venom, for example, you're already in massive trouble before Team Elite pulled up here.
I know there's going to be a lot of action here on the east, but please keep an eye on that kill feed, because up on the northwest, remember, Heroic and Bystanders both have crashed in now to El Pozo. They haven't fought just yet, but you've got to think it's just a matter of seconds away. Team Elite starting that rotate first, as KT going to look for an opening onto Scream. Instead, opts to pop the tires, realizing, okay, this is a player out on their own. Let's try and deny that rotation in a second. The headshot's also connecting onto Bad Boy, but not converting yet again, as is kind of the theme with long-range fights like this. It needs to try and get out of here, as the smoke is potentially going to come down. There is just no support from their teammate up to the north.
And Howl has used this time. They've used this time that TE was busy to set up an entire firing line on the sides of Montenegro, just to make sure that TE can never shift over the road and never crash into them. Heroic on the northern side are picking apart win or die again. They're not looking so pretty today. They're not really putting anything on the board. Losing two players just like that. Heroic's going to say thank you. And there's what we mentioned in the kill feed. Ruin picks up the first on Bad Boy. Howl are not trying to let anyone through. And if you're looking at the map, Mad is even making a play out of the town just to try and grab a few more kill points here.
It's horrible here as the zone has pulled down to the south. It's left such an open area and then such a clustered city. Feels like every team out on the east or even the west, northwest, has to try and make a rotation in here. Polish Power are going to be one of the first to lead that charge. They got themselves a decent dip, but it looks like Marslick wants to get a little bit more proactive with their movement. As the fire comes through from Exalt, it ends up that they're just going to slow down, but Ruin with a 2k nade looks to finish off the job. Ulseng lands a couple shots down towards free kill from Sheesh, but third party from FaZe, and Dedrix is the one to steal away that point. Voldemort lays down prone, hopes for the best, and is deadly accurate with those shots, catching the head and not much else. Needs to get to safety, but unfortunately unable to find it in time as free kill gets the trade. I mean, at least Sarvan will confirm that point, but losing a lot of players for it.
Oh, that could have been so clean for Sheesh as well. We saw how clean their team play was earlier versus FUT Esports. Now Dedrix is peaking as free kills healing. That cost them a member. Now they've got a 3-man send it down. They've even got some of the Sarvan left to try and hold them. You can see Yanni there. He's got to speed up a Murado up the hill. That's not going to be pretty timed either. One player behind them, one player ahead of them is not a good situation to be in, and that's a good solution. Global Army falling means a whole lot to Sheesh. It's just Baron Peak in their way. They will have a good idea that there could be a player at that shack. And speaking about shacks, win or die, have nothing left but crashing a shack onto On Grind. Frenchie finds him around the side. And just like that, it's an absolute disaster. Tough times for On Grind. Gotta be careful. As a free kill. Trying to make a rotation in. Yanni is making a play further down the hillside. Sheesh not looking to get into any of this, but got a player in front of them at the shack. Foxy looking the nade as it looks like we've lost Chunks. He'll be back in a second. Don't worry about it too much. I'll give you company, Twitch chat. Don't you worry. Good mollies coming out of Sheesh. That's Roxy on fire. There's another one following up. Yanni is about to pick this up. No problem at all. Pink Venom's done. And Sheesh at least take control of this area around the shack. 18 seconds. Got another zone coming in a second. Heroic has to get on in. It's looking like we've got Chunks back on in as well.
As now, Heroic gonna try and make it into this zone, but it's gonna be a tricky one. Hjort there to do a hell of a lot of damage and shut them down. T-Bone falls to the zone, and nicely done. That denies Heroic an opportunity in the late game. Very important indeed. As now, seeing the picture-in-picture, just how messy things are getting. Shots coming and connecting. Nade takes down Hjort. Keanu also peppered down. Fellas doing everything they can to shut down bystanders, realizing this is a team that is really vying for position at the top end of things right now. Circle pops again. It is so open, and now is the time that these squads have to start making a move. Bystanders backed into a corner, but the difference is Fellas already have an opening here.
Fellas have so much control as well. They have so much space, and even though the bystanders were able to hold on versus Heroic, which is massive for them, they're now in dire straits. FaZe Clan, we saw them flexing out of the compound. They didn't waste any more time cleaning this up. They knew they wanted to take control of the hillside, and they do it while the bystanders are busy with Heroic, and Heroic's busy with the bystanders, so good timing pick there for them. Now, risky moves coming out on all sides of the circle. The car exploding, flying all across, and she's somehow still alive from a position where it looked like they were faltering. They've made it into the lower ground. They've made it into a really, really playable position. The more interesting teams from beyond on that northern side, though, because the bystanders, they're one of the candidates to try and push into that top 6. And it's looking like they're never going to get past the Fellas, Chunks.
It's going to be a tricky one indeed, and it looks like Hjort is all but out of it. He's going to try and get that first aid, but I think he realizes there's no chance of getting his teammates back up as well. 20 seconds past the 21-minute mark as Polish Power just completely annihilates Sheesh. The nade shuts things down, and Marcelik will be back in position for the revive. Sarvam, Team Elite all starting to make a move on their way round. As a minute remains on that Phase 5 shift, they realize just how much pressure is mounting. Elite just about inside the zone. They've got a plateau, but they are being peppered by Hal. Schofield with the Mini 14 attempts to connect, but nothing is found. It's this theme of tonight, isn't it? Those DMRs onto the vehicles, so close but so far. There's the same being said with those shots.
It's a carnage in the field on all sides of things. On grind, somehow still hold on. Win or die, somehow still have Gedrox here. FaZe Clan on the north, want to take the fight to fellas. Look at the minimap as well. Yort's still there. Yort's still hiding on out in the blue zone, trying to heal on up as this fight is completely kicking off. Vifex, again, trying to make things work, trying to force things, but he oversteps a little bit. Tixu catches him out from the sides. The trades are there for FaZe Clan, though, and it's just Miracle trying to go for a smoke, trying to go for some piece of cover. FaZe Clan eliminate the fellas. They're not even going for the res just yet. They're looking for bystanders. They're looking for a third party coming on in. But they've cleared the FaZe hill. With bystanders going out, we're going into top 8 with FaZe Clan putting up another big performance.
Now the placement points start to stack and they become so important. Win or Die, by the way, have also managed to salvage them as one of those teams who are just planting their place further and further at the top. There is still going to be a bit of a distance that they want to regain after, obviously, FaZe on an absolute tear at the moment have been able to close down a considerable margin. Cobra remaining in it for Team Elite, but you have to wonder how long for. That vehicle is smoking and there is no cover up ahead of them. This is what happened in the Polish power fight. We didn't even see it on the feed, but I'm happy we got a replay because that was a massive nade from Marslick to take down 2 of those players and to remain in it and carry that fight forward now to potentially eliminate Sarvum. It's so momentous for them.
It's big. It's also super impactful because not only do they get the dip, they now get the chance to hold that Baron Peak comfortably without worrying about Sheesh. They got the loot injection as well. I think they were able to pick up a lot of utility from the Sheesh players, whatever they had left. Now, actually leave Baron Peak alive, who's got a teammate looking over his shoulder. Backseat gaming IRL. You love to see it. But he's got to make a risky run. Polish Power should be well aware that he's there. They were waiting for him for quite a while. Now they spot him again, and they will take care of him once he has to move into the next zone. He's also looking for util. He knows he needs some banger nades to make anything work. He's picking up a few bandages, a few bullets. He's got 4 Polish men staring down the barrel of their gun right in front of them. And then he's got Exalt on the other side of the street. It's rough time for Sarvin, but it's at least something to keep Polish Power busy for now.
Sarvin try to find the opening, but it just isn't happening. Now the headshot gets caught. Baron Peak still a long way away from any form of safety. Cobra, though, may just provide it for him, as the vehicle is potentially enough of a distraction now to bring Polish Power up the hill. They realize, though, they can't get all the way up because they will expose themselves. It's just going to be a mini red zone, and a very mini one at that, because the first nade connects and takes down Cobra. Now all attention is down onto Baron Peak from Sarvum. Flashbangs coming. Marcelik throws some of his own, but in the end, the nades are too much. Sarvum eliminated in 7th place, and ladies and gentlemen, if there's ever a reason that backseat gaming was bad, that's it.
Backseat gaming not enough to take them in it, at least to keep them in it. Heaviness now the last one for on grind, about to get cleared as well. The utility's coming in. He has nowhere to go. That's clean from Diggory. They lose 80 on the approach, but when you look at the gauntlet, they had to run down the hillside here with Howl, just a firing squad laying into them. They're not going to be all too upset about losing 1 member there, getting 2 kills. FaZe Clan is absolutely on a tear right now. They're showing us what they're made of. They weren't able to show it in the group stages, but they're able to show it here, and they're looking fantastic doing it. Circle has gone hard to the north. It's really just shifted into the compound of Exalt, who've been sitting pretty for quite a while. But more importantly, it's not only shifted out FaZe Clan, it's also shifted out the entirety of the eastern side of the road, which means we'll have Polish Power, Win or Die, FaZe Clan all go for very similar positions on the southern side of the field, or make the crash into Exalt, neither of them really being a nice prospect for any of our teams.
Polish Power, if they want to move in, have to completely expose themselves on an open road, whereas FaZe Clan have to expose themselves to an open field. I personally probably couldn't decide which one I prefer. I don't think either of them are ideal. As FaZe 7 starts to make a move, teams are going to have to think about this relatively quickly. For me, at least, it feels like Gedrox is going to be the focus player at this point that we really have to keep an eye on, because he will dictate how Pow's game goes for them. But never mind, because it's Gustav to deny it, and that might just have been enough of an opening to get some players in. Schofield will fall as Diggory continues to fire through with that Mini 14, stealing the point away from Marcelik. Laser, Ruin, both laying prone, but all it's going to take is one well-placed frag. Thankfully, this time, though, they're out of range, but Fex is ready for that final player to hop in the vehicle.
Yeah, and look at how much damage he's already taken before he even starts moving towards the zone. It's going to be a 2-tap no matter where you hit him. It's Molodok who actually closes it out in the head, and it's Artix who picks it up. Exalt gets some much needed points out of their compound. I said they've been sitting pretty. Haven't been able to get a whole bunch of points, but one each is not all too bad. And now as FaZe take another run to Howl, they'll start taking casualties very, very soon here. They have some smokes that they can delay, but no hard cover. It's just going to make this such a tough task for them. Polish Power trying to delay more on the road as well, using smokes to try and cover their approach. Excuse me, but there's just no hard cover for anyone else but Exalt.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, FaZe are literally on a mission to nowhere right now. They are sending it any which way that they can. There is no real direction. It feels like whoever they find an opening on is going to be the first one that they commit to. Faya, though, with a beautifully placed nade onto Crunio, follows it up with a second, and Fate takes out Diggory. So taking a fight on both sides and ultimately shutting down Polish Power out in fourth, narrowly short of the victory. But are you surprised with an open zone like this? One player left up from FaZe, the same being said for Howl. It's just a case of one trying to outlast the other now, but there's a couple of points in it, so I think that FaZe should have enough of a buffer to remain in first after this one. Gustav taken out, and that's the end of FaZe. Ruin is knocked, and well, it's all onto the solo of Laser. He's going to deny the points, and that's Exalt taking the chicken dinner and getting a considerable bump up the standings.
It is a considerable bump, and it's for one of the teams that weren't even close to the top 6, which means we don't have nearly as much movement towards that top 6 as we could have had if we had a Polish Power taking this one. If we had one of the teams from the West, like Bystanders or Fellas, taking the win away. So very interesting that Exalt is able to get away with that. They get the compound and they get the shifts they need, but towards the end there, Chunks, they do a fantastic job at sweeping out. Not losing a single player while they run out at multiple teams. That's not as easy as it sometimes looks, and they get themselves a whole lot of kills to boot.
I think it makes it even more interesting, though, because we don't want to see too much movement in the top end of things just because of how close it actually is. Sure, we've got one or two teams that are taking a massive lead now when we look at Win or Die, Howl, and FaZe Clan. Let's see what the devs think about that. Maybe have a look at the leaderboard in just a couple minutes, because it's going to be close going down to our final 2 games.
Thank you, boys. Yes, fantastic, riveting stuff. The team that drops in Monte Nuevo manages to get that compound and then play it out to the end. That's Exalt getting themselves the victory. Saga and Froz joining me here. I felt like Kovo could have done the whole death segment here. They had the compound here, Saga, and were able to play from it and get the win. Woo.
It's not the first time that we've seen that sentence be applicable in the past couple of days. Win or Die did very much the exact same thing. Their zone went just over the opposite side of the road. This time it goes a little bit to the south, but just getting the early positioning was really all that it took, even though they were maybe not quite able to prevent a couple of teams from making maneuvers past them. We saw a bit of a crazy send straight through the middle that up onto the hilltops before FaZe just rocked up and wiped them out like they did with a lot of other players. But Exalt picking up the exact same amount of kills, and it's actually been a really successful day for them overall. They're actually top 3 on the points, only a few behind what FaZe and even Fellas have been able to pick up today. Yeah,
Froz, memes aside here, Team Exalt, I mean, everything kind of goes their way. The area around this compound, very flat, not easy for anybody to breach upon. So for them to just hunker down and defend this position, a nice victory overall.
Yeah, real nice. And of course, it is very crucial that they get a compound like this early on. And the thing why nobody is actually crashing it is because what you saw towards the end, it's so open all around it that it is so hard, especially if you come to the late game when all the teams have stationed themselves pretty close to the compound. If you try to crash that, you're going to get shot in the back while you're trying to breach that compound. That's why it's such a strong compound. That's why it's such an important one to take early on. There's a few others, of course, as well that is kind of similar to that. But yeah, great play from Exalt. They didn't have a lot of kills until towards the end when they actually were able to shoot people when they were in the open, basically. Except for that, like before the ending, they had like 2 or 3 kills only. And that's once again comes down to it's so open. No one's gonna show yourself to you when you're sitting in a compound like that.
Ferris is deadly. We've seen him be able to convert some nice kills in the past. But Gustav, if Exalt were the defenders of this game, FaZe was the attackers of this game. Saga, I think it's fair to say they were going from fight to fight, pummeling people.
Yeah, completely nothing to lose at this point. Once again, they've overtaken Win or Die at the top end of the standings. Gustav just adding to his tally on 9 kills on the day. Everyone else on FaZe is on 8. So all of the teams just firing on all cylinders. Fayorist, the only player who has even more, 10 as well. So a very solid performance from the top 2 in this lobby, but only one of them really has any sort of impact on who's going to be making moves into the top 6.
And speaking of the attackers in FaZe, let's check in with their comms from this game.
Just go.
He's peeking behind us, the Boston guy, by the way. Watch out. He's peeking.
Yeah.
We don't do this yet.
Push.
Okay, we can do it. We can do it. I'm coming with you.
They should be on the smoke rising in front of us.
Okay, I'm nading over.
Hit once on me. He's on the double rocks in front of me.
Yeah, one's on the ridge on green mark. I'm pushing, boys.
Flash.
No, long effects. I'm not behind you.
Okay.
One on my ridge.
One's on the right and one's left.
Knock one.
Far right guy.
Nice.
One active. On the ridge, on the right. Watch out for I'm watching north now.
Simple stuff, dismantling one of the teams that's performed oh so well throughout the day as well in Fellas. And actually, speaking of Fellas, Froz, I was looking at their split, their 1-1-2 that they had across these compounds. I like the splits that they've been putting out today. It's just a little bit of shame for them, of course, that the circles kind of push away overall.
Yeah, they're making the best out of it, as you're saying, with those splits and making sure that they have so much space, so much possibilities, no matter where the circle basically is going to be going. They're kind of ready for it already and making sure that, all right, we are going to take as much ground as possible. But sure, it didn't work out on this one. But then again, it's been such a great day so far for them that they are basically through, right, for the finals right now. But also, like, I think one thing to point out, what we heard from FaZe Clan's comms there, is how active they are and how, like, you know, they're always on spot with a kill feed. They always know it's not just one, it's almost always 2 persons confirming what's happening. That's a flush, 1 up. We heard that from 2 different people every time something important like that needed to be voiced.
Yeah, just making sure that information isn't lost in those moments, I think is fair to say. All right, well, break time. When we return, it's the penultimate game of the day and the penultimate game of the elimination stage. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back. Only 2 more Miramars here for the day for PCS7 Europe. And of course, we've been talking a lot about, you know, your phases, your fellas, even Exalt that's able to get the victory off of this. But some of the teams have been quite consistent in getting a lot of points throughout the day. And I think fair to say, Saga, Froz, it's been a POG moment. No Bible thumps really in the chat or anything like that for Sheesh here, who... I'm like 34, guys. I can't say these stupid things over and over.
Overcommitted to that, didn't you?
But they've been doing well, Froz. I mean, you know, we saw Yanni from Sheesh doing all right in this previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it is great to see that they are doing pretty well now, right? But the problem is that they only had 23 points in the first day. Today, so far, they've got themselves 36 points, and we saw them here in the previous game. Yanni, as you said there, the 1 versus 3 against the footballers, that was so nice of him with the jiggle peaks. He didn't take any damage until I think it was after the second knock, basically. And that is so important, to not lose any HP at all, because once you get tagged up, it's basically one headshot and you're gonna get knocked. So that was really great played, and he wouldn't have any help if he would have gotten knocked up there as well. And they keep on racking up these kills. 9 kills despite a 12th place here in the previous game, and I like to see more like that, but I think it might be a little bit too late for him to get top 6 today, but this is great warm-up for tomorrow though.
Exactly, and of course it kind of, with 36 points on the board for the day, it moved them significantly away from any potential of a danger zone, right, Saga? Now sitting middle of the table. Yeah,
it really keeps them above and beyond where we've seen very little movement actually towards the bottom end. Again, at the very start of that game, we saw OG TE doing a little bit of griefing on the far eastern side of the zone as Pink Pony just completely got caught on the world's latest, widest rotation and still ran into 2 teams, losing players very, very early on. And it has just, it's been that kind of day for Pink Pony and Pink Venom as well. All the Pinks are just really not doing very well today. 7 points for Pink Pony, 5 for Pink Venom. Just really can't get anything going. Not a single placement point for either of them, which was a little bit different for what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, from PV to PP to then another PP here, Froz, as you've got Polish Power doing all right. Now my Polish Power stable, seemingly. And this Polish Power in the lobby needs to be stable as well. A 4th place with 4 kills, not too bad, and they're slowly pushing up there. Do you think that they can breach, though, properly into that top 6?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they should be breaching the top 6. Yeah, they're already in the top 6 there. They're sitting there with 80 points. So pretty comfortable, right? You know that you have BBL is the next opponent that is above you, that is not even playing, and they're 6 points ahead. So if Polish Power just keeps it together here for 2 more games, because, you know, this is Polish Power after all, they could do some funky stuff. That wouldn't surprise at all.
What are you trying to say about Polish Power here, Froz?
They are a wild card, if anything. That's what I'm trying to say. They are definitely a wild card. And that's to their benefit, though, because they are so hard to read for any teams, because you'll never know what they'll be doing. And that is one of their strengths, I feel like. But at the same time, they need to make sure, get a few points on the board, make sure to solidify yourself for the finals already, or it's going to be really rough tomorrow.
Yeah, Saga, one of my favorite things to do when I'm watching these games is keep your eyes on Marsalek, all right? Just because something's about to happen. It doesn't, we don't know when, we don't know where.
Yeah.
But something's going to happen.
He's going to do something. He's either going to 1v4 a team or just run into 4 players and immediately die. It just tends to be how it goes. But, you know, so far, it's sort of been on the up and up. They've usually been able to revive him when he gets a little bit crazy. It's been a bit of a slightly slower day for Howl after their very solid performance from yesterday, but they've done more than enough to solidify themselves up at the top end of the standings as well. But there's a lot of movement between that 6th place and 11th.
Yeah, Marslak's going to hate me for saying that, but whatever. It's time now. We're going to Miramar once again. It's desert time with Chunks and Kovo on the mic.
Chunks and Kovo is what you're going to get for the last 2 games. We are excited, Chunks. I am excited for a lot of the P's that the desk talked about, Polish Power being the first one of them to drop out of the plane. And there's something I've been wanting to say and I didn't really get the chance to. Polish Power, ever since they picked up Cappy, he's sort of been the hard carry of that squad. He's had an elimination stage to forget. He's not been able to perform at all for the squad, and they're still up there in 6th. They're really just coming back together as a team and picking up the slack.
Look, it shows how important it is to actually have multiple players on a team that can fill each other's roles, because a lot of the time it feels like teams will rely on one solo player and then the rest of them will kind of anchor off them, which, I mean, it works until it doesn't, if that makes sense. As soon as that player has an off day, the entire team does. So being flexible, being kind of malleable in terms of the positions that you play, the roles that you take is very, very important as we just wait for that phase 1 to pop. Now, not any hot drops today, it feels like. It seems like teams are playing a lot more disciplined, keeping their distance a bit more.
You could say it that way, and you could also say what Teeks was saying. Everyone's scared. I think it's a little bit of both, because it's not a coincidence that fellas were able to hold the best center compound with just Miraku in there until phase 3, or half of phase 3 at least, in that Stalba game. I think nerves are coming into it, and nerves will be coming into it more and more now when you realize your chances are getting so slim. You're starting to make these calculations in your head. You're still telling each other as a team, well, let's play game by game. But when you realize, okay, we need about 15 points per game at this point, you're going to start to get nervous. You're going to start to feel the pressure. Circle now, hard on the eastern side. Really good for Team Elite. Really good for a Pink Pony, who hasn't been able to get much going, even though we've seen Hakatori on those top kills for so long now.
We have, and it's nice to see a bit of a shake-up, and Diggory has been putting in big work so far to be able to actually get in that sheer number of kills. I mean, FaZe Clan currently sat on 76 kills overall. That is absurd, considering that they would, you know, I'm not going to say that they were in a bad position, but they weren't in as strong of a position at the end of the day that they previously played. So I think we really are seeing them come into form, and they're realizing that, hey, this isn't our last chance to qualify, but it's our best chance of qualifying at this point. Nobody wants to be competing for one of two slots in a best of 6. I don't think that is anything that any team feels confident they can do. Consistency is kind of thrown out the window when we go down to a best of 6, best of 12. It really does demonstrate it, but when we get down to a best 6 and we reduce the number of games, it's so up in the air, and it will make those teams that stand on top typically even more nervous because everybody is looking at them and how they react.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, recently we saw Liquid dropping over peakers, then teams of similar calibers now are struggling to make it into finals. A team like FaZe Clan, it's not only that they don't want to play last chance qualifier, they also want to send a bit of a message here, and they want to show that, yeah, we had 2 bad days of group stage. That's 2 bad days. That's really not a whole lot of games. That's really not a whole lot to say about their performance overall as a team. So them showing up strong here, showing up stronger than yesterday as well is good for them, and sends a good message to not only them and their fans, also just to themselves in a way, where you reaffirm yourself, hey, we've got what it takes. We can play some really, really good PUBG, and we can frag the hell out when we need to. And I think there's a lot of value in that for sure.
Zabila, not the position you really want to be in, honestly, with fellas so close around. I think the vehicle actually will give some very valuable info that, okay, we can't play this position, but it also means that now Pink Pony can send a couple more players a bit closer, not actively working up the hillside, not actively playing the same position even, just getting those vehicles, getting nearby so that when the rotations do have to happen, they're just made a little bit easier. So we see Foot Esports now on the cusp. Still, they played so well yesterday, and sure, they put up good points today, but it hasn't been the same level, has it?
It's been a really good start for them, and then it's been a bit of a slowdown. But that is nothing to say they can't make it. They're still in a fantastic spot, but there's just so many teams vying for the same positions, and PBL is really starting to sweat at this point. PBL, one of those slots where I thought they could make it. Before the games today, I thought no chance, and now I'm starting to believe just a tiny bit again. This is 6 points for Polish Power, and then it's still 11 points for Footballists. It's still almost 20 for everyone below them. There is a tiny chance for them still, and it gets more and more cruel by the game, because they're starting to believe more and more. And then if it's a normal PUBG thing, in the last game someone passes them by 1 or 2 points and their hearts get broken.
And with how many, like, really recognizable and formidable teams are up in the top end of things, you've got to think it's going to change soon, and it could potentially fall Howl if they're not too careful with this one. Go past, think that it's clear, and ultimately that's not the result. Ulseng will be able to trade out after Voldemort goes down, but Laser low HP, trying to find himself a bit of a peak. It's Baron Peak, however, coming out on top of that one again. Only 2 players remain from Howl, and they're not exactly holding the same position. Sarvam need to get this revive up, but to get it, they'd have to expose themselves to ruin and ultimately give a lot of info away to Laser. Nades continue to follow up down towards Schofield, maybe not realizing that it is a revive attempt. In fact, in the end, though, Global Army peeks round and finds the 2. Laser trades it to keep Howl in it, but barely by the skin of their teeth. Sarvam sweeping through, waiting for him to open the door. It's not going to come just yet, as they seem like they have the read, but maybe haven't heard him repositioning. Flashbang connects. Laser not going to be able to do anything. Now the Global Army's opened that door, made the push into the room, they must, through a process of an elimination, have a read on where he is. Flashbang is there, but he turns away in time. Unfortunately, though, Global Army peeks from the angle he looked away from. It's Howl out in dead last.
The audio cover there from the Flashbang comes in big. He almost had the wrap as well. He almost had the timing to play a bit of ring around the rosy with the rest of Savim Esports. That's Howl out. That is one of the teams that we've been looking at so much. One of the teams that had really put themselves in a fantastic position. Falling a little bit short again, making it a little bit more exciting and a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure if there's any chance they're still going out of the top 6. It's certainly not likely, but yeah, once again, just making it a little bit more interesting for anyone that's catching below them, giving teams maybe a little bit of hope when it comes to catching up. And a team like Fella, for example, anyone they can pass makes them feel a little bit more safe in that top 6. With 96 points, you're feeling okay, but you know that you're not 100% locked in.
Kovo, worst situation here, in my opinion, is this zone actually pulls up to the north, because that Death Valley would be so prevalent in it. And if you look, every team is banking on it centering up. Everyone is around that junkyard area. And if it does pull up to the north, there's going to be a mass migration with not so many places for people to end up. And you've got to think whoever really controls that valley, whether that's going to be FaZe, whether it's going to be win or die, are in position to hold out every car that goes past. But if you want to get past a little bit easier when you're in the car, like how I did that, you should get yourself a McLaren, because that thing is fast. It goes on the coupe, it's a skin, so it's the fastest car in the game. You should get it. Is there any more I need to say?
There's nothing that we really need to say. I think we're here for the call-outs, and we're here for the ads, but if you've been in a lobby where someone unboxed that coupe skin, that McLaren, and has driven around, you have seen the amount of attention it gets you. It's pretty good marketing. It's a damn good skin. You love to see it. But enough of that. We're here to shout at video games, and for now, no shouting going on with the MTB. Safe rotation into this compound next to jungle. Exalt, similar things for them. Southwestern entrance, very slow, very calm and collected. Going into a win or die, who's been fairly quiet today, but is set up to control a lot of that western edge. And I wanted to talk about FaZe when the McLaren thing popped up. They're coming in on the northern side. You touched upon. If there's a northern shift, they'll have lots of information. They'll have a minute to grab it. They'll have lots of space for themselves as well.
Let's take a focus on to win or die, though, because this is a team that really played extremely well in previous days. Gedrock's able to average, at the moment, 1.2 kills per game, getting points on the board, and that's just amplified when you look at Extend and his other teammates. They're all able to get significant numbers up there, and if you think about it, 2 points per player per game, well, you're averaging up to 8 already just off of the kills. If you're able to get the placement, then you're hitting that 9-point average that we really look for in somebody who takes a lobby.
It's going to be really interesting to see what they can do in the finals, Chunks, because they were so good on their first day. They've had a lot of good zones, but they also played them fantastically, not to take anything away from them. Today, not being able to repeat the same thing, just like Howl is able to still get good points, but not able to repeat the same craziness they were able to pull off yesterday, means I'm a little bit doubtful for what we see from them in the finals. Regardless, for a team like them, recently come together, lots of experience on the roster, but maybe not the longest time together, it's a fantastic result regardless of a day 2 performance. Making finals and showing the world that you can compete with the best of the best is fantastic. And you mentioned a northern swing, Chunks. That is as far north as it could have gone, and FaZe is right in the middle.
I had a feeling this would happen. Whoever really controls this valley now is going to be in a very powerful position, but at the same time, bystanders rocking that 2-2 split is going to cause a problem. I wanted to touch on this a minute ago. Heroic making their rotation through. They were pushing into OG, but now it's Polish Power that are next to them. If you look at that standings, you see just how close those two teams are. And all it would take here is Heroic to eliminate Polish Power, and every team 7th and beyond is looking at that and trying to retake that position inside of the top 6. Pink Pony make a crash into a shack, and honestly, with a circle like this, I'm not too surprised. There isn't much that anyone can work with, or at least safely know is going to be free, because they just haven't been up there. Nobody has scouted the north.
Nobody has scouted a lot of this, as I see the bystanders, for example, going for a valley position as well. 4-man in the gas station, 0 information, a good chance to catch a circle, but if they don't, I don't fancy their chances for the rest of this game. Ulsan caught by the fellas who do what they do best. Split around a bit, grab different angles, make sure to get some shots off, and you're usually going to hit them if you're the fellas, because that's what they do, picking up another kill point. Another rotation that doesn't go all that great for Savim. As we see an Orm in the kill feed from Free Kill, and they're not quite done. She's taking another bit of a fight. Pink Venom Just flying straight on in.
Dedrick's looking out to try and find something, but nothing is found. Sheesh seemingly unable to group together at this point. Too far split. The long-range fire support will be provided from atop the hillside, but not sure whether it's really worth all that much in this kind of position. Dedrick's just going to be holding his own. Now, remember, they do have to make a cross, so it isn't terrible for these Sheesh players, as I didn't even realize how low that player just got taken. Kazoo down to literally 1 HP. As free kill comes in round the back. Sheesh looking to start executing a pinch, and well, that's what happens. Free kill with the shots. 3x M4, not quite enough, but he's got that AWM, and that is what's going to do the real damage. As soon as he knows all of these players have just taken a little bit, it'll just be one to the body to finish it off. Katie goes down as Yanni is the one to land the frag grenade. Dedrick's looking for one of his own, and it bounces well.
Yes.
And it's going to convert into a knock now. Pink Venom in a very tricky position to work with. Woxy, the only player left in this compound, and just praying that one of these Sheesh players overexposes themselves in a point where they can salvage a point out of it.
Oh, and that's a peek straight into free kill, but that man's busy trying to stay alive. There's third-party shots from Exalt coming in, making this so much harder for Sheesh. Now Woxy has no clue about that roof push coming out. That's a lot of damage from Dedrick's, and if one thing I'm sure about is that Sheesh is good with red dots. They're clean on the aim, close range especially. Massive props to Dedrick's as well for delaying so long, just bouncing around the shacks, making sure that he gets the util in when he can, and a good bunch of kills. But that's another Northern shift that is right centered on 80's compound. FaZe will pull together nicely and quickly as we see a bit of Orm action coming out from Gustav as well. Oh, man. Just slow down bolt shots in this game. Some of the best things to look at.
Something about a slowed down replay that I couldn't agree more is so impressive, but Heroic with some impressive shots of their own. Beamy going to be able to take down Keanu as Herc, also going to be getting eliminated. Hjort tries to trade it out, has some success. Beamy, though, now having to wait, being completely surrounded by bystanders. Hjort should be able to get the heal off in time and get his teammate up. You see that on top of the hill, Kovo. That's Michael's name tag. It wouldn't surprise me if he wants to try and third party, because Fellas, as we mentioned so many times, are a traditionally aggressive squad, even though we may have seen a change tonight. Polish Power, they're not changing, though, as they catch the rotation, find a kill, as MTB should be able to get away from it.
Good setup from Polish Power, just making sure they grab a free kill on the first team that comes through here. Rough times for the bystanders. Once again, one of the teams we were looking at today, and they haven't really been able to get rolling once again. It's a rotation that's rough, a rotation right past Heroic, costs them a player. Well, kill point, sure, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is not what you want to look at. When you want 10, 15 points in this game, you don't want to be just getting 4 or 3 out of it. Heroic, the same thing is true for them. They also lost a player in this exchange. And now they're both sitting in El Azahar. Not easy to move out of, especially if the circle doesn't shift hard to the southeast in the next one. Both with 3-man up, both still entrenched with each other as well. It's not like you can just separate and go your own ways. It's not looking good for the teams that are playing catch-up right now.
We always talk about the rotation paths on Miramar, and now there's literally 2 that you can take. You take one big valley with a road in the middle, or you take a big valley with a road in the middle. They're about your only options. So Elazar is going to be very tricky to get out of, and we also forget to mention the fact that that is a vertical hill pretty much. They have to move up if they want to make it into the circle. Team Elite going to be making their way through from the south this time. Polish Power have moved out of that compound, so they should find a little bit of safety, at least until further up the road. Exalt trying to find a little bit of safety, and Rinlock just hit that, I think.
There's one thing that these players are fantastic at. It's hitting shots. It's really just everyone in this lobby is pretty cracked. You'll see an occasional whiff here and there, but generally these players are absolutely on it. They're absolutely sharp. Western Edge is going to get a little bit awkward, especially in phase 4 comes in. Sheesh and Exalt split super wide on the western side of things. I've just seen someone say phase circle, by the way. Keep in mind, they were controlling space between the Fellas and on grind. They were basically split across the entire phase 2. And that's why they get a phase 3 shift, because they had everything. Now it centers up on the compound again. They're looking to continue this in dominant fashion. And the teams on the edge, they're going to have to struggle try and even get into a phase 4 here.
I think it's important to remember that you don't just win a game, you have to put yourself in a position to win a game, and FaZe have done that. They've showed some serious aggression in the previous match, and I don't doubt that they'll do exactly the same in this game. MTB on the rotation do find a little pocket of space to work with, but as frags fly over the top, it is a little bit precarious at the same time. Polish Power taking casualties to Team Elite as Rustamar was spotted from range. Sheesh, by the way, have really stepped things up again. It feels like they've got a lot of kills on the board this match. I'm not sure exactly what the current total is, but I'm sure we're going to find out in a second when they inevitably try and find more.
6 for now, and they're looking to make it more. They're looking to be aggressive. It's the pleasure of seeing a team that knows they don't have a whole lot to lose, but they have something to play for still. If they just have big games, put up a lot of kills early game as well, where you can get away with taking a lot of fights. Late game, that's a lot harder, as you'll be encroached by a lot more teams. Cappy, we spoke about them right at the start of this game. Now he's getting mollied. He's just bunched on up. TE sweeping over the hillside. No support to speak of as the rest of Polish Power on the southern hillside. Polish Power losing a crucial member in a position that they will have to fight out of or send into another team is bad news bears for them.
Tire is popped as well, so that Murado, as if it wasn't tough enough to drive over these hillsides already, it's going to be even harder. It's taken a lot of damage as well. Bystanders also taking some shots, at least soon enough, you'd assume. Polish Power did manage to get down to the city, and they're holding on to the very edge of it as Verbatim connects on to Fate. He looks for a second, is going to be able to find it, confirming those flushes as quickly as they can. As Team Elite also getting torn apart on the opposite side of things. So much action happening across the board, and that's a kind of symptom of a circle like this. Heaviness, just waiting for the peak, but it's not going to come as now Arctic's realizing that maybe it's going to be him that has to go for a reposition. Cobra eliminates Western, but was ultimately not strong enough to eliminate the whole of Foot Esports. Down in 13th, missing out on placement. Arctic's doing everything he can to get some of his own.
Also, don't forget about the fact, Chunks, this is called the elimination stage for a reason. On Grind is literally in last right now. They're scrapping for every single point they can get, and taking out Exalt at the edge of that circle would have been a good point injection to try and get. It's not looking like it. Third parties come in from Foot Esports as well. Gustav finds one onto Dedrix. Both teams have an arm to work with, but Gustav has the more dangerous one, and the fellas are trying to force this fight. That's a beautiful flashbang by Yanni, though. Buys him a bit of time, but Michael's cleaner with the barrel. Picks up another one, and Tiksu closes it out. Cheech with another good attempt, another good few kills on the board, but it's fellas who come out on top. It's them who come out swinging. It's them who solidify themselves further into that top 6.
At the end of the day, it's points, isn't it? And, well, with only one game left for Sheesh, it's looking like a tough one. But Esports, though, from above, get ready to throw the frag out. Is it going to be close enough to Crunio? Maybe. Oh, so close, just a little bit far. I really thought that was it then. I was holding my breath thinking that Crunio was out, and that would have really opened things up, considering that Polish Power are one spot above Foot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been waiting to say. Polish Power getting taken out would have been so big for Foot Esports here. Not only is it the team right above him, not only does it mean that they can't get any more points, it's also a playable spot, because if Polish Power are out of there, it's so much easier for Foot to send it down into the ridge and to play on that eastern side of the road versus MTB. They weren't able to close it out with the nades. They will have to force their way in somewhere else. Shifting a bit north for now, where we see teams like On Grind and Exalt still busy on that northern edge of the circle and still suffering the third parties from Foot Esports.
Down on that southeast, though, so much still happening. Artix on screen trying his best to sneak up still. I'm not sure whether he's even been detected here by OG. He just hugs the edge of the zone. Iro taking those shots, though, will be the opening that Artix was looking for. He spotted out Verbatim, just going to drop down prone. Nearly exposes himself there as the player turns around. MTB decide to focus onto Polish Power. Crunio gets himself a knock. But in the end, MTB unable to return it. And it looks like even more nades follow up. The red zone is connecting, and the med kit might have been the wrong play, unfortunately, because if that nade lands anywhere near the last one, well, it's all over. Arctics, we knew this was going to be a dangerous game for OG, and it turns out exactly that way. 2 knocks in rapid succession, almost makes it a third. He's got the mini 14, and he does exactly that. One tap to the head is all he needs to find the knock, and now it's all onto Uno. Arctic's just single-handedly ruined On Grind's game.
He ruins On Grind and he puts them in such a bad spot for the last game. There's so many of our Group C teams just at the bottom of that scoreboard still. We talked about the possibility of RFI and BA struggling a little bit, but right now it's not looking like it at all. It's looking like Team C, Group C is the one really going to be stuck at the bottom of the scoreboard. Arctics stays alive through that as well. Exalt, remember, they won the last game in flying colors. Now 3 kill points from Arctics is all they have to account for. The Bystanders still have 1 player up in the town again. It's once again Bystanders sitting in the blue, trying to go for some placement points, trying to sneak on in some edge right now. With a phase 6 circle, that's going to chunk. It's going to be a really, really hard transition for her. Even if he has plenty of first aids, it's going to be walking straight into her team.
Certainly is going to be a rough one. They've got about 30 seconds to make their mind up and find enough damage onto a player to feel confident pushing it, because in a position like this with the zone, the way it's unfolding, I'd be very surprised if a team is actually able to find an open position they feel confident playing. Herc, though, talk about good luck. He went right past the body, got the first aid, and I caster cursed him, didn't I?
You caster cursed him.
I caster cursed him.
Remember when you said that Win or Die player was going to play a fantastic role in the end game and he instantly died? It is a very real thing. We have to be careful what we say as casters. Heroic now, you will have seen that in the kill feed. They know that Bystanders is no longer a problem. No longer a problem in this game and no longer a problem on the scoreboard. They have a bit of ground here. They have something to work with, Heroic, but they will still have to move down from the hillside. So either they swing into Crunio and try to play from that eastern side of the road, or they make a wide rotation into something. Foot is going wide. They're not just content to sit on their edge and try and survive. They're going for a big play. They're going for a winning play, and they're getting torn apart by FaZe right now. Vex is fine in the first, and Heroic, they are sweeping into Grunio chunks.
Oh, and it could be detrimental, but Crunio misses that all-important shot. It still isn't going the way they planned, though, as Win or Die managed to land a long-range shot onto T-Bone. Crunio shuts it all down, and that's Heroic out in 8th. This is not what we expected, Kovo. They are pretty far off the mark right now. They can still do it. I'm not discrediting them, but with Foot and Polish Power still stacking up points. Never mind, just Foot still stacking up points. It's going to be a difficult distance to close. Fellas, also another top-end team now starting to show that so too gods can crack. There's only 1 player left up. It's going to be Tiksu laying prone. As Pink Pony sitting pretty happy in the center here, even though they only have 2 up.
Pink Pony going for a play, also losing 2, but every point that Polish Power was able to grab there, even just getting that 1 kill, getting that 1 placement point, was pretty damn massive for Polish Power. Everything counts double when you're eliminating teams that are chasing you. That is an 8.5 for MTB. Much earlier in the game, clearing out that shack. FaZe Clan on the south sitting pretty farming. They're just out of any concerns. They can do whatever they want here. Teams like Win or Die, teams like FaZe Clan, maybe even the fellas are feeling mighty safe. Foot Esports and Pink Pony, on the other hand, they need every single point they can grab right now, and they're having such tough games with the confident, with the free to do whatever they want teams just bullying them around.
It's the beauty of being in that position where you know you've got a bit of a buffer, and there are teams that have to fall before you even start getting concerned. When you play with such confidence like Win or Die and FaZe Clan have, it's no real surprise that they're making it to the end game with so many kills. FaZe almost rounding up to an even 120 points, and I'm sure if things go the way they plan, they're going to excel far past that. For Esports, though, fully trained onto Arctics, waiting for an opening as, Leosh just a little bit wide with the shots.
Yeah, but he can go much wider with the flank. He can get much more of an angle on that shack, and he can pinch them in even further if he wants to. He's got to figure out a way to come back into playable terrain once the zone shifts on in. But he can spend some time being a nuisance. That nade is a beautiful bounce. That's going to do good damage, and with more to follow it up, a FaZe from the other side. Foot is in big trouble here, Chunks. It's 1 nade, it's a few shots, and just like that, they're down to 1 member from a position they were hoping to get into late game from. Tiksu was never able to stand a chance, but Foot Esports, is the bigger story on that northern side, getting decimated by two teams at the same time. And once again, it's the teams that can just flex out and play whichever way they like.
Kovo, I just noticed something very unfortunate if you're a BBL fan. Polish Power and BBL are currently tied. Foot Esports standing with 4 kills on the board. If they're somehow able to salvage a couple more points out of this, they will have eclipsed not only Polish Power, but also BBL. Leosh takes down Artix, and that's going to be another point on the board for Foot. Now, Extends tries to find his own shots as Win or Die are feeling so confident in the way that they are playing. The same could have been said for FaZe, but they've been forced into a vehicle fort and they lose 80 before, however, Gedrox was traded out. Diggory goes for the revive, but his feet are completely exposed, and one more bullet will be enough to eliminate him, but he gets his toes away just in time. I say that. Look at this, though. Leosh around the corner should be able to finish off the job.
Leo's coming around. He should be able to end this and spoil the party for FaZe Clan. He's got nades as well, not only the Groza, but also the grenades. That should do the trick. Let's see how that bounces. It's another good nade. It even pushes the car away a few centimeters, but FaZe Clan is staying alive, holding on with the skin of their teeth. Not for long, though. If you look at the angles that Win or Die have been able to build around them, it's going to be tough times. Another smoke, another res on the cards for FaZe Clan, but they need to land some absolute banger shots onto Win or Die. They need a knock to just slow down this approach, and they can't. It's dominant performance from the quiet Win or Die team we've seen today, but don't forget about Pink Pony on that western side, still trying to get a few points out of this.
Leosh throws down even more smokes. He just wants to finish off this final player from FaZe. As Pink Pony flex out a little bit more, they still don't have too much to work with. Leosh watching that angle, realizing that's where the peak's going to come from. Hakatori, though, through the smoke, able to find a bit of damage of his own. It looks like Iria just waiting for that smoke to dissipate or a player to overexpose as FaZe, I really don't know how they've remained in it for this long. Unfortunately, it will be the end out in third place as Pink Pony maybe realizing that they do have that man disadvantage. There's a player that is in an off angle they haven't been able to deal with, and until Leosh is down, there's not really much that Pink Pony are going to be able to do. Extends, lands the shots onto Hakatori, but now he's pinned up against a crate. The zone is moving in. Headshots landed onto the player up above, and that is the end of it. Win or die. Not dying this time. In fact, getting 14 kills on the board and making it out of the battlegrounds alive.
They come back in the last or second to last game, and really quiet day for them, but they show us what they got here. I said, well, they haven't been able to keep up the same performance. What can they do in the finals? They must have heard it, because they just pop off completely. And that end game between FaZe and Win or Die, a lot of our big teams just dominating the lobby and everyone else just being left on the wayside. It's gonna be super interesting to see that scoreboard heading into our game 6, because it's still so close with our top teams just sponging up all the points.
It certainly is going to be close. Let's send it over to the desk to break it down before our final game of the evening.
That's right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Win or Die, living up to their namesake as they're able to get themselves the win, whereas in a lot of the previous games, they were kind of dying here throughout the day. Got Saga as well as Froz. Froz for this one, I mean, actually, they were popping people in this one, and a big split towards the end to assert dominance and control.
Yeah, I really like how they did that split as well. They were only 3 players up, but Leosh, while they were taking the fight against footballers, took a vehicle and said, all right, I see an opportunity here. I have the high ground on the southern side. I can take that right now and have a little bit more of a other sideline against someone like FaZe Clan, for example, down there. And with that split, that was kind of what gave them the win, right? Because it opened up so much. They had so much control with that one. But sure, they had to fight their way to get there as well. And again, like, they've been really quiet today, but this one opens it up a bit.
What?
I think one big thing here is also to look is Sheesh, once again, getting a lot of kills on the board. 12 plays, but still getting 7 kills. That's second most in this game. And you would expect someone like FaZe Clan to have a little bit more kills, maybe, because they were in the center of that circle, having so much map control. But they were basically kind of just pushing people away all the time, shooting at them. and just trying to have that control, making sure that they could get to the end game instead.
Yeah, FaZe was kind of the center of the bowl, where that's why we're seeing such a spread of kills here, I suppose, right? Saga, when you think about it, I mean, everybody can kind of see everybody from a lot of these sides, and that way all of these kills kind of getting distributed during the end game.
Yeah, particularly towards the edges of the zone. The side that was in Al-Azhar was a bit of a death trap, and coming up from over the valley, a lot of teams losing out in rotations while the zone was still fairly widely split. But win or die, they just made a smart rotation. They stuck pretty close to the northern side, obviously not quite as far north as FaZe, who were the sole benefactors of the northern shift, but they were very, very close to the valley itself, so got themselves into a solid position up north. And we've said it time and time again about holding their backline, not letting teams come in behind them is how the teams who tend to do well do get into those positions to hold those splits in the later stage of the game. You saw it again when Exalt tried to wrap to that side of the zone. Win or Die just said no thank you and sent them on their way to go and take a fight against OG, which eventually Exalt did come out winners, but they were battered and bruised for doing so. Yeah, some proper strongholds by Win or Die, who had a great lay of the land when it came to the angles they had from that north position. Likewise, though, Esports also getting themselves a few points on the board here. 4th place as well as 4 kills going their way, trying to slowly eke up the leaderboards as a whole. So we take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this Froz, and this is great for them because as much as, yes, they end up going out here in these moments, this is still pushing them slowly towards that top 6, where BBL is absolutely not safe in the slightest.
Yeah, I think they were sitting 3 points behind BBL and Polish Power currently. Both of BBL and Polish Power on 86 points, and Esports were on 83. Now, the big thing is that BBL does have the most placement points, and then Polish Power, and then FUT Esports. And I'm mentioning this because placement points is going to be the first tiebreaker, so it's important in case Polish Power would go out, footballers get 3 points, it's still going to be BBL who goes through. And it's only one more game to go. So it is still possible for both Polish Power and FUT Esports to be able to make it through right now.
Yeah, definitely so. So keep your eyes on those teams in particular going into the next game. However, before we do that, a team that seems to have secured themselves a spot here in the top 6 is Fellas. Let's hear from them for the last game.
Like below the rock, they're all coming to PQ now.
On the rock.
That guy's going for the rush.
Shooting just.
I don't have lethals.
One guy's on your right.
Pushing up. One's on the rock.
Comes.
Justice coming to peek that guy as well. There's got one more below you as well.
Flash on me.
Yeah.
One SH got knocked.
I flashed them.
I think the rock guy might have been knocked.
I'm pushing.
Flash.
Rock guy probably got knocked.
Nading you from
flash.
One's still on my right. One's on the rock and one's on my right.
Knocked him.
Nice, one up.
Nice.
And just one behind.
Al-Azhar shooting you as well.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, good job, guys. Yeah, very, very calm.
Good job.
Very chill.
Yeah.
What do you think, Frost? Was that nice?
Yeah, it was nice.
I agree.
Still nice again to see how they're communicating, right? Always relaying that information. You hear once again, Rustamar, we heard him last time we heard Fellas that Rustamar was dead on that clip too. Again, he was dead, but still relaying so much information to Michael and Tixu in this occasion, letting them know exactly what Mirko is seeing and what is happening. So they are all always knowing what is going on, how many is up, and what to do.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. We're going to a break. Afterwards, we'll give you the lay of the land as to which teams you need to look out for to gain these top 6 spots. We'll see you in a sec. Oh, I know you were gone for a long time there, guys, but welcome back. We have got one more game in hand here to find out who is getting those top 6 spots. And without further ado, let's take a look at how things sit for our top 6, as well as which teams are going to be trying to strike out against that, because there are still a lot of teams in the running for this. If they're able to have a big game off the back of this saga, they could quite easily propel themselves into the grand final.
It really is still treacherous territory, just where we started off the day, except the cutoff point is a little bit more in sight, and we expected it to be close to 90 points, and it looks like that's very much going to be the case, assuming, of course, Polish Power and Foot do get some points on the board in this final game, which BBL are going to be hoping, for the love of everything that they adore in life, is not the case.
Yeah, definitely so. Because the thing is that if you do not make it in this top 6 here, Froz, battling out for what is just 2 spots remaining across one day is brutal. Arguably one of the most brutal things that we've ever seen since Last Chance Survival, when it came to PGC back way when.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, look at the lineup as well, the potential lineup for that for tomorrow's games. You have teams like Entropic, you're gonna have teams like Bystanders, Heroic, and Pink Pony, like teams that could pop off but might not do it as well. Like, it is gonna be so random with a best of 6 as well. Like, you could have 2 really bad games to start things off with, and it could be done already. But I mean, coming in here to the last game, I feel like it's all about Polish Power and Foot Esports right now. Pink Pony, I don't think they're gonna make it. I don't think Heroic or Bystanders can pull it together as well. If anyone, Sheesh has the best chance out of all the teams I just mentioned with how they've been playing. They need 20 points to tie up with BBL right now, and they are the ones who have been grabbing a lot of points in the previous games here.
Grand Survival at PGIS is what the name I was looking for all that. But yeah, we have ourselves now quite the predicament for some of these teams, of course. Saga, if you had to pick who you think's going to be able to make it in that 6th spot, or whichever BBL spot is, basically, who would you pick?
I knew this was coming, and yesterday I was a certified fence sitter. And I had to be very careful about the way I said that. But no, this time around, I'm actually backing Heroic. I think they can do it. They have the star talent, and we saw yesterday, like the final couple of Miramar games, they really turned on. They got themselves a 1st place and a 2nd place back-to-back, and they're not that far away. It's 14 or so points to catch up with the current 6th place spot. So to get themselves a win with maybe 10, 8 maybe points on the board could very much do it. And we know that they're capable of that. We've seen them win events in the past. So I think they've got what it takes to pick it up. And I just want to hear a T-Bone interview again.
Yeah, that'd be nice, because we get to hear his lovely accent again on the desk. But Froz, how about you? I'm going to pose you the same question. Who do you think is going to be able to move through?
I think it's going to be Foot Esports and it's going to be Polish Power. Those 2 teams have shown great strength here today, and I feel like they're so close to it. A team like Heroic, sadly, too many mistakes, and they just look way too passive right now. It looks like they are trying to back off from the fights. Look at how they were up against Bystanders, for example. They were not trying to take the fight. Instead, they were both just being very passive until they were forced to fight instead. And if you're in that situation, you want to take control over that situation straight away. Take them out. They are your biggest opponents in that situation. But instead, it was just down to fate.
I can understand at the same time, though, why fear may become a part of that scenario. So it's a tough one. Maybe a little bit of divide here on the desk. But one thing's for sure, our final game sure to be excellent, because we've got ourselves one more opportunity for these teams to be able to hit themselves top 6. Who's it gonna be? Thank you very much, Saga. Thank you very much, Froz, as well, for all of the breakdowns. It's time to head to the desert once again with Chunks and Kobo to wrap up the elimination stage.
So many good points brought up by the desk, so many good questions asked, and this is the game, Chunks, where we finally get to answer all of them. We've spent this whole day not answering the BBL question. We've spent the whole day not answering what's going to happen to Polish Power and Foot Esports. This is where it comes down to the wire. There's a solid chance, a tiny, tiny chance for BBL to still hold on. I said it was going to be cruel. It will be cruel, but we're going to know it all when this game closes. I'm excited.
4 points, Kovo. 4 points is what keeps BBL in it. As it currently stands, we should point out that they would win the tiebreaker. That's not confirmed just yet, though. I don't think that there's any way that they can really feel confident in this one. I mean, I want to try and put a positive spin on it because I know that BBL, they're such a popular team. There's a lot of people rooting for them, but oh god, it looks scary. I think the only hope for a team like BBL is that somebody like Foot Esports or Polish Power gets hot dropped here and gets punished. And it looks like Keanu is actually trying to do that work for BBL as he took those long-range shots down towards Crunio parachuting, but it doesn't pay off. And now both teams free to loot as they please and ultimately start stacking up those points. And oh, if you're a BBL fan, you should be concerned because Foot Esports just got a very good circle considering their drop location.
So did the bystanders. And so did Polish Power in a way. Polish Power like to go really early. They like to go 4-man strong, and they like to send it into the exact compound that Keanu is holding. That's something they've been doing ever since the circle existed. I'm excited to see if they'll do it again. We've got 8 teams, Chunks. 8 teams that could end up in these 2 slots behind the fellas. And 6 out of these teams will be heartbroken. We've got BBL and a Polish Power sitting in these slots right now, tied up with the new tiebreaker. Polish Power just barely losing out. We've got teams like Sheesh that was brought up by the desk. We've got teams like Exalt who got, I think, 57 points in 3 games in PSL. They can absolutely have a 20-point game. That's all they need to push themselves past BBL. And we don't even know if that's going to be enough. Tons and tons of chances. So much to go wrong as well, because look at On Grind. Look where they're sitting on the leaderboard. And remember, we're also eliminating 2 teams today.
Yeah, I think that's something we maybe glossed over a couple of times because obviously there is so much focus on that grand finals and what it means. And there's going to be 1, or I guess you could say 6 more chances to make it through tomorrow. But you don't want to be taking those. You don't want to be going for a top 2 position tomorrow. You want to be up there at the top end of things, but as you mentioned, the bottom few teams have to be sweating right now. There are so few points in it. I think that On Grind, though, were the ones who should be a little bit more concerned. They have a much bigger margin to try and jump, and remember, every point that any of those teams above them gets just makes it harder and harder for them to close that distance. So it's brutal here if you're one of those squads, but at the end of the day, we want to test teams under pressure. That's a big part of becoming a pro player, getting that competitive experience. It is about just getting used to these high-pressure situations. And if a team like MTB or OG is able to overcome that, step it up, a team like SRM or PV aren't able to, well, it's why we separate the pros from semi-pros.
It's tricky. The circle is a bit of a relief maybe for On Grind, as they were in a fantastic position to start this one off. I think it's also so you can try and simple it down as much as you want. It's not just as simple as getting 1 point for Polish Power. That is what they need to pass BBL. Sure, that's the one thing that matters for BBL, but it can very easily not be enough. It's almost likely that 1 point is not enough for Polish Power. They need a whole lot more than this. Pink Pony right now, impactful shots that they're taking at one of the teams right next to them on the leaderboard. It's looking like Footballists are just going to be able to dodge, just going to be able to put themselves in this ridge line. And in an area that's fairly congested for how early it is in the game, Footballists are going to be happy to not take a knock here.
Certainly will. Polish Power, though, that is a point, and it is an important one. That's if they can convert it, which so far they haven't been able to do. Crunio looks to try and push off of this and get a bit of an off angle as the rest of the team move in. They now know there is a damaged player in this compound, and it doesn't look like he's got a team. Bystanders are doing everything they can to back away from this because they know that if they go down, if they lose a player, they potentially risk automatic qualification.
They also know it's Polish Power. They know it's a team that will absolutely fly into this compound when they know there's a player healing there. There's a player that just got done with the res, hasn't had the time to reposition. They know that this is a super realistic chance to get breached, and it's a good reaction from Keanu. The guts as well to say, I'm going to be the one driving. I'm not going to be bandaging because I want you to shoot out of this car and put some pressure back towards On Grind. Good game sense, good reaction from the bystanders. They still lose one of their compounds here. They lose half of their 2-2 split. It's not perfect, but it's a good salvage.
But look who's up to their north. It's Foot Esports. Like, this story is right in itself right now. The way it's unfolding is so precarious for so many teams. We look at Fellas here holding on to 4th place right now. Sure, they've got a bit of a buffer, so I maybe assume that they're safe, but at the same time, I keep caster cursing things and it keeps happening. Win or die, though, I think they're pretty much locked in. I don't think they have any concerns. The same being said for FaZe. So those two teams kind of get free reign on how they want this one to unfold. They could absolutely do everything they can to deny a squad from qualification if they see a team like Polish Power in the kill feed and think, hey, we don't want to deal with these guys in the final. Let's give it one extra attempt to kick them out. I'm sure they're going to try and take it.
I'm sure they will. And we talked about not making enemies. I think especially when you have good reasons, when you have a team that's close to your loot spot, when you have a team that maybe likes to play similar positions as you, a team that likes to rotate camp rotations, and you get caught every now and then, that's massive reasons to try and push them out of the lobby. We spoke about the potential of Howl and Bystanders having a clash that way because they both flew Yasnaya. So far, we haven't seen that just yet. Now with Howl in a fairly solid position, I think it's fair to say that they're safe at this point. That might be the one chance for them to actually make it work. Hakatori is not the one to get the knock, and he's not the one to get the flush, even though that's what it looked like. I'm not sure. Did Polish Power just pick that up from range, Chunks? That is that 1 point we mentioned. That's bad news bears for BBL. That makes it so much less likely.
3 points is all that it takes here, and for a team like FUT Esports, who are already posted up well in the circle, that, remember, in the last circle that we had that was almost identical to this, they played the same position and they got a hell of a lot of kills out of it. So I would be very concerned right now, but at the same time, it doesn't secure Polish Power yet. There are plenty of teams that could potentially make that comeback and close it up. All it's going to take is, for instance, a win from Pink Pony, and they're denied. So there is no chance for these teams to relax just because they're now in the top 6, and I think that they realize that. Fellas, well, they're a little bit more secure, but I think a little bit weight on their shoulders still remains as Michael lands a couple of shots towards Leosh, not able to convert. Fellas, if they see it's win or die, I think they may decide to almost back away and go for, I don't want to say a worse team, but a team that isn't as confident as how things currently stand.
Yeah, you don't really want to fight teams that have nothing to lose. It's usually, like I said before, mental is massive, confidence is massive in this game. And when you know you're qualified, when you know you've done the work, it's certainly a bonus to your fortitude on that side of things. 8C, I'm not sure where your car is, but it's looking like you're stuck in this. FaZe Clan's there to support, though. Heroic is the one that suffers the first casualty on an aggressive pull-up. And just like that, we might lose one of our 8 teams that were struggling for these top slots. Gustav has to be careful, gets nailed by Page. It's a big knock to get. That's a massive amount of pressure relieved. But Diggory's ringing around the side. He's been massive for FaZe this entire tournament. He's doing it again. And just like that, it's just Beamy left. He's completely split off. Doesn't have any chance to really do a whole lot of work here. And the hero story for Beamy is going to be one that we might have to tell another day, because that is 20 points that he needs to get on his lonesome. That is not something we expect him to be able to do.
Oh, Heroic, how the mighty have fallen from starting off the year on such a high to now struggling to qualify. Sure, we'll probably see them tomorrow. We expect them to do well, but we also expected them to kind of dominate this in the same way we thought Entropic and so many others would, and that's just not been the case. But if you want to dominate your lobby, the best way to do it is by getting some flashy skins, drawing that attention your way and shooting back at them. Remember, 30% of that revenue goes towards the prize pool. So if you like PUBG Esports, you want to contribute, you want to get something in return, that's the way to go about it.
We're going to have a phase 2 here in a second, and it's going to donut up. It's going to be fair and square for most of our teams. It is, again, bad news for BBL. Not only is Polish Power sitting pretty in the center, well, that's not longer a fact. That FUT is in a good position to be playing out on the edge from, and then we have Pink Pony as well, with good access to a lot of this circle coming out of Cruz de Valle. The Bystanders have a tough task ahead of them. They've got to put themselves in a position to put a whole lot of points on the board. Similar things for Exalt and Sheesh. It's gonna be tough. Gonna be tough for Beamy. Might feed a point to one of the teams that need it so desperately. It's almost more desperate when you're at the bottom of this, when you're facing complete elimination. Wrong grind. They do a bit of damage. They don't get a kill. They will have to try and find them someplace else.
Beamy get out of here. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be around Polish Power at this point. Look, I know it's going to be hard to get as many points as you want, and nigh impossible potentially is how, well, they don't really care. They're just going to send it in regardless. They are in such a strong position that the chance of them getting knocked out of qualification is very slim. Kate, though, tries to land the spray. Not going to be able to. It's Mad who comes out on top. Pink Venom now with 2 players both just staying in their positions, hoping for the best. Woxy just healing up, boosting, hoping that Howl aren't able to make a peek, as I think now it is just a bit of a waiting game, trying to bait out Howl to overextending. That Molotov, though, lands perfectly, and that's going to be the end of Pink Venom, except for Kazoo. Surrounded in a 3v1, you can't be favouring him with Sheesh on the backside of this.
That's the other side of things. We haven't really touched on the possibility of this. You can't only try and punish a team. He doesn't see him. Laza, he's fully blind. Oh no, Kazoo's the one that's flashbanged, but Laza is the one that's blind. Get your eyes checked. Oh, the angle. Sitting on top of the furniture. That's a player gone for Howl. It's not a massive loss for them. We've talked about it, but they are punishing Pink Venom massively, and that is the thing that has a whole lot of effects. As we see on Grind on the other side, both of these bottom teams are just struggling.
Oh no, Pink Venom now. That is not the game that they wanted. MTB 4 points to equalize it, but remember the tiebreaker now in effect. It is down to the placement. It's on Grind, just hoping to remain in it up against the top squad. It's not a position they ever hope to find themselves in. I mean, no team wants to be at the bottom of that leaderboard, but in the final game, the team pushing through the exact top of things, it's kind of predictable, it feels like, how it's going to go. We don't want to jinx it just yet, though, as Win or Die try and bait out some shots. Seemingly not responded to just yet. Interesting from Win or Die. I think that they know that they're pretty safe. I don't think they're too concerned about playing this strategically, as some of those nerds say.
That is a very dead light bulb right there and then. That looked brutal. Remodeling the Russian way, as they're still looking to clear out their compound. Don't get me wrong on that. Maybe trying to bait a recrash from some of the teams. I'm not sure. Maybe they're just having a bit of fun. You can't really fault them at this point. Gedrox, it's not far away. Not longer part of the equation. And that is the team. That is Foot Esports picking up another point, picking up another kill. And the circle, once again, it's not a hard shift. It goes fairly northeast.
No.
It's Foot in a good spot. It's the bystanders in a good spot. It is a ton of our stories. Very slowly chunks unfolding. Nothing is really done just yet, but we're getting closer and closer to a lot of our conclusions here.
I think the conclusion for many is already drawn. Iro playing point for Foot on the top end of things is just ready for any rotators. As Cobra tries to get a couple points of his own, realizing that they're not exactly safe just yet. They aren't locked out of the bottom two, so playing for placement. If they're able to salvage a kill, certainly they'll try, but 15 seconds on the clock till Cobra needs to make a move, and Howl, the team kind of opening up. It might work to his benefit, though, if he's able to backfill quietly, because a team like Howl getting that many kills on the board, it should give you a pretty open area of space to walk into once they've moved on.
Oh, look at that pre-nade. That's close to the Mad. He's got to take one to follow it up. He needs to do so much damage so quickly. No chance. Scofield is running him over. Almost 4 bullets. Soulbeam he has. But oh no, if he would have connected them, that would have been Howl. Oh, that was so close. Just one of those 4 bullets, Chunks.
Should have used the bolt. I mean, look, that's rough, all right? That is just PUBG doing PUBG things. I can't fault Beanie for that. It was 4 bullets that he had to shoot with. Usually, you know, I miss my first 10 anyway, so you gotta let him off, but the timing was really unfortunate. They will be safe to go on to tomorrow, but in terms of the grand finals, there's no guarantees for them now. FaZe, well, they're almost guaranteed, and getting in very strong position inside zone, directly ahead of where I assume fellas want to try and rotate. They are really being the dictators of this circle and deciding who they want to make it through and who they want to send home packing.
They're the only thing that's given BBL a tiny shimmer of hope, because they are going to be able to at least control a little bit of the area that Footballists or Foot Esports might want to take later on. But still, I'm just looking at the position that Foot Esports is holding right now. I'm preparing for LCQ if I'm BBL, and I know that that's what they've been doing anyways, so they weren't expecting this, but of course it's PUBG, and of course it comes down to the last game, as it always does. Of course it's a cruel mistress, and we still have to see some points collected. 3 is what Foot need, because they need the tiebreaker as well. And another team that has a very slim chance, but a realistic, but a real one at that, is Team Exalt, taking a fight to the fellas here. If they do this quick and convincingly, if they manage to scout into the zone 4 before it pops, they have a chance of doing their own stamp on the leaderboard.
Fate. Oh, he nearly landed up to the window, but as he sees the player move, we'll be able to adjust it over. Faya takes down Tiksu in the end, as Fellas losing 1. Still not completely secure, but Rustamar looks to try and grasp onto that grand final spot a little bit tighter. Nades coming down as On Grind lose Frenchie. This could be horrible for them. Uno needs to salvage every single point that he can, but as he's peppered from all around, surrounded by win or die, you've got to think the odds are stacked against him. The nades will connect, hopefully, for win or die, as they now realize this building's clear. They've got to know he's round the back. Leosh tries to bounce one. It is going to be a little bit wide, but as it extends, throws some down. Flashes, smokes, blocking the line of sight. Audio cover is there. Uno is just pinned. Molotov surrounding him. I think Win or Die realized this, and this should probably be the end of On Grind. However, Win or Die, they've thrown enough smokes. It might provide the cover. Unfortunately not. On Grind out in 14th and ultimately out in 24th.
GG's OG. They are the first team that actually gets eliminated in the elimination stage, and they might be very swiftly followed by MTB, because they're messing with Sheesh, and Sheesh has not a team to get in a fight with today. Utility into the shack seems good. That could be a potential nade bounce as well. And oh, that goes in. Oh, what? That is a Kobe and a half. Sheesh. What are you doing to this team? And now it's a 3v2. With potentially other teams looking to knock on the door from the north. It's not looking good for MTB Esports. It's not looking good for their chances to stay in this chunks.
I was shaking my head when he threw that nade, because I was like, it's going to bounce weird. It's going to bounce weird. Clearly, Sheesh better with their nade usage than I am. Yanni takes down one, finishes off the job. And now we know who we are at least seeing tomorrow. Our bottom 2 teams completely out of it. A lot of relief there for teams like DA, who at the end of yesterday were down at the bottom end of Group A and knew it was highly likely they could get eliminated. But I mean, the top end of these lobbies, Kovo, especially in these 2 groups, have just sponged up so many points. It's been near impossible for the bottom end teams to actually get anything out of it.
Keep in mind that even the highest team on this leaderboard has only played 11 games. 10 points per game is massive. They are much, much above that. Win or Die, FaZe Clan, they've been crazy. And that's exactly what's been happening on this leaderboard. That's why teams like Team Elite, like Savrim Esports, are still safe, at least in the respect of playing tomorrow. Now Polish Power, they're looking to put themselves in a safer spot. They're looking to clean up Savrim Esports. They're setting up to keep this edge, to take a fight. Nook has got the nades out. He's ready to greet them. Does he cook it? Well, we've seen some pretty good util. That nade looks good onto Olsing, but it bounces a little bit too far. He's now got to hold on in the 1v3, but so much cover from afar is coming on in by the rest of Polish Power. Every kill point they get right now is massive. Every second that Norcus is able to hold out makes things a lot harder for Savrim Esports.
Olsing doing what he can with the nade, but as Cappy's caught on fire, you've got to feel like Polish Power are a little bit pinched. They're trying their best to return with the util, as it's the spray in the end to eliminate Olsing. Voldemon tries to throw a molly through that window, but still not being able to, as now Win or Die come in from the other side. Savrim losing a second. Polish Power third party from range, though, as Marslick finally going to be bleeding out. Win or Die forced to back off by bystanders, as wow, that was a close one. The bystanders desperate for the points, so you can't imagine they're going to turn away from this one. Schofield falls as Howl eliminated. Our top few teams starting to go down as Foot Esports get themselves a much needed point. Savrim are looking to do the same. Down goes Norkis, followed by Cappy. It's only Crunio left up. Global Army with the Mini 14 trying to find something, but no, just prepares to hop in the shack and wait for the rest of his team. But unfortunately, they're not going to come. All down and next to no HP.
Polish Power's out.
Polish Power out. You are right. That opens
up another slot. that is not only good for Foot Esports, that's good for everyone chasing. Look at the leaderboard right now. Polish Power 88, that's 3 points ahead of Foot. But that's also only 13 ahead of Pink Pony, who is still sitting pretty on that eastern side. That's an invitation for the bystanders as well. If they pop off, if they win this game, suddenly the door's wide open. Polish Power is now the one sweating.
Fate is pinged as FaZe move up. Diggory should be able to finish off the job with that nade, but no. Actually, yes, he will. My mistake. It was Michaels that landed first. Down goes Exalt as Diggory tries to switch his attention. It is so messy on all sides. Arctic's using that smoke for cover. Only got a rock after this, though, and that zone is going to continue pushing. Foot Esports now 2 kills on the board. They need to close that distance just a little bit more, but if they can confirm this point, it might just be enough. Arctic's looking to try and potentially deny to zone. It would be very early on and would narrowly deny them 1 placement point. In the end, though, that gets Foot Esports into the top 6 and ultimately confirms BBL into tomorrow. There's still plenty more change that can happen, though, with teams like Pink Pony, Sheesh, Bystanders still standing and still 8 squads left to go.
We had to go to the 18th game. We had to go to the top 8 to finally determine whether BBL was going to stand or fall. They have now fallen, and Global Army is not quite done just yet, but Freakill's there to greet him. A good individual effort. We've seen some good things coming out of Savim Esports, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see them tomorrow in the last chance qualifier. Sheesh are still trying their best to have an absolute pop-off game. They've been heating up late into this, but they've been heating up. And look at this now, 76, 75, 74. If any of these teams win the game, that's an instant 9 points on that tally. That's instantly just a few more kills needed. That's a few more kills for the bystanders. 5 now and counting. It's getting so close, Chunks.
Tied with Pink Pony right now, so both of these teams scrapping it out for these points, and it might just end up coming down to a tiebreaker if things don't go the way that they hope. Diggory using the smokes to try and close that distance, get into the circle, but it's easier said than done. Iro, by the way, still up on the top with that SLR, looking down for cover, as Keanu does exactly the same from his compound. There's 5 kills on the board here for bystanders as Pink Pony look to potentially butt heads with them, as they could try and hold out bystanders' rotation from this position as long as Foot Esports don't punish them too much.
This is such a rough zone. There's barely any cover. Even Foot on top are going to struggle because they have to move further down from where they are right now. They're just trying to do as much damage as they still can while up there. Pink Pony, you see what they're working with. Bystanders, no more compound for them. They've got to move out. Sheesh, a little bit of lower ground on the southwestern side. FaZe completely open on the west. No one's really got a whole lot of cover to work with. There's, again, an arm in the hand of Sheesh that's going to help a little bit, but Grenders needs that support from Freakill right now. He's making a run for the open. This is super rough for every single team. Maybe she's the one that's most favored, but a team that also needs a whole lot of points coming away from this. Footballists are trying to do it all in the last game. So far, it's working, but there's a real chance they still get knocked down.
Bystanders also fighting for their lives right now, and that's not the way you want things to go with the team below you getting a knock onto Keanu. The headshot lands. Hjort nearly eliminated as well, but as the final seconds, he breaks that line of sight and narrowly escapes. 45 seconds till phase 6 has consolidated, so these teams now having to make a move. Foot Esports on the top, just doing so much damage from on high. Remember, 1 more point puts them ahead of Polish Power and really does give them a bit of a cushion, which is what every team is looking for right now, because nobody has one.
It's a massive cushion as well, because it's very, very reasonable to expect one of these 3 teams that are hunting right now to pop off, 2 of them to make that 10-point jump. I don't know if it's mathematically possible, but it's very unlikely. So footballists pushing themselves past Polish Power is something that they would really love to see, and it's something that's very realistic as well here. Freakill gets another knock. That's not going to be rezzed for bystanders. They've got to get out of that wall. They've got to get into their smokes and start moving. They have another breather. They have another minute. Circle is not just moving out of their corner just yet. The minimap had me a little bit fooled, which means another reset, another res, but they've already committed smokes outside of that wall, Chunks, and they're not using them right now, which means once they have to move on out, they'll have less to work with.
Foot Esports still on top, though, doing a lot of damage. Sheesh, free kill takes down one from Pink Pony. That could significantly damage their chances if it does get converted. But as Hakatori trades it out, it's going to be bystanders who lose a member, really backed into the most awkward position here, as I don't really see much chance of them getting out, which sucks to say for a team that had such promise, that have had massive performances, but fortunately consistency, as with so many others, has been their downfall. Smoke Wall is out to try and make the cross, but Grendis has already spotted it and found a bit of damage onto Hjort, as Keanu returns that fire. Bystanders get a bit of an opening, but they are just being punished by Foot Esports and Pink Pony, both teams that are desperate for these points. One nade might just finish off the job, as only Hjort stands. It's the shots through the smoke that shut it down. Bystanders out in 6th, and you can see the disappointment, the same probably going on the team, on the Pink Pony player cams, as now Sheesh, Foot Esports, FaZe, and Team Elite, the 4 remaining squads.
It's another heartbreak for the bystanders. It's what they're used to at this point. They always miss out by a few points. This time, it's a 10-point margin, so maybe even more than they had in the groups. And in recent groups and super weeks and such, it's good news for Foot. Look at the amount of kills they have. Look at the amount of points they have. They are now basically safe. Polish Power are still praying that Sheesh doesn't win this game. They're praying that Sheesh doesn't make it into our phase 8. We still have another shift, remember. We still have another circle coming our way. If that goes hard south, I'm sweating if I'm a Polish Power fan. I'm sweating if I'm a Polish Power player. And then in the middle of it all, we have the quiet Team Elite, just holding on to their position, holding on to their players, looking to pop off in the late game with the MK that they have. And maybe the one thing that Foot Esports might trip over.
Oh, free kill. It really almost was a free kill there, but just a little bit wide. Maybe wasn't expecting the Foot Esports player to make a move. Next zone ready to make up as we come down to the ultimate end game. Free kill missing again. He's only got 4 bullets left in his weapon. Not sure whether that was a misfire or what, but he's probably going to have to pick up a DMR or something relatively soon. Foot Esports need to work their way down this hill, but the beauty of them being in such a position as they have been for the majority of the game is they haven't had to use much util. All of the defensive plays they've been making have actually been taking long-range shots and making their position known, so they should have a decent number of nades to work with. Vex, though, lands the headshot onto free kill, and this could be detrimental for Sheesh, a squad who looked so close to making it, now just getting held out from on high. 10 kills on the board, but can they stack many more?
Oh, that was the moment. If he gets 2 knocks there, there's 2 players looking at him with no helmets, but they land the shots first, and just like that, Sheesh down to 2, not able to make the cross that they might have wanted to maybe make. It's Yanni finding a big one onto Diggory. Every single point counts, but they need the placement points as well. They need to win this game if they want to have a chance at closing the gap to Polish Power. Now Foot finally struggling as they have to come down from their hill. Finally falling by the wayside. So you can see dead in the shack. He has a good angle. The nade finished up all of his teammates. But it's just 2 from Sheesh, just 2 solo warriors, one on the west, one on the east, trying to get every single point available to them.
But there are so few left to salvage, and they're in much demand. FaZe still remain in, but it's Scream who goes down next. Dead has been caught on fire. That'll be the end of Team Elite, so there's only going to be 3 squads remaining, and Sheesh are getting so close to making it to that next level. Grendis manages to find himself a kill onto Westerners. Now Foot try and take control of this zone. Still FaZe, 2 members left, but Foot Esports are there to shut one of them down. Sheesh need these points desperately, but I'm starting to wonder if they're actually going to be able to get them. They have to outlive FaZe and do considerable damage onto Foot Esports. That's not looking likely. Yanni goes down, and Sheesh down to just a solo. We might be seeing him tomorrow after all.
Oh, it's an absolute nail-biter. Now FaZe is coming in as well. They're supporting Sheesh in some sense. The res barely comes on through. They don't have a whole lot of smokes left. They have a few, not a lot of util, but just 1 or 2 smokes go a long way in a circle like this. The question is, where can they get the peaks in? Where can they get the frags in? Because builds alone are not going to do it. Need to get the win at this point. Gustav found by Foot, and look at the angle that Foot are holding. They've got the hard cover, they've got the DMRs, they're knocking it down. No chance for Sheesh to break on in. And in the last game, they make a massive statement. That's 16 kills and a win, Chunks.
Talk about finishing in style, able to jump up a significant margin there. And honestly, I think that they learned their lessons from the game they played the other day, where we had a fairly similar circle. We saw them play an almost identical position, and it worked in a very similar way. They left it late, they still took a lot of shots, made teams around them aware that, okay, there's a team here, but they didn't lead to many kills or knocks early on. They were really just doing the damage. Everyone avoided them, kept them to themselves. That meant that come the end game, when they had the high ground, when they had all this control, they were just able to use every bit of util and break down those remaining teams. Really, really impressive way to end it for Foot.
Crazy way to end it, and we said it earlier. There needed to be 6 teams heartbroken, and a lot of them were. The Bystanders got close, Pink Pony, all in that late game together with Sheesh, and Sheesh the one that maybe gets closest, but oh man, 6 slots is not a whole lot when he's got so many teams fighting for it. We'll let the desk break it down. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the last chance for some of these teams, and I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about all of this.
That's right, the last game, never in doubt, all right? Never, Polish Power, never, not a single doubt in my mind. But anyway, we've got Saga as well as Froz here. Froz, let's talk to you first, because for Esports, this is a huge performance for them to be able to get themselves into the grand final. For me, this is a win of never mind anything else, considering how they came into the start of this year and now are in this grand final.
Yeah, at the start of the year, it was a little bit rough for them. They did a roster change coming into this. And with this new lineup, I mean, it is looking pretty good. Let's be honest, what we've seen from them. And sure, the group stage wasn't the best, but from the group stage up to here on the elimination stage, they've grown a lot as a team. And they still have a long way to go, of course. But this is the start of it. This could be a start of something new that we're seeing here. Foot Esports right now, I'll definitely say a team you want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, almost topping the points, I think, here for the day as a whole, just slightly below FaZe Clan. But Saga, this is great for them, of course, to be able to take what I think is now 4th place in the overall standings, and an opportunity really decently given to them. They had such strong high ground positions to be able to work with throughout all of this. They were patient there and able to convert with it.
Patient is definitely a word that you could easily apply to Foot Esports a lot of the time. They are one of the teams that tends to make those wide rotations, wraps, sometimes even through the blue zone, and it's really paying off for them at this point in time, where they just end up with a lot of free space that is uncontested, and sometimes it can be a little sketchy having to play from those hilltops where, I mean, if they have vision of everything, everything has vision on them, but they make it work using those smokes effectively, and the push down the hilltop into Team Elite that was in the shack as well was clean enough for them to keep enough players standing to clean up that win at the end and prevent the unlikely comeback story of Sheesh.
All right, Froz, are you ready? Are you ready for this, Froz?
I am ready.
To talk about Sheesh and how much they almost but didn't get top 6.
I mean, yeah, but you gotta look at it from their point of view, right?
Yeah.
They are 1 member down pretty early on in the game, only 3 members up, and they had one of the roughest way coming in from the south side, needing to fight their way in time after time after time. And what do? They just clear out team after team after team and make their way into the circle. They play it so well, but towards the end, sadly, it was not enough. It was just not enough. But I mean, it was such a good effort from them. And I'm actually really surprised over how well they've been playing here today.
Yeah, I'm going to be absolutely frank with the audience whilst we watch these highlights. We had a shouting match whilst this game was going on. I was shouting for Polish Power, and Froz was very much shouting for Sheesh. And it was a great time, especially for me. Because unfortunately, Sheesh didn't make it. But I will say, whilst we take a look at Foot as well, obviously they had an amazing game. But just to pivot to Sheesh here again, just for a moment, Froz, 59 points on the day. They have surpassed my expectations and look good doing it here today.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good, and it's been kind of what they've been doing the whole day. The worst game today was a 11th place with 7 kills or a 12th place with 7 kills. So despite going out early, they had a lot of points, a lot of support, but they were lacking a lot of points from day one. I think they had only 23 points or something like that. Just a few points short, and they would have been able to make it straight through to the finals here.
I'll get your thoughts in a moment, Saga, about everything that's gone on. But for now, we can hear from what are effectively the winners of the elimination stage. It's win or die.
Hello everyone, Jorisar here, and I am very, very thankful to be joined by Xstance, the team captain for Win or Die. Xstance, first of all, congratulations for a strong performance across both days, especially day number 1. Your team has been really consistent. What's been the key to your consistency?
I guess we have no secrets. We are just chilling. We are friends with each other. We know each other for quite a long time. And we are just having great emotions. And we're just calm, confident in ourselves and doing our job.
Nice, letting the team chemistry do the work. I love it. Overall, now, of course, you're going to the grand finals. How do you feel about your roster and the team's play style in the grand finals lobby?
I like our play style. We just fight every team in the lobby. We are pretty confident, and I think we have good chances to get the top 4 in grand finals to get to the PGC.
That's why the team's called Win or Die, right? Fight everyone and win those fights. So in the grand finals, we don't know every single grand finals team so far, but are there any particular teams that you think are rivals of yours or a particular threat going into the grand finals?
We don't need Polish Power and Heroic in grand finals because they are like top 7 and top 6 in the PGC ladder. So we in the last game we tried to kill them to not let them to go to the grand final. So yes, these 2 teams are not really good to see them in grand finals for us.
Sure, they were a tactical target for you guys.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Xstance. I will let you get back to celebrating with your team. Congratulations once again on making it through to the grand finals, and thanks for joining us. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent to hear, and of course I really love hearing in these interviews the idea of targeting down teams if they kind of stand in your way when it comes to progressing from tournament to tournament here, Saga. So congratulations really to Win or Die, who take the top spot after what was an amazing start here for them elimination stage, and then even 50 points here was an extremely respectable day.
It really was. It was the start of dreams, really, and it was a large part of the reason why they topped the standings. They almost doubled the points that they got today, and today was by no means a poor performance. Still averaging around 8 points a game is very solid, and actually would have been enough if they'd done that on day 1 as well to have clutched the qualification spot. 88 points being the cutoff point. Polish Power edging so closely over BBL at the very end of things, the very final game. And like Kowo said, it always comes down to the very last game when you're in a fairly short form tournament format like this. 12 games is not all that much in a game of PUBG. And we saw from the reactions of BBL yesterday, they knew in those final couple of games when they were running into Entropic, a team who at that point had nothing to lose. They lost some players early on. They knew that they were not in safe territory, and well, unfortunately, it just wasn't safe enough.
And this is actually huge because congratulations, of course, to our top 6 that move on to the grand finals here for us. However, 7th place through 22nd place are going to be playing tomorrow, and there are some huge names in there that because there's only 2 spots available for the grand final, we are going to guaranteed be losing huge names moving into the grand final, and that's big in itself.
That is really big, of course, but I think there's one team that is standing out a little more than anyone else. That would be Entropic right now. No matter what happens, if they don't qualify for PCS7 finals here, they are still through to PGC with the amount of PGC points they accumulated so far throughout the year. So it doesn't really matter for them. Of course, they want to win. They want to get into the finals, get some more practice on the board before they get there. But all the other teams right now, they all need to get to PCS7 finals to be able to make themselves get all the way to PGC. And it's still a long way to go. And it's only 6 games that will determine that tomorrow.
And in 6 games, that is not a large sample size. That can go any way, Saga. And especially considering what we've seen today, right? With especially Sheesh showing up so strongly at the very end. This isn't a name you would put up alongside the BBLs, the Entropics, the Heroics of this world, but they've shown that they can definitely hang with them.
They really proved it in that final game as well. Like over 1.2 thousand damage has got to be breaking some sort of record for the group stages. We've seen 4 digits a couple of times, but Grendy's really went above and beyond in that final game. And if they can continue that form, it's maybe good for Sheesh that it came in the very final game, because momentum is a huge part in PUBG, a very confidence-based game. And those, if you are confident coming into the gunfights, regardless of your opposition, even if Sheesh has been put into what we maybe look at and consider the stacked lobby with the biggest names of all of the groups, and having this performance, it still bodes very, very well for their chances tomorrow.
All right, so we know our top 6. However, who has shone brightest here in the elimination stage? Let's take a look at the best of the best of the best as we take a look closer at who was able to top the charts. Top kills, Diggory, as well as average damage, absolutely blasting here. And especially when you highlight this, Froz, just FaZe in general has been an absolute force, I feel like, across the 2 days they've been playing.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to look at as well, when you look at total kills, it says Diggory and 30 here, right? But what is even more amazing is when you look downwards, below Diggory, what do we have there? We have extends from Win or Die with 24 kills. So Diggory is 6 kills ahead just from that alone. That is a huge number.
Yeah, and taking a look a little further down, all of the other stats coming along. We have ourselves Gustav still being able to throw out of control when it comes to the nades coming on in. Again, kind of contributing to FaZe's heavy success. And as you know, as Saga, as Frost is already kind of spoiled here, we're going to take a look at those kills overall in a little bit. So, you know, doing a thing.
Yeah,
there it is.
Hey.
I just love the fact that we get a little shout out, a little bit of a consolation prize for DA Schiller with the most drive-by kills. Only
Lovely.
2 in 12 games, which is actually, you know, very low considering how much it is a controversial topic in the game. But Diggory, this dude has just been, he's been in the top for kills in so many games, seemingly consistently with getting 5 kills all of the time, and he just won't seem to stop slowing down, which is fantastic news for FaZe. Won't seem to start slowing down would have been correct, but it's great for FaZe coming in to the grand finals, a team that when they are on their day, they can absolutely pop off and really compete with the best of them, not only just in Europe, but internationally as well. And it's really good to see them carrying that form forwards in a lobby where maybe there is a few teams missing that could be up to contend with them, but this is a great place to get themselves into the swing of things.
I noticed Ruin as well was second in overall average damage done, which is extremely impressive too. I think ever since Howl really kind of burst onto the scene in terms of internationally halfway through this year, it's been really fun to watch kind of their progression, and Ruin especially from that team. But Froz, Hakatori was up there as well. Do you think Pink Pony can take a top 2 tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a hard task for them, for sure. There's such strong competition in the lobby tomorrow. But of course, they are one of the ones that I think has a great chance to do it. But there's one key component to that, right? As long as Hakatori is alive, there's still a chance.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear, Froz, and we're going to end it on that. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Of course, tomorrow we have 6 games remaining for the last chance stage, where only 2 teams, number 1 and number 2, will advance on into that grand final. You do not want to miss tomorrow, because there's going to be heartbreak, and it's going to be excellent to watch along the way. We will see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.